Wala ba tayong karaoke? Karabahan natin sila. Mike. Ano naman? Habang nanonood ako. Ang corny naman talaga ng light na to. Wala bang ibang ano dyan? Buksan mo yung ano mo pa. Oo. Wala, hindi ko pa na. Hindi ko tinuit.
Tanda mo yung cellphone mo, Enzo.
Ha? Flashlight. Tapos cell. Yabay, yabay, yabay. Ima. Abo na. Kawaii. みんな、ちょっと待ってさ。Chat, it's the light, man. Writing, writing ゴミすぎだ。いや、カメラのせいじゃない、今の。This is the light. I'm telling you guys, look. If I have proper lighting. Wala ba talagang ano? I'm...みんな、これはディープウェブだ。これはディープウェブだ。ゆかは。いやいやいや。Yo! Lahat. Hindi na siya gumagana. He looks sick. I'm not sick. Ano yan, Palari?
Madali pa rin.
Domo, domo. Luffy? Luffy? Chat mate. That we're drinking.
Dali mo yan, yan. Doon, yung pinto. Doon, tara mo dali.
Okay, 戻りました。怖いよ。
Bacon lang naman to.
怖くない。あれ怖くねえ。Ang init. Wala tayong electric.
Tadi ko na lang kayo dito. Ira, no? Basta.
暑いすぎる、今。
Di ba masusunod?
イギリスなんで配信しないよ。これだ。なんやこれ。 ゴミセットアップじゃん。あれ？オーケー、オッケー、オッケー。What's ALGS? じゃあ、とりあえず、なんか今さ、uy, ayun pala eh. Mukha akong nakidnap tapos nagsasalita ako sa ano. Okay na yan siguro.
Wirings.
Anong wirings? Hindi, wala naman. Hindi naman kita. Hindi.
Hindi to kita bang okay na?
Mabushi! Mabushi! はい、よろしくお願いします。Are you? I'm not laying down. This is the background. Look, look. I'm standing up.
Oy, oy, Mina. Mina, baka.
今、
Baka, Mina.
家の外で配信します。
Ano mo to sa hek? Basta sa hek.
太った？ We are drinking Red Horse, guys. May pambukas tayo. Ah. Osake 飲みましょう、みんな。Wait, ちょっと待って。まだ。乾杯。ちょっと待って。みんな、あなたたちもお酒を飲めますか？そう、お酒だ。This is Red Horse. Extra strong. Bet. あ、もう飲んだ？あれ？ Come here. Tara dito, Choco. Choco. いや、そうだね。今の雰囲気は、なんか、誘拐みたいな感じ。今の。この雰囲気ね、誘拐しました。よろしくお願いします。いや、俺の家です。なんかさっきのフィリピンのゲーム配信は、なんか部屋に、部屋には配信しましたんだけど、今、その家の外で配信します。みんなサブありがとうございます。これから漢字は始まるのか？ちょっと待って。あれ？ Hello chats. Hello chats. Twitch drop もいます。みんな、なんていうの？ああ、やばい、これ。ああ。 Which jobs are eliminated? Nanda なんだこの雰囲気。いや、でもみんな、なんていうのか。7キロぐらい太った。まずくない？悪くない？ 7 キロ、7キロ、7キロぐらい太った。久しぶりのイギリス嬉しい。もうダメだ。はい。一緒に待ってたよ。毎日食べたら、マジ。Thanks for the subs, guys. Thank you. ちょっと待って。
Pauwiin kita. Ding-ding. Nabawasan. Nag-delay yun. Gcash, delay. Nagpa-Gcash yun sininang sa 7-Eleven bago ako na pumasok. Diyan sininang napaniload nyo, andun tayo. Di ba dyan nagpa-load sininang sa Gcash? Hindi talaga naloadan. 1 hour na ata eh. Bago makapasok sa RFID. Kahit piso, wala naman yung RFID nila. Tapos ito loadan na nila yan. Di ba may negative lang naman yun eh. Kailangan may naman kahit piso. Para ma-load. Kasi pag wala, magpe-penalty ka pag dalawang pages ka nilunod. Loko, sino para sa recovery mo? Happy sila. One hour yun sila dun eh. Oo, kanina pa. 1 hour yun. Hindi yung 1 hour nun. Paano mangyayari pag hindi pumasok? Hindi magpe-penalty. Halimbawa, nag-zero balance siya ng nakaraan, may utang na siya. Kung pumila na naman siya ngayon, ang laki ng penalty niya. Hindi nga, pag hindi pumasok yung sa... Wala yun, not counted yun. Hihintayin mo pumasok. Papasok yun, pero sabihin nyo sa ibabalik sa inyo yung pera. Papasok ko rin yun. Papasok. Kung baga, bago ang delay yung RFID, ayun yung delay yung malagyan. Pero yung Gcash ang nila. What daw eh, nagpaload din yun. Nag-load siya. Hindi naman good. Karne? Crab stick. Pasok. Ay, aso. Nakaya yan Yellow isa. Ay, sino? Sangit. Eli ah.
Okay. Ito yung red horse. Red horse. Gusto mo ng baso? Pero mga ano. Wag na. Sige. Medyo malamig lang.
Hindi ka ako umihinto malulugit na.
Takarog tiin. Dito ka. Para makita mo rin sila. Hindi ko naman nakita. Teka. Kasi nga dito.
Asan na yung camera?
Andito lang. Magano lang siya. Hanggang dito yung ligid. Kampay. Teka. 乾杯乾杯nah
Ba't ayaw mo ng sanding?
na ano?
Isang sa'yo.
Gusto mo sunmade? Hindi, sige lang.
Ano po? Hindi na.
Na ano ko eh.
Ay, hindi kaya na.
Na,
Ay, hindi siya
na,
malakas sa
oo,
sanding.
nalasing ako. Domo, domo. Tagalog days. So,
Ano na?
ha?
Diyan pa rin.
Umait. Parang tanga to. Sira ulo, putik. Jen-chan. That's right. その通りです、みんな。彼女と ALGS をウォッチパーティーします。タガログでいいよ。あ、でも、いつから始めまして。えすごい。Where's ALGS? ALGS の配信どこですか？ ALGS Apex e スポーツレイジとか。Is I play Apex? So うさえ、なにえ、ちょっと待って、
Salamin mo?
Wait. Hinubad ko mo sa wait. なんか、昨日の ALGS 見てないから、Who's in the championship? Naintindihan mo? Oh, NRG. Okay. ちょっと待って。NRG Ace? Ascend? They got second? Alliance got fourth? Helly. E6 has eighth. Okay. 日本のチームはフナティックとか、フナティックだけですか？みんな。フナティックだけですか？日本はファナティックだけ。なるほど。じゃあ、いや。誰を応援してますか？ガードシアルも落ちたね。ガード。ガード応援してます。ガードyung ano ko, yung dati kong team bago ako mag-stop ng maging...ランボーとコジキね。みなた。ガードとファナティック。
Japanese din.
Hindi. Ano sila? Taga-America sila. American based. ゼニー。確かに、ゼニー応援してますか？ SSG。日本人だから、日本チーム応援する。もちろん。ゼニー。じゃあ、ゼニ様。じゃあ、俺も SSG とか、ガードとか、ファナティックとか、それだけ応援してますか？What up, 黒し。 Hindi ko ata kaya. May pulutan ba? Hello, ubos yung pulutan!
Ay, hindi ko ma- Hindi mo kaya.
Walang pulutan. It's 8 p.m. What up, Joman? May mga Pinoy din sa chat. Ayun, namusta pa rin. Oh my God!
Sabihin mo hindi ka sponsored ng tortilla.
Hindi ako yeah, I'm not sponsored. So. This is not sponsored stream. Kain ka lang. Pulutan. Sino ka dyan? Ay, wala ka pala.
Sasara ng todo yung pinto kasi yung ano, wire.
Ang fun.
Nababasa mo na.
Oo. Pag OA na yung kanji.
おい、いつから始めましょうかこの配信。カメラゴミですね。
Balas 8 start.
Di ba? Alam mo lang ngayon.ラブホじゃないこれ。うるせえお前ら。やっぱりね、そういうことか今の雰囲気か。フィリピンに、いや、これはやばいよ。1%? 7%. 6.9. バックグラウンドはラブ放送か。
Hindi ko ito yung noodles na ano.
That is sweet.
Mga ano no, batak.
Pala eh.
Hotel ka, prison. Ano ta? Masan tayo? Doko desu ka, orera? Alam mo, nag-iisip ka Japanese. Hindi, tayo English.
Asan? Sa bahay.
Sa bahay. So, みたいな。ワイプしてんな。そ
Di ba Japanese ng bahay? Yeah.
ういえ、そう。おい。怖っ。やばい。2月の8にカナダに帰るの？そうです。そうです。2月の7、2月の7、すぐ。
Ay, yung ano, bakit? Naka na yung binibilan na puyo. Dalawa. Is it canton?
Nababasa mo?
Hindi ko makaya ba makita? Mananood na lang ako sa cellphone.
Basahin mo na lang sa cellphone.
NTR.
Alam mo yan?
Mm.
おい、みんな、彼女、日本語を読めるよ。ダメ。Yung sinasabi nila,まずい、まずい。逃げべ、その通り。嘘つきo nagsisinungaling daw ako?
Ayan.
Sino? Anong sabi? Basahin mo, basahin mo. Ano sinasabi nila?
It's better Japanese. Ito mo lang.
ニヤニヤやめて。わかりました。ニヤニヤやめます。I'm waiting for the Play Apex stream to start. They said,
Bukas pa.
ne? 明日ね。sabi nila 8 daw eh.
May aming sabaw. Tingnan mo.
Ito.そう。カナダに戻ったら、毎日日本語の勉強を配信します。May tournament kasi. Sabi. やばい。Mukbang? ASMR.
ASMR.
嘘だね。なんで嘘よ。なんで嘘。ダイエットしろ。もちろんダイエットします。いや、どうせやらないどうせやらないって、Man, what are you guys talking about, dude? 日本語の勉強、VR チャットでデート。どうしよう教えてくれ、お前ら。どう勉強する日本語。VRC じゃない。おい、浮気じゃない。ちょっと待って。その冗談やめてください。ちょっと、おい、その冗談やめてください。ちょっと待って。おい。
大丈夫。
大丈夫言った。お、始まったか。Wait, Euriece, you told me I love you in Japan. I do.
London! We are here in the Copper Box Arena with some of the best fans in esports in the world. Make some noise if you are here in the crowd. We got Ascend fans. We got Mama and Papa Kashira over here. Well, Emiya make a statement today? Will North America raise the trophy, or will Dark Zero go back to back to back? Man, 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 what a day it is going to be. And in fact, what a time it has been. 6 months before someone in the ALGS has been able to call themselves a champion. That will change tonight. The question is, who is it going to be? And what makes a champion? Well, I don't know. But I'll tell you one thing. When it comes to the ALGS, we got one rule. It's either win or we go again. It's Championship Sunday. It's Match Point Finals. Copper Box, make some noise! And let's make some history. The crowd is wild. The scene is set. And I've got 4 people on the desk, including myself, but 3 of the best analysts in the world. Monsoon, Spider Tiff, and Gino. Welcome to the show, my friends. Monsoon, what a moment we have. It's Championship Sunday.
Absolutely, it is a pleasure. This is peak Apex Legends.
おい、何見てるのお前ら。
Any better than this, so I'm super excited.
女の子の
Look, I mean, this
声
is what all of the players are here for. This is
見て
their
見てくれ
livelihood, their work on the line, everything that they have spent hours upon hours VOD reviewing,
女
playing,
の子の
working
顔
with coaches, trying to get better. This is where they get to bring it out and show what they've done.
It's a battle royale, Apex Legends. There's just so much chaos. 20 teams with one of the best formats in esports. Match point format is going to put on the best show you guys have ever seen.
That's right. Win or go home. There's something special about day 4 in the ALGS. The teams have gone through so much to get here, in fact, but they're playing for so much as well. When we talk about prizes, we didn't even mention it off the top. $1 million is on the line today. Not a bad prize.
Oh my.
Right, Copper Box? I mean, $300,000 for the winner. Second, just for getting the most points after that, Monsoon. So much on the line here.
It is a lot. Like, once again, like you said, or like they said, 6 months ago we had champs, but now this is it. $1 million on the line. I know these players are feeling it. They're ready. They've been preparing, so let's see it.
And you know what? This is a great segue to what happened to get them to this
村
moment.
村
The
は
road to the
おはよっ
ALGS
て
Split 1
漢字
playoffs
漢字だよ
has not been easy. In fact, we actually have teams earning points throughout all of these playoffs. Split 1 and Split 2. Our top 30 teams are going to get some points for this. Obviously, we'll have $1 million winner, but all of these will tally so that when we find out later in the year, probably towards the summer, someone will be able to truly call themselves a champion, Tiff, and that is something you can never take away.
I mean, no, like, there's only so many people that can do that. You think back, TSM took home Poland, Dark Zero, they've got Sweden, they've got Rally, the champs. You have all of that, and you're like, look, that just shows you, I'm the best at winning match point. It's really tough to do, and that's where I think a lot of teams might actually struggle here.
The top 7 teams will qualify automatically for championships. So not only playing for money, if the team you're rooting for is in top 7, you know you will be seeing them at the big show later on in the year. Dark Zero, Genome, how can we not talk about them just a little bit? The chance to go back to back to back, it would cement them as a dynasty, maybe one of, if not the best team ever in the ALGS history.
Yeah, definitely a couple of fans in the crowd. These guys hailing from Apex South, they made the move
そうだね
to NA though
ガード
this year.
とか
And
ダーク
look, it's
ゼロ
been a little
も
tough at times.
み
They
んなダーク
obviously,
ゼ
it's a
ロ
much
いけるか
more difficult
みんな
region, and they struggled
い
to
ける
get
ぞ
through here to the land. But now that they're in the finals, who knows what could happen?
This is the question. Everyone
ま
counts them out until they
またい
somehow
ける
find
ぞ
themselves on that stage behind us. We
3回
will talk about what we think
Dark Zero
and some
7
predictions from all of us,
ベースのラン
or on talent, or in our talent
Legend
behind the scenes as well, getting ready to go. But how about
Go
we
hop
talk
in
about our
the
teams? You guys ready to introduce the squads that'll be playing this evening? Let's go. Make some noise, London, because we've got our teams sitting in the booth, and we're kicking it off with
や
Alliance.
ばい
That's
皆
right.
さん
If
ガ
you're
ー
an
ド応援
Alliance
してます
fan,
ね
you like the moments Yuki's been putting together. Hockey's as well, and the sub of
London.
Mandy somehow making this happen. What a journey they have been. Fun. 1, 2, 3 in the booth, right next to them as well, joining them as a participant. We're going to run
Mandy,
through all of
いいね。
these, even though the
すげえな。
camera is keeping it big for us. Interforce 36, make some noise to them. That's right.
では
Team Singularity from South America.
next
How
time
about Luminosity Gaming?
ちょっと待って
Viva Mexico, we're saying. And then let's go down to the bottom floor. What about NRG? Any NRG fans here?
まあまあまあまあまあ。
Yeah, that's a story. You know them.
ファナティックでい
They're
こう。
trying to
行こう
prove something. Fnatic. How about Fnatic fans in the
Let's
house?
go, chat. Let's go.
What about Moist
おい、
Esports?
コメント欄。ファナティックを応援しよう。
And how about this? I just saw Papa and Mama Kashira up there. Ascend! What a story. Kashira trying to take his team to land, hoist the trophy in front of his dad. We'll see if he can make that dream a reality. What about Element 6? I see this crowd right here. Whoa. They are ready to go, guys. What a first half of it. I want to get your thoughts just a little bit. This next team I'm going to introduce got the most fans in the world. Can you even guess who it's going to be?
I'm gonna guess
letters.
TSM. Is it TSM?
TSM. We got some TSM fans here.
どうもどうも聞こえますか
Trying to get back on that stage. Next to them is Space Station Gaming. All right, little love for SSG. Next to them is Impact South, Exo Clan.
Sa harap dito? Hindi, pareho lang.
One of the, I think, cutest celebrations we've seen with the
Domo,
hearts right there.
domo.
Dreamfire.
Okay. こっちいいですかどうも。
Oh, gotta love it. What about some love for APAC North? Ganbare Otusan.
頑張れお父さん。
And show some love for Onyx Esports.
ラグイ。あれ
And now maybe,
Magandang
just
gabi
maybe a
po.
chance in
Hello,
history. I know a lot of
Nerin-chan.
people want to see it happen. A lot of people
Magandang gabi.
don't. It's Dark Zero.
Dark Zero da. Ayun sila.
And newly joining as an org, but an old-time crew who has been dominant. Can they finally get the trophy? Exit.
Game face.
And the Young Guns. I like to call Phony a villain, but I think he could be a hero today. Esports Arena. Make some noise for ESA. Maybe an underdog. They're going to prove that, though, and maybe the best zone team in this entire group. We missed them. We're going to go to them. We're going to cheer for them.
みんなフィリピンのチームどこですか
You know, it's just a great time to be here, and I want to say, Monsoon, of all the teams we mentioned, who stands out to you?
Obviously everybody is
Kapra.
and I love all of them, but I gotta go with Xset. I gotta go with the boys over there.
Luffy.
Is there somebody that I mentioned that, Tiff, in your mind, you felt the energy, you've been thinking this could be their day?
Look, I mean, you'll see it later when I look at my talent predictions and that goes up on the screen, but I picked Alliance. Look, they have been so consistent, and I want to give a big shout out to Effect, who is also on Alliance, who is unable to be here today. I feel like they have a lot on the line right now to compete and do it for them.
Yeah, I mean, what they did yesterday, that was pretty impressive as well. We also saw some moments with E6. Talk to me a little bit, Gio, about who you got your eye on.
I'm looking all the way over there.
Prime?
NRG. I don't think there was any
Team
way
Singa.
that was more impressive
ちょっと待って。
yesterday than those guys.
ちょっと待って、ルフィ
Sweet Nathan just leading from the
何
front, dominating
フィリピンだよ、しかも。
and you can see
ル
some
フ
of it
ィ、ル
here.
フィ。知らんよんな。そう、知らない。
Sweet always has been
フィリピン
known
にい
as
る。
one of
フ
those
ィリピンの
smooth
プリソンに
talkers
い
in
る
Apex,
ジャパニスマ
right?
フ
The
ィア。
way he commands his army is envied by a lot of people. He's known as being very heavy on the micromanagement. He loves to almost like place his team's feet in every single position that they are walking over to. And look, you would let him do that when you see the results that these guys. There's almost no chance that they are going to have a rough day today. I think no matter how it goes, look, match point, we have to
Japan
be
lore.
it's unpredictable. That's part of the fun of it. I think these guys are going to be top 5.
Luffy daw yung pangalan, kaya pa
And
nagsasabi
NRG
ko.
has so much to prove. This is kind of the thing that the last thing they've got to do to say we are the best. We know
Yabai,
Sweet's considered
NRG,
the best
umay.
IGL, but he's got to hoist that trophy, Tiff.
Yeah, that's the thing. You talk about being the best IGL in the world, but you have to do it on the stage.
ちょっと待って、フィリピンと日本のまあそろそろカナダ 人
Trophy to say
に
you're the best IGL in the world.
Currently stays with
な
zero
れ
right now
なる
because
か
he's
ら
won twice.
大丈夫だよ。
Yeah, I mean,
この
the IGL question is a
What-
little bit tricky.
what do you think
and
about
I might actually give that one over
Philippines?
to Zero, but as a team at the moment, I think
どうですか？
NRG definitely have the lead. I mean, they picked up
で
Guild, obviously, from the
As a
old
country.
Liquid roster, and I think that's been a massive pickup for them. He was one of the freshest, most exciting, most explosive players on the scene.
みんなの
Add him to Sweet and Nathan? Insane lineup.
Great pickup. It worked well for Xset and it worked
そうそう
well
いい
for
国
NRG.
けど
Things I find
ゴミ
that's amazing is not
Safe.
all of these teams have been sitting and
Philippines.
waiting in the winners bracket. Some have to grind up from the bottom.
それ
through
フィリピンで
yesterday's
す。
grueling elimination brackets 1 and 2, and sometimes just 2, which is scary. Luminosity Gaming though, they turned up the heat to not 11, not
ゴミ
it
やめ
was
ろ。
25,
じゃ
it was
あ
100 as you saw them pop off a massive game, one of the biggest we've seen at land, 35 points. Let's talk a little bit about
正
Luminosity.
解だから
Obviously, going through the losers bracket finals isn't exactly what they wanted to have to play another set, but they made the comp swap and they're going confident into today as well. That is valuable momentum for them. We saw them; they had quite a few big games as well. So I'm
Mina.
excited to see how they do today. That's for sure.
They're gonna erase you.
I mean, one of the things I've been impressed is the
みんな
19-year-old Yanya. We talked about
誰も見てませんよ
$40,000 already as a
俺の配信
19-year-old.
誰も
That
見
should
て
show
ま
you
せん
that they've been successful. This is a team who's
フィリピン
kind
の
of
セー
ridden
フ
under the radar, Tiff, and I
What up,
think that's
Ram?
where, again, this
久し
day,
ぶり
this
What's up
stage
man
is proving
見てもな
themselves
かやが
finally
い
to the world.
見ても
Yeah,
な
it's
か
really
い
crazy to think that Luminosity, this team that they picked up, is
Ito yung muna yung
underrated
napansin na,
because they
napansin nila.
constantly perform well. They just haven't done it on a stage in front of a large crowd to give them that momentum, that kind of like that following that some of the larger organizations like TSM and RG have. And I feel as if they show out here behind us tonight.
Grabe pre laban ko
Everyone's
ay hindi ko
gonna
napanood din natulog
What
agad
a moment
nakatulog
it
agad
is.
ako
Match point Sunday. I like to say either win or go home.
Mina,
Either
okay,
way,
okay,
we
okay.
Keep going. For those unfamiliar
None-
with this format, we will not leave here until someone crosses 50
How many?
points. And then that
いくらぐらいが
wins
いくらぐらい
a
で
game. It could go a while,
と
but we will throughout
今日
the
の
course, the
試合
entirety of the
いくら
day,
ぐらい
probably have some amazing moments. We had some amazing moments yesterday as well, Tiff. I mean, E6,
I
Alliance
think-
going at it, that case-winning Kraber shot.
sa palagay mo ilang
I
games
expect
sila
that we'll have
makakalaro
more of that this afternoon.
sa ganong
Yeah, it was
system
really cool to see that. As soon as he hit the no scope on the hipfire, I was like, okay, I got to watch it backstage. I'm like, man,
Nice.
it's sick. Anytime you hit a Kraber shot, I mean, like 2 bullets in the
Nakailan
chamber,
sila
and
mo?
one goes directly
Nakaraan,
into him,
oh,
and then follows
12.
it up with some insane damage. Like, he is
Mas
so
less
fun to
na.
watch
Mas
throughout
less.
group
Ilan sa
stages.
palagay
They
mo?
were changing their legend compositions based
10?
on what Wig's
Mas
chat
less
was voting.
10?
And he literally tweeted
Sige.
this morning, he was like,
Ore ga.
who should he play?
Yeah, they are
Super less.
fantastic. Talk about
Nana,
clutch moment
seven-
right there for
seven.
Swinny with the
Palagay
Kraber
ko
2.
seven.
They have some big games.
Nana,
and I'm
siya
excited to
ikaw.
see how big their
10
games
or
can be
10
today.
or 8.
Obviously, they deserve to be here. They've played well throughout the entire
Oh, yeah.
season, so let's see what they've got.
Maybe some young guns, I think, have kind of risen to stars in this. I think Alliance
Mijika?
Yuki
Mijika?
might be one of the
Sore
most
wa nai?
popular players in all of the ALGS right now. Not just for how he looks. I mean, he's a handsome guy, Gino. But at the end
Does
of
she
the day,
know
he's been
Apex?
popping off in
She
more
plays
clutch
video games.
situations than we have seen any other player do.
Yeah, not just for that, absolutely. On the server, he is
俺も
a
7
monster.
俺も7な
That
そう
clutch
だ
he
ね
had against Hal, I mean,
Oh my
it was
Ikemen!
it was almost a battle of wills at
Ayun
one
yung flash
point,
cam,
right?
si Yuki.
You know, who had the trigger discipline? Just a couple of bullets left in the chamber for each. He's taken left, right, and he still came out on top
Ski.
against
Mama, mas
one of
pogi
the
sa akin.
best players.
Sorry,
And
sorry.
honestly,
Di ba
one
ba
of the
naglalaro?
you know, one of the players with the best mental,
Ay,
like
sayang,
someone
wala
else
nang
you
susunod.
expect to pop off in that clutch situation,
Right.
right? So for you
Ito
to
yung
come out on
caster.
top there, that says so much
Yung
about him.
caster.
Earned a lot of respect over the
Ayun,
course
no?
of this season. Alliance have only been getting better. We're told they like to finish strong at the end. Well, there's no more time after this, so we'll see how they do today. Let's take a look, though, at how you can participate in choosing, whether it's Yuki, whether it's K-Swinny, whether it's someone like LG Yanya as your MVP today. If you go into the
ユリス
Twitch
は
chat,
やっ
if
ぱ
you're
ガー
watching
ド
even in the
か
Copper Box
TSM じゃ
Arena,
ね
we're going to show a graphic for you that details how it will go. On Twitter,
了解
on Twitch, go hashtag and
ど
the
うしよう
player's name. You can see them on screen if you're worried about how it looks for the player you want to vote. Hashtag, say their name, whether it's Twitch, whether it's Twitter. We will count that up at the end of the day, and we might have ourselves a monster MVP.
Hashtag.
that you yourself have voted for based on their performance. A lot of great names on this list, Monsoon. It's hard to pick one.
It is hard to pick one. Obviously, all these players can be the MVP in-game as well. But I
Sweet
think I have
dog
to go
shit, the
through with
guard.
Nocturnal
They have
as the
clips.
ALGS Monster MVP.
クリップありますか
100%.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen,
Ayun yung
we've
mga
also
naglalaro.
got a couple of
Yeah,
very
yung mga
important
hashtag.
things to let you know if you are watching at home. By the way,
Hashtag
chat to
Zenayo.
everybody.
Oy,
Say hi.
お前、
Miss you,
ゼナイル
but
の
next time you'll try to
ゼナイル
be
の
here.
顔だけ好
We
きだ
do wanna
よ、
let
お
you know
前
that there are
ら。
Twitch drops available while you are watching this. So if you are even in the copper box,
ゼ
like I
ナイ
said,
ル
you might
イ
have
ケメ
internet,
ン
you
だっ
might
た
not.
ら
Throw
応
open
援
that
して
phone
ま
and
す
watch.
よ。
You will earn some unique cosmetics, some unique things that mean that you were here
バレ
in
た
this
その通
moment
り。
watching the Apex Legends Global
バレちゃっ
Series.
た
Tiff,
よ、
you know,
お前ら。
ain't a bad day of watching Apex hitting free stuff.
ユキ
I mean,
も
I
好きだ
love,
よ。
like,
ま
collecting my
あ
drops for sure. I would definitely
そ
go
うだ
for the
ね。
Volt skin. I have a
俺
really,
も
really sick
俺
Volt
も
skin,
俺
I'm
も
not
ゼ
gonna
ナイ
lie,
ル好き。
but I mean, anytime I can black out my guns, that's what I would like to do.
All right, let's get into it. We're about to kick things off. I do want to mention that the talent had a discussion backstage, and we wanted to see who we thought was going to win. Sometimes this is about stats. Sometimes it is just about heart and feeling and gut. We never know who's going to do it. I guarantee only a few people have picked Dark Zero twice. Did anyone pick him for 3 times? Let's go to our talent predictions and see
TSM,
what we voted
TSM.
for.
TSM.
I've got
Hindi naman,
TSM.
hindi
I don't know
naman,
why.
grabe
I
ka
just think it
naman.
might happen. I think Dark Zero could do it. I think we
TSM,
might see it from NRG.
tapos
Monster, we
Fanatic,
don't have you up there. Tiff?
tsaka Dark
I
Zero
told
sa
you, I told you,
palagay
it's
ko.
a
Tsaka
lie.
guard,
They have
guard
that
din.
clutch
Magaling
factor in
guard.
Yuki. They've
So,
got motivation. They have
isa
power,
lang
they
ba?
have drive.
Isa
Plus,
lang.
we're in Europe
TSM.
right now. They've
Support
got the
ako,
EMEA
TSM.
buff.
That's
I'm
right.
sure they've got a ton of fans
Si
in
Hal,
the crowd here. We know Mandy's been
kasi
popping
nung
off. We've
nagsisimula
seen
pa
him
lang
on
ako
the desk,
nag-stream,
literally. So,
yung
yeah, of
leader
course.
ng TSM,
Dino?
si Hal, tinulungan niya ako. Nag-donate siya ng $1,000 para bumili niya ng streaming PC.
That's right.
Are just
Diba?
crazy, and the other thing we know about them is
Bait.
they're well
Sino nga siya
rested.
dyan?
Right?
That's true.
You know,
なんか、今の翻訳、今の翻訳。TSM 一番応援してますから、昔に、春、俺に、なんか、1000ドル、He gave me $10配信パソコンのために1000ドルあげるくれ
So many
あげる
players,
そう
so many
その
stories.
そうい
We
うこ
couldn't
と
possibly tell you all that has happened in the last 6 months, which has been the last time that someone has been able to call themselves a champion up until now.
あ
But
くれた
we
そう
do know 2 guys who are ready to tell you as much as they possibly can within one game.
さす
They're
が
two of the best in the
し
business,
そうだ
two
ね
of my very good friends. Let's get ready to send it up to your casters. You guys ready to start game number 1
タイ
of the
トルに
finals?
を
Let's go! It's the Split 1 playoffs, baby. We're in London. It doesn't get better than this. Match point. And to take you off, it is Onset and Gasket.
Thank you so much, Rain Day. I mean, what a moment this is, Dan. It's been 3 days of action. Teams from all over the globe have been battling for a chance to be here
チー
on
オより
Championship
チーオ
Sunday, and now we have our
もうす
22
ぐはじ
set
そうだね
match point format. This is crunch
Okay,
time. This
na,
is
na,
when it
na.
matters. This is when you need to
Ayan
turn
na.
up at LAN against the
Walang
biggest,
nangyayari.
the
Okay
best
lang.
in the world. And we
Kinakabahan,
start things
kinakabahan.
off on the home. It's
Kita.
World's Edge. Everyone knows it, and I'm very excited.
World's Edge is
TSM
where we start,
gambare,
and I tell you what,
gambare.
I
Ikaw,
don't
sino
know
yung
how long
gusto
it's
mo?
going to take us today to crown a champion. We've seen 5-game match point finals. We've seen 15-game
Based.
match point
Sino,
finals.
sino?
And I tell you
Sino
what, it
maganda
might come
logo
down
niya?
to endurance when we get through these games, Dan. Who can keep that level of consistency at their highest for the longest?
And I'm
Oh,
very excited to see
sorry.
who performs here on World's Edge. A lot of our
ba yun?
statistics suggest
Esports
that
na
this lobby is full of
Alam mo yung
big
esports na
World's Edge teams, right? We have squads that have performed okay on Stormpoint, but amazing on World's Edge. I'm talking 75% differences at times. So who's going to pop off here in match number 1?
Well, I mean, it's a heck of a zone for NRG by the looks of things. And speaking of NRG, they are the team
Random
who
ako
come
pa ito, ano
into
ka?
this lobby, Dan. First place from that winners
Nay.
finals, and that means they get an advantage
Random
with
ako
points.
pa ito.
But
Yabay!
of course, if you are watching
ガード
that
ため
for the
に
first
この
time,
アンチがいいね
50 points in total. Before then, you have to become a champion.
ちょっと待って
NRG have the advantage of 10, then you've got Ascend on
ガード
9,
どこ
E6 on 8,
えっ
and
と
then we go
ラ
all the
ン
way
ランドス
down.
ライド
And of course, it's 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now we can see the circle on our screen. Looks like we're going to be going slightly southwest, could be far west. So the likes of NRG at staging, they've got beacon information. This is great because this could end up staging. We've seen a lot of circles around
Alam
this
ba yung
area.
ano, yung
It'll be down to
system
NRG on how they want to play this one.
Very interested to see how Alliance play this one as well. Are they going to look to quick rotate, or are they going to take a little
Gio
bit of time?
は
But
えちょっと待って
we'll speak about
ジオっ
Alliance
て
in a
誰
moment because we have to focus on the number one
スイート
team
ドッグ
from
シェ
that winners final coming in
見て
here.
みたいこの since sisimula pa lang sila panoodin natin tong clip
うまく
ノーダウンでのこの
いや
ファイトが求められている。
すべて破壊していく。
や
うおー、イエブ。
ダークシェラーズ。やばい。
So far this tournament, and I think they have the benefit of being able to
いや、
play
え
either
ぐい
way.
よ。
Now we see Gambare Otasan making their rotation as
Grabe
well.
talaga
Good
yung,
priority for them
ne, yung
to
trash
get
talkan
towards
kapag
zone, but there's a
nakikita
lot
tayo.
of teams
He's fucking
already
dog shit, kill him,
making
kill
their
him,
way
these
to
guys
the
are
other
dog shit,
side
ganun
of
ganun.
staging at the moment into that choke, and this is what I've kind of coined, in my opinion, the NRG zone. We saw them win multiple tournaments from around that beacon, and we're going to have to see if that's going to be the case again. We do have beacon
あ、ジオだね。え、ちょっと待って。
exactly where we're headed down.
And our two best performing
え、
teams, thank you
ラガー
very
ド、
much
どこ
production.
行
We
くの
have Guard and we have NRG. They
ラグ
have
いラグいラグい。
dominated World's
フィリピンの
Edge. Guard is actually
Wi-Fi
our most winningest team at this tournament. It's they were as confident as ever. Rambo believed that this was the team that could win this tournament. And if they keep on winning games in
や
a
め
match
て。え、
point
ちょっと待って、ア
format,
ンチ
maybe
ど
they
こ
could
です
be.
か
Well, it looks like the guard have got the high ground. They've got this ridge to play from. Great to hold out teams. And stop rotations coming in behind you, but look at this fight going down already. We've got Dark Zero, the back-to-back LAN champions who had a little bit of extra work to do yesterday coming through that elimination bracket, Dan. But they're here, they're set up. This is where they want to hold it.
Yeah, it's going to be
May
their chance now
production.
just to
Dati
hold out one
wala
of
eh.
these teams that are rotating from the north. They
May
have beaten to the
expected.
pulp when it comes to actually getting all the way down towards the kind of thermal staging areas. Instead, they can
Ayun nga,
hold
may
that western
replay.
side,
Yeah.
and it is going to be fun 1, 2, 3 who are going to be
Anchi.
potentially pushing them. But here comes all of the teams. Everyone wants to get into thermal. We're seeing so many heavy rotates here, so this is going to be pulling a little bit more southwest.
I mean, the craziest thing here, look how many, like you say, teams are already stacked up in and around thermal, in and around staging.
Thermal
And you're
station
seeing the
か、アン
difference,
チ。
you know, delaying a Skyward dive by
なるほ
just
ど
a
ね。
matter of minute seconds, Dan. You lose that position that
Oh.
you wanted to be your
なんなの
priority to hold. A team takes that one, then you have to adjust on the fly.
Compositions are going to matter, of course, in every single engagement here, but also how you strategize, how you rotate. This is still going on, by the way, between Dark Zero and Fun.
Ayun,
They're trying to
ano.
just pummel their
Shit.
way through, but it hasn't quite worked out just yet.
Look at what's going down in the kill feed. It looks like the guard are in a little bit of trouble here, and it's Exo.
え、誰が死んだなんだこのラグ
Elimination of the day. The
え、
guard will
ガード落ちた
The team
やばい
who had the most wins yesterday. Now they're out of the tournament. They're not out of the
タイ
tournament.
の
They're out of this
480p
game.
ナッパ
The
バ
first
カ
squad is eliminated, and that's a team
や
who
っぱ
hit
り
that
ね、
fast
そ
rotate.
の
So it
場
looks like
所
people are
が
happy to
さ、
pressurize those god spots.
Honestly, considering how many points Guard
なんかファイナルスが知らんの笑うな、おい。
it's very unexpected to see them eliminated this early on, but that's
あー、
how
ガ
you
ード
can be
や
punished
ば
sometimes
い。
with rotations, with these zones, and you are just sometimes at
Why
the
am I
midst of
lagging?
the zones, and you can have to just react to it in any way.
ユリスなら
Rotation
な
doesn't go well,
ユリスなら
find
な
yourself just watching for the remaining.
ファイナルで
Elsewhere, we
出
obviously
ない
a
よ
lot of these teams who started on the northern side of World's Edge having to now rotate
ま
through the map
あ、さっきの
and
ユリ
fight
ス
their way through. There's going to be about 6 or 7 teams that are still moving from north to south.
One of those teams is
今のユリス
E6, and guess who they're chasing? E36 is who they're going to be chasing at the moment, and we can see a little bit of Reptain on our
レ
screens
レ
as
ブオクタ
well.
ンライフラインでなんだこの
Rifle is
なんだこの個性
poking them, prodding for a little bit of damage, trying to force the team away. But E6 yesterday, I have to say,
Huh?
in my opinion, the surprise package, they were playing some lights
なんだこの個性み
I
んな
love the
教えて
aggression
く
we
だ
saw
さ
from
い
E6, the confidence in the final circles. They were always making sure they could just push their advantages, making sure they could get any of those extra kills. They weren't
Parang
necessarily
medyo
picking
troll
up
yung
the
ano nila.
W's, but right now,
Champion
you
nila.
don't need wins, you need points.
Hindi
And that's
yun,
why this
hindi ayun
red
yung
flame
ano,
combo
main
could actually
na
work.
parang
Very
meta
interesting
ba?
one to watch for sure.
Oo,
One thing to
di ba sa
also
Overwatch
keep
may
your eyes
mga
on as we
legend
see
na ano,
progression
parang
of
ito
World's
lang
Edge
eh.
is the battle
Hindi
between
siya maano.
Element 6 on our screens and Except, both of them landing over at Trials and Sky.
E6 のレジェンド構成マジで
So we're going to have to see if it's going to be a gentle
変な感じ
agreement
ね
of who's
け
going
ど
to take what, or if we are going to see
ファイナ
a
ル
little
で
bit of a combustible
出るよ
situation at one point.
We have such a
それ
variance
ゆ
when
え
it
に
comes to legend selection throughout this
強
lobby.
くね
Everyone trying to work out what is the best method to pick up points here in match point format. Remember, we
Ganyan
start on
sila,
World's
mahilig sila
Edge, we
magganyan
play
sa
2,
chat.
then we go over to
Nilagyan
Storm
nila
Point,
yung
and it's
mukha
back
ko.
and forth until we find a winner. So if you find yourself on match point, it's suddenly what map are you playing? We definitely have teams who are better at Storm Point in this lobby, and we have teams who are far better at
I'm time
World's
lapse
Edge.
and being chilling
We'll
when
have to see
Hansel
how
being
that can
chilling.
impact things.
Dark Zero, who were under pressure
That's what
from
you
Fun
get,
1, 2,
that.
3, like we saw a little bit earlier, have managed to hold down their positions. They've got the Watson fences down, they've got the Gen down as well to keep them being able to
ユスさん、ラグくね。はい、今、フィリピンだからラグいいです。Pero nga kung pain ako ng baso.
It's not possible for Dark Zero, right? Surely they're not able to continue this incredible form when it comes to a live environment. But there's always that kind of thought in the back of your head of, well, they could do it. Sure, they're starting on 0 points, but we've seen before. Even when you think Dark Zero are down and out, they find a way to break back into things. Anyway, there is the map. You can see the beacon information, the extra beacon information that we've got means we are heading further southwest, pulling away from staging, down in towards Thermal Station. That's why we've seen so many teams make that heavy zone push into the southwest of the map.
It's interesting as well. I think zone is something that's really going to
みんな、日本のマクドナルドの Wi-Fi は、フィリピンの普通の Wi-Fi より早いよ。
in a pro league group stage, for example, you're going to have an opportunity maybe to just outpace people because you've got that timing down in your head. But everybody knows the quickest possible route to get to a zone. So prio positions might be taken. It's plan B, C. What are you going to hold if it's not there? How are you going to work if you're one of those zone teams?
Hindi naman. May bawas-bawasan ka lang. So, unang ring, konti lang yung bawas. Tapos yung papalakasan ng palakas, pagpalit ng
I don't think that is anything we have to try and avoid now. We know that zone players and zone teams have had more success. The statistics don't lie. We have more zone teams in this final. A lot of our edge teams. And coincidentally, a lot of our Storm Point teams were eliminated already in this tournament. And we are going to have games like this throughout today where we've got so many teams. Sometimes we might have 15 plus teams in what, zone 4, zone 5, and that is going to be so difficult to manage. And a lot of that then is going to come down to the IGLs. How do you assess the situation? Where are you going to go? What's the next step? Who do you have to kill? Who do you have to avoid?
One team who's got a tough rotation to make is Exet. Like I mentioned, landing over at Skyhook. They've got to go all the way down south, and they're certainly going to have to take some battles. Looking across the armors, you've got Funny sat on blue at the moment. Six and Nocturnal are going to be sat on purples. Sykes, excuse me. I'm trying to level those up so when they do have those engagements in and around the edge of zone, they're going to be able to have a little bit better chance of being more successful. But a little bit of a poke and a prod and a introduction of neighbors here inside of these two houses just outside of Thermal Station. That's NRG and Onyx. So you have North America and APAC South just saying hello through the windows, having a little prod and seeing if they can pick up a little
Of course, amazing to see. We would see a region or some regions not quite have as much representation, but I am glad to see a good spread across the board. And we're still seeing, by the way, the same battle happening on that west side. You remember earlier when Dark Zero are holding out Fun? It's still happening because we haven't seen the zone force Fun into them just yet. So Dark Zero have been naturally able to wait and hold. Moist at the moment, you can see in the bottom left-hand side of the screen, are being pressured by multiple teams. They are between so much fire, it's going to be so difficult for them to stay alive.
Alliance ですか？死んでいる。みんな、今、70、そう、いや、モイストだ、モイスト。
The question is, how long are you going to hold this position? Getting a gen down in this situation, very, very difficult now because of the line of sights that so many teams have. Yes, you're thinking, Watson, great, we can get that interception pylon down. But with teams, so many teams in the surrounding area, it's just going to be a matter of seconds before it's destroyed.
And Moist doing so well to make it good.
Dude, 今のクオリティは480だ。
Dark Zero on the other side, of course, leaving the region. Now a NA team, technically. I think Genome is still trying to claim them as an APAC team, but I think that I'm sure North Americans, if we see Dark Zero win again, will claim them as their own, as a North American champion. But Dark Zero have been able to dominate this west-hand side. And I'm really worried about any team that's going to have to force themselves through that choke because there's now too many teams. So all of our late rotators, this is when things start to get interesting because this is when you need to plan how you are going to beat those who are supposedly going to gatekeep you.
See Ro in our screen right now. A lot of love in the crowd, and I'm sure a lot of love at home for some of the things that he's been doing, not just on the screen, but obviously in-game as well. A lot of love being shown to Dreamfire. And
are you 20 years old?
One of the later rotators
I'm 19.
Just to give you a little bit of a map overhead on what's going on at the moment. These are on the east side of World's Edge at the moment. One of the furthest teams out.
I'm back home, baby.
Super deep in zone, right just outside of countdown at the moment. They're hitting a skyward dive to try and get a bit closer to zone, but E36 have been lingering in zone for quite some time.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams that have committed to kind of the very farthest point you could get down into Thermal Station. One of those is also Luminosity Gaming. Now remember yesterday, they were breaking records. We saw a 35-point game from them on World's Edge, even though they were really a storm point team throughout regular season.
Yeah, Norception
they seem
was
to
a
have
Japanese
changed composition.
team.
They found a play style that fits them on World's Edge, and it seems to have come into fruition at the perfect time. And that's what LAN is all about. It's about finding your form at the right place, in the right games, but then it can all change very quickly when you get into finals. Because you've got to remember, these lobbies now are going to be a very different experience than what it may have been in that elimination bracket.
Fnatic still holding down this ridge, which is just outside of Thermal Station, trying to look over anyone who might be trying to rotate behind them, just making sure their backs are clear. But they will have to move when that zone does start to close. So what's the next step for them? Engaging a little bit earlier on with Dreamfire, but now they're looking to engage a little bit more. And look at all the damage that's coming out here from Karampi. This was absolutely huge. Gets that armor leveled up. Now he's going to get swung on, but this is a rev push coming in. And this is surely E6.
Yeah, it's a rev push. It means that Fun can stop the initial push, but it's whether E6 look to re-engage here. They've got the Octane, so they can do it quickly, but they have been pushed back. The reset now comes through for both teams, so the rev push does not This game has been a slow burn, a slow roast. As Nasky might say, but it is going to start getting very heated in the next 20 seconds because we have 6 teams outside of this circle who now all have to try and make their way in.
Very interesting that a lot was expended there from E6 to try and do damage to Fon 123 to push them back. They use that net zone to try and push forward the rev. Use the jump pad from Octane as well. So now resources-wise, not in a great position for this fight, nor geographically.
Yabai, E6 来る。
And they're going to have to
E6,
but you got to remember Dark Zero on the other side of this mountain as well. So whoever wins this fight,
oh my god.
On 1, 2, 3. They're going to lose the first player. Big shot coming in for the Peacekeeper now. Case Winnie is down. Amphi tries to fight. Now it all falls
they just griefed
each other. He's got 2 people to deal with though, and that Peacekeeper is hitting something special. E6 eliminated. Fun 1, 2, 3 hold.
Wala
They've done the damage against Fun. Fun have a 2. Are they going to be able to get up to 4-3 before Dark Zero try and push this one? Look, they're pushing into what's they are pushing into danger.
EF36 に倒した。TSM。
Down here. Dark Zero did such a good job earlier on of holding out that
push. ゼニ様来るのか？ゼニ様
trying just to survive, trying to force their way in from the burn of that zone.
Yeah,
has gone down, so SSG finding it extremely difficult to get inside a zone at the moment, and it's Ascend on the other side holding them out.
Sensei, we need to hold this ground, we need to hold this space, otherwise we're going to be forced out by so many other teams. 1, 2, 3 do get eliminated. TSM now getting involved in the action as well.
Sen trying to stabilize, a little push coming in though. Post skills down to barely anything whatsoever. Kishera's going to go down, and Ascend with this hold,
TSM
not going to be able to do so. They get so fine. Space Station actually survive as well. Dropped is still here. And dropped is dropping bodies as Space Station finally go down alongside
TSM どこ？あ、上か。
You're all inevitably going to get shot
by
someone else, and suddenly we're down to 13 squads. We just lost.
Oh my god.
6 squads just like
oh my god.
the snap of a finger, but now he's
PowerPoint いいねこれ。
advantage, but they need to be careful. Don't overstep your presence here. You've got 58 seconds before you have to make a move.
58 seconds might seem like quite some time, but I tell you that's going to evaporate in front of these teams' eyes extremely quickly. Fnatic trying to reset here. They did have 1 player knocked, so Esports Arena certainly with the upper hand in this fight.
And this circle is moving.
このカメラ、イリスが漢字化してるの？
Over towards the donut building. Actually, Alliance are in arguably one of the best spots right now. We'll check in with them later, but NRG, Sweet is using that charge rifle from a distance to get involved and maybe get some KP for NRG.
ESA trying to hold out for now, 25 seconds. Like I said, that time disappears quicker than you think sometimes. Fnatic still down on this low ground, thinking about maybe having to be forced down to the low. Parker's going to be taken down to 1 HP. Just about to survive. 1 player alive here for Fnatic, but not looking good for them.
And this is why playing early zone is so good, because if you can get one of these positions in thermal where you can oversee.
Fnatic eliminated, unfortunately. Yuka wasn't able to survive long enough to straight from you. Placement points, Esports Arena now taken to the skies to try and find a spot to call home for just a few moments. They're going to go deep into this zone. They might be able to land on the roof here. The question is, how much damage are they going to take on the way down? It looks like they're find somewhere to call home. Somehow this is open.
Insane that they've been able to find this. Is there someone below them? Is there someone that can contest them? Alliance actually, I think, are right below them here. And now you've just got to try and survive if you're Esports Arena. Elsewhere, still a fight happening. Singularity against Moist. Moist are doing pretty well in this engagement.
All this is going down as well. Speaking of APAC South, Dark Zero were eliminated. Singularity
ス使ってる？モイス勝った。
Incredible from Moist, really. That was such a difficult push down onto this side, but now they have to try and survive. Remember, they were between about 4 teams earlier, and somehow still are living. NRG watching those and they're trying to protect.
Dude, I'm about to watch in 360p, bro. There you go. We're watching 360p.
As well. You can see on your map overhead here, using Loba's black market to steal away resources as well, and I'm sure there's a lot of grenades being picked up right now, because grenades in this endgame, Dan, frags, arc stars, thermites, whatever it is, cause so much disruption when two teams are trying to engage.
So we're down to 10 squads. We lost a lot in the last 2 zones.
みんな誰をスペクテーターしてますか? Oh my god, it's still lagging!
Everyone's heading back towards the
oh my god!
donut building that you can see in the top left side of your screen as well. And right now for Moist, it's just about presence. They are applying pressure to NRG. They are trying to keep them back as long as they can before they make their move.
And I talked about how a tough rotation.
Dude, no one downloads that anymore nowadays.
Inside
Come on,
this
if you
top 10,
down
once again, Nocturnal has managed to maneuver his team in a position to
160p
for this endgame. Elsewhere, TSM,
is it 160p?
It's
160p, bro. We're誰が
This is the building where all the action's about to break out. Down, you have a lion's share of LG, you have Moist, everybody is stacked up here.
And they've all got to move as well, because the circle's gone away from them. They thought maybe it would pull towards them, but no, we're going more east. Now Esports Arena looking to try and make their move out.
Well, they're going to swing, the Lions get eliminated. That will be
50
Alliance out of the game. ESA swing on the damage that was done by their team just outside of them.
Man.
And now look to move forward themselves.
Lapit na. いやー、ラグ。なんやこれ。何のせいですか今の。
With that wingman is getting some knocks.
CSM, EXO, and Geo all in fantastic positions, but now here comes everyone. They're going to surround this donut building. They all want a bite of it, but are you going to be able to survive? Do you go low? Do you go high? This is carnage in this circle.
This is a layer cake inside of the donut at the moment. LG though, what a performance we saw from them yesterday in that elimination bracket. Staying alive, exit eliminated.
いやー、これマジで。What the f...
Oh, it just keeps shredded, and now they move in, and they are still a
4-3.
The shield swaps around. You've got to push together.
Rainday calls in the villain, and he might feel like that to some of the teams inside of this building at the moment. ESA are kind of going crazy inside of this donut
あまり見えないよ。
On it gone. Moist are losing players. Geo are losing players. But all the meanwhile, Esports Arena are full, healthy.
TSM
So are TSM. So are LG. These are 3 teams that can compete.
Dude, I'm about to go
for this
160p,
game.
no cap.
Still alive as well for NRG.
Moist.
Take to the skies. Imperial House, some good shots.
Oh my god. TSM now 7 kills.
And look at this position from TSM.
This is what I told you, chat. We're going watching it. Oh my god!
NRG gonna be taken out. Luminosity eliminated as well. Gambale Ultrasound down to just 2. As we have 3 squads now remaining.
So ESA want to eliminate Geo quickly, try and get this fight done before TSM get involved. But TSM will be watching this kill feed, and as soon as they see a knock...
Wait, is it my... What is it? Is this my like PC's fault? Is it like overheating?
But as a 2, you're gonna hope. But you see the respawn was just called in there momentarily, so maybe a player falling from the sky is gonna have an influence on this. There's Young Hee rejoining the battle at just the right time for Geo, plus all the death boxes down. He's gonna be able to find some guns to fight.
But look at this positioning from TSM. They have high ground. They can overwatch this.
Reps did
not get up though. That could be important. But really, TSM want to force this fight between ESA and Geo.
Dude, I'm gonna lose it. What is happening?
Just pick up the pieces. It is just strategy at its very best. We've seen it so many times already this tournament. They just wait for the zone to do its job and force these 2 teams out.
He's desperately trying to pick up some guns so he can do some damage off that respawn. Has managed to do so. Geo gonna have to leave. Playing underneath now. ESA gonna be forced out all that while. TSM sat up on top of this spike, waiting. Deep breaths for them to see if anyone pokes where they can clean up the pieces.
And you have to ask, looking at this, how did TSM throw this one away with such an incredible position? The answer would be if both teams in this donut would then focus TSM. That's a big hit. That can make things a little bit worrying. ESA have spotted TSM, and maybe TSM are going to have to drop before these 2 teams come out of the donut. That's when things get scary.
TSM having to share some resources as well.
やばいやばいやばい。お父さん頑張れ。
What's the next play though? Do they have the black hole?
ちょっと待って、あそこあそこ、あっち。覚えてますか TSM 行け。あっち。
Rotational lift, so is the rest of TSM. Grenades in the hand. TSM is sent to the high ground.
TSM take high ground again. They will take the high, and now we're going to see one team down low, but TSM doing a lot of damage, but they've lost reps.
House still alive. Verhos takes to the skies as well to try and survive. All the carnage.
Oh my god, man, what is this?
It's all on Big E here for TSM fans to try and survive.
頑張れお父さん
Off the back of a respawn.
Sayang naman.
Sayang.
Right in that end
Ano
game.
to?
We managed to close out game number 1.
It was actually the low ground which was the most powerful position because they were able to force the two teams above them into the fight. It may have looked like TSM were in such a good spot because high ground usually wins games, but unfortunately because TSM had to move and the ESA had to focus them, Geo just waited, they watched, and then they push in.
Then you have to question, do Geo win that game as a duo? Probably not in that situation, just to the lack of gunpowder, but getting that player back into the game right to the death, last breath. Has an influence, manages to loot a couple of those boxes after the carnage that had it shooting in front of them, and it's Geo who closed things out.
However, the points that TSM were able to get will keep them at first place, and as we know, they've got to get as close as they can to 50 to try and get on match point.
That's game 1 done and dusted. A lot to talk about, and I can't think of many better people in the world to do it. So we're going to send it down to the desk. Rain Day, take it away. Answer, ask him.
日本チームまあ日本チームじゃないんだけどAPAC ノースだAPAC ノースOkay.
Side of the donut and be the last into the 5-team pileup, which is amazing. But Geo getting the res off, super crucial. And you got to remember, it's hard to justify trying to fight as ESA there, because in this situation, if you're down 50 health, TSM's going to come out on top every time.
Yeah, Gino.
What happened?
I mean, that push into the donut building where they took out EXO.
What happened?
EXO were, like, at that point, I was calling that God spot, but unfortunately, they got pushed from another team on the bottom floor, I believe, and it was the sandwich between them and ESA. Otherwise, I think ESA may not have made it any further.
Tiff, what did you see there in that last circle? Obviously, good performance from TSM. A lot of fans in the building excited, thought they were going to win, but that's still good news, I think, for North America and the boys.
Yeah, it was really cool. Honestly, throughout when we got to 10 teams, where TSM had positioned themselves on top of Thermal, they were able to engage with all the teams that were surrounding them. You were seeing teams drop left and right, but TSM was always picking up at least one of the eliminations. So granted, maybe they didn't win this map, but they probably had a good enough KP and placement points associated with that to get the good score. Now, the question is, we're not on match point yet, so a win really doesn't matter just yet, but congratulations to GO for making that work for them. Because they did come from elimination round 2, their journey has been one of the longest here so far this week, and they were also the ones breaking out Newcastle and fortifying all of the areas, so they know how to bunker down in an endgame.
Yeah, a phenomenal win. We actually saw that a lot in the elimination bracket. NorCal Esports made it there. They were also playing Newcastle. A lot of teams that would sit in zone and try to have this defensive kind of, we'll buy some more time for ourselves, and maybe a mistake will happen on your end. That's kind of what happened here.
Yeah, there were a lot of teams looking for that early zone, but not many were able to find it. This was, I mean, we were talking about chaos before, right? The way this circle shifted ensured chaos. I mean, DZ at the start, I thought they were looking in the best position, were holding the choke above Thermal. Circle shifted drastically. I was like, okay, all right, maybe the village north of Thermal,
Butterfly,
ARG, I believe, was sitting there. It shifts again. We've got people going all the way into Thermal, and then it was EXO. Unfortunately, they got crunched, and in the end, it was the teams who were just picking off as many of the others as they could, like TSM, picking up big amounts of kills, and it means it doesn't matter where the circle goes, you've guaranteed those points.
Let's take a look at the highlights of Game 1 as we continue to talk about this. Monsoon, with those zone pulls, is there
7 kills?
What do you do in that situation as a pro? Because sometimes it's just bad luck.
Yeah, obviously, like, you can kind of understand the general area of where the zone's going to pull, but once again, you don't know exactly where it's going to end. We've seen many variations of this exact zone over the last 2 years, but that's what separates the good from the great, as we can see, the adaptability, the ability to overcome adversity, to push through these teams. So, I mean, obviously, a lot of these teams played super well, especially ESA.
Back off that, would you say that is the most important quality that teams are going to have to display here? The adaptability, the mental.
Absolutely. especially in a battle royale like this.
すいません。
Obviously, there's some
フィリピン
variables you
の
can
配信
control, but a lot of it you can't.
Tim, what did you see here going on through these highlights towards the end game as well?
低いです。
All I can see right now are all the Seer exhibits that are on the screen, because let me just tell you, this scan meta has been kind of crazy, but ESA, this in particular, going the distance, I know Girl backstage as well, Monsoon, you and I were kind of talking about ESA and what the storyline could look like for them if they go the distance and take a win here, because mind you, they came in from preseason qualifiers, all of the roster swaps that they've had. Luda at one point had a wrist injury, had to overcome the adversity for that, get back to top form, and you know, this team, they're playing with a sub Cody.
いや、忘れちゃったね、みんな。みんな、 なんかさ、
Speaking of Octane, I know we saw one of them.
ちょっと待って。指示します。なんかさ、TSM 忘れちゃったね。この場所。
Going the distance, I know Girl backstage as well, Monsoon, you and I were kind of talking about ESA and what the storyline could look like for them if they go the distance and take a win here, because mind you, they came in from preseason qualifiers, all of the roster swaps that they...
こっち。忘れちゃった。みんな知ってますか？ You guys know what I'm talking about? こっち。みんな。こっち。
Ayos. Naka-wifi ka? Nasa ating under na router ah.
Ha?
Ayun, sa likod.
Hala! Hindi ko pala ito nakakabit?
Ano kami pa magkakapit?
Gagi!
Kaya
pala naglalagay!
Nagkatawa ako sa baba ng upuan. Nasa baba ng upuan yung dulo. Diyan mga natin. May wifi?
Naka-wifi ako! Naka-wifi! Kaya pala naglalag!
Serve. Tinitingnan.
Hindi. Ay, oo nga. Hindi yan. Siguro.
Sa likod.
Baba.
Nagilid daw, Ayos.
Oy, Bobo, yamero. Dude. Bobo.
True.
Putol yan, magpaalam ko muna.
Teka, kaya ko to. Patitiis natin ata to.
Lalabas ako ng hapon. Sakit ako. Kaya ako pag magsiselfon ako ng matagal, pahiga na ako, nakahiga na ako. Para pag ano, kikit na lang
Nakakatatlo si Kuya Gab, ha?
sa umaga,
Mata?
hindi ako talaga papangaw muna ako.
May internet? Mata, 配信しますか? It's on Wi-Fi. そういうことか。なんでラグすぎよ。Oh. Hindi namatay. Yan, osh! Nakalan na. Ya! Biru niga sugi. Ba't ang pait? Normal ba to? Extra strong ba lagi yan? Extra strong daw eh.
Ito is not ito. Ayun ganun yung kada isang game, yung isang stadion, yung ganito niya palagay yung sa likod, diba? Hindi mga magkaparehas.
Magkaparehas.
Sa kada isang game kasi yung isang stadion.
Ano ibig sabihin nun?
Tama yun.
Ayan nga.
Isang page lang.
Nakalagay dito sa dito.
Kaya iba yung tulong na ng style. Kada isang page na isang
Dupe no kanji wo kanjiru ka.
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series. Welcome back, everybody, to game number 2. Jumping right into the action.
Yosh, lag nai! Wala nang lag.
Vicky Kitty for game 2 on
Minna!
We jump into Storm Point on game 3.
Absolutely amazing first game to start things off. Double-digit KP for TSM coming in third ESA with amazing Skyward Dive, but we're diving into already a game number 2 after GO took that first win.
That's right, massive win forgotten by Tucson, which is so interesting, right? They're dropping Fragment West and splitting some loot with ESA, so you'd think they have such bad loot leading Frag West. We all know Frag West got that nerf a couple of seasons ago with mid-tier loot, and look at this, Gray Shields leaving Frag West, but they were still able to make it to late game and find success given the early rotation. Look how fast they have rotated.
Note that real quick.
Yeah,
former Dag. I love seeing their name and I love seeing their representation.
Exactly. Former Reject Squad. They are ALGS champions, year 1 champions in the APAC
この
North
アン
region.
ジ
This
ど
is
こ
a
ですか
team that has a ton of experience. Currently an orgless squad, though. Hence the white T-shirt that they made for themselves. It's like MLG 2008 with the white T-shirt.
Damn, you lost weight, Euriece. You look healthier. Funny you say that. While I was in the Philippines, I actually gained weight. But from the last time you watched, I was probably really fat.
TSM are going to have a ball game with that because they're going to have
エナルジとガード当たりそう。そうだね。やばい。エナジー当たるよ。
Although we saw ESA eluding the rest of Frag West, also have the replicator, but hold that thought for just a moment. Exo Clan has decided to be ultra aggressive in this lobby. They took out the guard early in the last game. Well, look like they're trying to do it again. They are 4th overall in total average kills on the weekend. They have been playing so aggressive. They are 3rd overall in total average points, 7.73 points a game. This is a team that is playing at a top 5 caliber right now.
When we talk about teams that also excel, because we know that World's Edge, and after this game we're going to go on to Storm Point, the team that has the most wins on World's Edge throughout this weekend in playoffs is EXO. They have 4 wins.
いやマジで、おい TSM 好きだけど TSM 好きけど何やこのアンチ
NRG. One of the teams that we also saw
Wishing
took
all the best.
early
Hey,
final circle
appreciate it,
positioning
man.
on the high ground
Thank
inside
you.
of that building. We saw Sweet charging things up with the charge rifle, beaming down a lot of the players coming in. But let's hold that thought as LG Yanya get the first stop into Imperial Howl.
Oh my God, Reps with the beam though might find a way to give them an opportunity to clutch this 2v3. Yanya, pushing wide left, gonna get the elimination on Hal. Hal is out, and who is it? None other than the nightmarish Yanya, formerly known as Ganjaman. So dominant, El Presidente takes out the CEO.
I gotta give my love over to Mexico Luminosity. That's why this has been my team to watch after an insane performance yesterday, getting 23 KP in one game. They looked like they were farming. They looked like they were playing pubs.
俺のコメント欄に貼る
going into
っ
this
て
final
言っ
day.
て
That's right. You know, look, I call them the Nightmare Squad. Why? Because every team in North America has had nightmares. I guarantee you, LG just farming the lobby. They've done it time and time again throughout Pro League, and here they are right now. It's a nightmare for TSM. Perhaps some nostalgia as Hal's going to get taken out already to the hands of LG. But really good job from Reps and Verholst. They tried to 3. Recognize, yeah, not our fight. Let's back out. Let's reset. Let's play as a team of 2. Won't have a chance to grab banner most likely either. So we'll see how Reps and Verholst will do. Not the typical duo of Reps and Hal. These late games.
Here after that performance in that first game. They're
Bana.
very kill heavy. Now playing as a duo, Reps gets pinged by the 30-30 right now.
すぎあやばいガード Whoa, 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 whoa.
That thought, GO already lost one. They're pushing
Oh,
Rambo.
shit.
Kion's gonna get the back with a charge rifle, and just after,
He says, speak our name. The guard is here to hold on to high ground. But
Wait, Chad, Rambo grew a mustache.
Gio tried to push Rambo.
I just realized, ayun si Rambo. Ayun yung kasama, ayun dati kong ano.
On the high ground, on top of the rooftop.
And Rambo, like a goalie in a net, says, "Don't you dare! Do you know who I am?" Shuts him down, and the guard comes out on top. Most of the difference there. Ooh, okay, little sentinel shot from Artin. IGL this squad, and by the way, Artin, as young as he is, the only player in all of South America
TSM
that played in the first ever LAN Poland national competition. Artin is still here to play. They picked up Singularity's Elysium. He's actually Chilean, Spanish-speaking, learned Portuguese to be able to communicate with his team. team, the fragger for this squad, best controller player in the region. They always play around his play style, which is Elysium. Get loose. Go find some kills. We got your back. The best support player in South America.
SNG のポジション強いよ。
Our only South American team here in this finals lobby too. Singularity have been putting themselves on the map.
きついん
That's
だ
why
け
they were
ど
number one in that
強い
region
ね。
for a reason. They've been ahead of the
なん
curve
か
out here.
絶
And I like the
対
way that they're playing this circle. Playing
ど
up the south side. Sometimes we get to see the beacon
ドカ
out
チン
here,
来るよ。
pulling all the way down
この場所
towards
で
one
は
side, but
ド
at the
カ
moment
チン
they're just
来る。
holding this
絶対
building
来る。
to prevent any of the squads that maybe want to wrap behind them through dome.
Nothing but foreheads on player cams right now. That's how you know these players are locked as we switch over to another forehead. Nick Burke's try-hard mode activated. Shout out to Nick and every other Pro League player who just didn't qualify or didn't
あれ
make it. You know, Monsoon is here.
あれあれあれあ
which
れ
is
あれアライアン
great. Of course,
ス
everyone watching at home,
や
appreciate
ばい
y'all tuning in. Hope you're enjoying Match
やばい
Finals
こ
right
れ
now
や
as
ば
we
い
switch on over to Alliance.
いやこれやばい
Takis and Mandy had a slow start to the
いややばい
competition, but
ちょ
never
っ
lost
と待っ
confidence. They
て
finally stopped getting contested from Flora in Thermal Station, and they've been working great ever since. Had a good start. Game one, winning the shot.
グラベ用アングルへの
We know the crowd absolutely loves Mandy. Mandy was popping off earlier, just yesterday. They were feeling themselves. They're also
マンディやばい
bringing
よ
their confidence into this day.
あいやハキスあいやマンディだったホライゾンマンディだね
Desk to hype up the crowd. Any Mandy fans here in Copperbox Arena? Make some noise for Mandy and Alliance as we take a look at Hockey's. The IGL for this squad, Stone Cold Killer. He is so focused, so regimented. Former military
やめてくださいアライアンス
runs his team that way, very, very organized at the same time. Always knows how to maintain
あ
bonds.
ではすごい
Really rookie shot for the squad.
フォーカスな
He
フォー
got
カ
to the UK
ス
as well, former model, TV star in China, moved back to the UK during COVID.
シグロ
Started
ハパ
studying
あの
and
な
is
し
still
よ
a
そうな
full-time
なりラバ
university
の
student, which is awesome. While competing, not many pro players can say they
Wow,
have two
wow,
full-time
wow.
roles.
Amazing to juggle so much here. Space Station as we tune in to them getting circle kept by Ascend on the other side, dropped notes exactly where they are on top of the roof here of this building.
Yeah.
Trying to find a way if they could try to go in through this building, at least get into that next circle right
SSG
now.
やばいゼニ様
Just trying to restabilize.
ゼニ様
Ascend
あ
now
そこ
taking
や
the
め
back
て
off angle as the Seer Ult goes online.
That's right.
Oh, nice timing on the crypto EMP to delete the Seer Ult. No more information left.
That's going to be big, and that's what this team does. The longest lasting crypto team in the world. Kashare
Jenny sama yamere.
since 2-3 years ago when crypto was released.
どこ行
Meanwhile,
く
Luka, new player in this team, Polish sensation. He's been so good for them. So now he's
わーゼニ様もう死んだ
104-degree fever right now, trying to channel his inner Michael Jordan for the last dance.
See the Bangalore smokes coming in. The arc star sliding all the way to
Oh.
as Kashara gets the crack. After getting one knock, though, they trade 2 for 2 as Ascend now. Down 2.
Oh.
Frex is trying to restabilize, and Space Station have the man advantage.
Look at
Yaku.
this! Frex isn't dropped down
Oh,
duo!
look to beat
Are you kidding me? Michael Jordan and Pippen are gonna do it for the last time as teammates. The last dance. Space Station Gaming clutches a 2v3.
Dropped and Frex
No, no,
coming in
no,
clutch
no.
as the Nile is gonna get res in the beacon right here. Let's not forget, they were the ones at a disadvantage. They were the ones trying to wrap right inside of this building. The Seer ult got denied by the EMP, and they were able to turn
SSG
that
応援
fight
してます
Unbelievable performance. Frex is the
あんた
first
バンド
pro
わ
player
か
to
んないの
switch to control
おい
the trend
SSG 応援してま
away,
す
as others have done it since
TSM どこ
Unfortunately, did not qualify. This game not here. Let's talk to them.
Hindi ba ata? Hindi ba? Hindi ba?
It's E6. Amphi, the rookie on this team. Effect from Alliance, so talented. Said Amphi is the one that defined and created the R301 meta, which is obviously a bold statement.
ゼニ様おかえり
He was one of the first players to start beaming with the R301 in ranked. A complete ranked grinder picked up by this E6 squad.
Love stories like that here too.
ガドまだいるです
Chance, E6.
でも
A lot of fans
ガドは
in this arena.
ガードの後ろはエレメントと
Trying
か
different things.
アライアンスいる
Absolutely love the energy. He has the Bloodhound Bangalore.
それ
and
ゆえに
Crypto are
ちょっ
gonna come in.
と
Well, Copperbox, you want an E6 listening?
ちょっとまずい
Come from the E6 squad. Let's go ahead and jump right into a listening with E6 led by Case Winning.
You're fine, you're fine. I think it's a team middle tree, they just low vaulted. I'm gonna look. Nice, nobody middle tree. What about this?
Ano pa? My cheerleader.
Yeah, just walk up middle tree already. Okay, I'm walking up. Yeah, it is a team on the right there.
E6
Careful, this team can angle for free, okay? They are after pop. Yeah, good. Careful on middle and feet, just check your eyes.
バイバイあばばばばれよ
One team is coming, play here, okay? We need to be
楽
careful
しんで
now.
くださいジンの配信
I'm gonna be running. No, I don't have one yet. It's a team on the ping. You see the ping, right? Yes, sir. It's a team here. Yeah. This team gonna move up on us.
EX6 今かいは感じ面白いな。確かに E6 の構成も変わった。また変わった。ちょっと待って。レブウォークやめた。
On this one IGL K20 switch back over to Space Station, who made their rotate through. They got Zanayo back, and SSG is back to a team of 3. Can they have a 96 Bulls-esque last dance here? Can they end it with the championship? This roster confirmed is breaking up after this event. Dropped, rumored to be going to Optic Gaming. Who knows what the future holds for Frexes and Zanayo?
Actually crazy. The guard, Rambo falling incredibly low. Landing right here. Keon also falling low, right in the line of sight of another team that's trying to hold the top end of that building. They find refuge inside of this truck right now. But TSM, GO, Ascent, the 3 squads that game already out as the guard is pulled out by the black hole. Keon gets knocked on the other side by another team. It's LG that are holding the high ground, and they're also in the line of sight of Space Station.
That's right, Space Station, LG, and Fnatic is right at the south side of Lava Siphon, putting pressure on the guard. Oh, and both numbers gonna go down. It's all looking up to the IGL in RKN with Crypto and is gonna immediately go for it. We'll see how he plays this. Could be risky. Could get immediately pinned. Is he gonna get he will. But will they survive is the question, because he's right on top of Fnatic. Wow, what a risky and ballsy.
いやでもどうする？どうしよう？どうしようどうしよう？うわー。またよりしいな。
That's a great point. Bonus points at this point for Fnatic. Why have a bold prediction that they will clutch up on match point right now? It's not looking too good. 3 points for them, 17th place, but a good game here. Can certainly turn that around. It's only 1 game in. Second game here. Just joining us, welcome to the ALGS Championship Sunday for the Split 1 playoffs. Fallout alongside Vicky Kitty. Onset, Gaskin, cast in the action here.
チーミングしチーミングしどういう意味ですか？チーミングしないよ。誰がチーミングしてる？
Getting caught by the wingman in the hands of Zanayo. Meanwhile, finds Rambo. He can't get away from another team.
Is that Zanayo or Hardeki circa 2019-20 with the wingman? Insane shots right there from Zanayo. Likely will get the res, will be that squad, but nonetheless, at least put some damage on them. But look at the zone here. Where the next zone is going to be. We have that intel. We want to give it to you. Which teams are right there. But right now it's Dark Zero Alliance E6. Well positioned. Moist on a late rotate here. They will find zone. They'll find some cover. Down to barely any help his ulti. He'll get heal back up.
Oh, and he gets stopped. He's getting griefed. It's not just a missile swarm. It's a sear tech as well, as Watsy's going to try to restabilize the shield. He doesn't have bigger meds. He doesn't have a shield back, and he gets taken out just as ESA get eliminated from this lobby.
Wow. ESA out, Moist falling. 2 members of Moist down. Dark Zero, it's going to be the former Apex South dominant team that eliminates Moist Esports from the competition. Down to 15 squads. Notice how stacked these lobbies are. Late game is so packed with teams, unlike any scrim and any preparation that these teams could put in. No one is pushing an early game here. Meanwhile, let's jump on board with XSET, the team that has dominated the North American region for the last year and a half since Team Liquid. They've been playing so good alongside TSM and NRG as the best teams in North America.
Guard baby going down right here in 15th. Back to the lobby as XSET C, the lone survivor of the guard, RKN, running for his life. Playing that KP, the guard get taken out. It's XSET. Look at the farm. You saw that they were pressuring out Rambo originally too with that charge rifle.
Yeah, and I thought that was a team of 3 right there. Yeah, there's just a rat in the guard. So nice job, good headshots right there. Good aim from Sykes. Controller, Demon. Played with Luda in Challenger Circuit last year. Who would have thought 1 year later he'd be playing on the main stage for a first place finish eventually.
It is a massacre of the skyward dives. It is a massacre out here. Every team that we've seen try to reposition with the skyward dive so far have been pressured out by the
Oh.
Currently Ziki getting taken out. EXO now down to 2. They
Oh,
won't be able to get that
patay
res as
siya.
Onika going to try to fully send and take advantage of that.
Yeah, just a great knockdown shields. Yeah, easy kill right there on Ziki. Shady picks it up. Shady and Rocky have been competing in the Apex South region for quite a few years now, but first time qualifying.
Oh,
Right now, drop.
Zenny-sama, Zenny-sama.
Tough fight. It's going to be a
うますぎ。
SSG's going to do it.
え、ゼニ様です。あ、ゼニ様じゃないんだけど。いやー、いやー、恐怖。わー、ファナティックだー。わー。
Yes, absolutely. With the Arcstar, Meltstera melting everybody out here as Space Station are trying to run away.
ファナティック最強。ファナティックやっぱりね。さすがにファナティック。FNC。FNC, wait. FNC win! FNC win!
Perform here with a Valkyrie. We'll see where they rotate to.
Look at Zenile just
FNC win! FNC win! あ、いや、ちょっと待って。ゼニ様まだ生きてるよ。ちょっと待って。ちょっと待って。ゼニ様まだ生きてるよ。
Oh, 2 other squads, 3 squads. The skies are looking congested out here. As Fnatic involved in a fight.
Fnatic いつからこっち行った？
EXO Clan can be eliminated in your kill feed, but Fnatic say E6. We don't care about your Rev Tane. We don't care about your new team comp with Crypto. We're gonna just push you. 2v2 now. Nice shots. Oh, the melt. Switches to the Havoc.
Oh, nice fight.
To the hands of Amphi. The rookie goes big.
E6 as the crowd goes wild for their support. We saw what they brought to the table in the last game. One of the most flexible squads out here as we see the chaos happening in the low-end buildings of the tree.
It's LG not looking good. LG's out. Mexico eliminated in 10th. SNG from just south. Oh, in South America, still alive. X sent down to just Nocturnal, the IGL for this team. What a shot, Artin.
Artin getting that finish onto
Oh, energy. Energy強。
They are fencing up the perimeter right now, playing for the late game. They see the Sear attack coming in over to their left.
Energy
they also have not only the RE45, but yeah, you can see the
ぐちゃぐちゃ。いや、そうだね。
playing this very patiently though.
今のロビーさ。
Oh, he beat them with the revved up rampage.
Let's jump right into Elicited with
あ、燃えてる燃えてる。
best team in this tournament so far.
We're getting AP'd. Go back up completely. Up here, I think.
Ayun yung comms nila.
Now we're fine. In here. Flash dead. Nice. I'm putting I need the armor swap. I need armor swap. I'm leaving it for you, Maddie. We're in another zero. We're fine. We're fine. Still in zone, boys. Not doing anything, but we are playing aggressive for kills here. Okay. I'm gonna peek below us again. Yo, I have a gen for you, Nate. I have a gen for. They're not here. They're not here. They're not here. Okay, okay. I'm popping another ultic cell. Yeah.
ウルトアクセル。
Yeah. Low ball and 40%. Great peeking stairs.
Oh, well played right there from NRG. Here, the great IGL.
Oh, Dark Zero, Dark Zero.
Championship that sweet wins or even places top 3. We've seen it before with NRG. They dominate the winners bracket final and then didn't show up in the championship final. This time,
Dark
a
Zero
different story is NRG is looking so good. Sweet is looking to prove that he is the best IGL in Apex Legends, but he's got to get through Hal and so many others. Hockey's
Jen Barton.
top IGLs in this competition. Looks like a share of more.
This is the way to do it right now.
Jen,
6 squads
Jen
left.
Barton.
Dark Zero, Sharky living up the land, by the way. Not a lot of heavy having to work, but it's not like he needs it. He gets the shot with the Senti. Takes care of Best, takes care of the last member as Team Singularity fall.
Talk about great IGLs. We take a look at Zero trying to show, hey, I might not talk a lot, I might not tweet a lot, but I'm here, Fallout. Nice job.
Nathan 死んだ
Zero, the IGL of Dark
どこから
Anti-Sharky watching it home. On board with Guild, on board with Sweet, team of 2. They lost 1 in that fight. I don't know what happened. I think it might have been a 3v2. Oh, full team of 3, D3 to 6, and they're going to push this. But Watson fences galore. It's a perimeter. Take a look here as NRG has to defend.
EF36 いやーエナルジーも死んでいるもう死んでいるよこの韓国人なは
Dark Zero, the back-to-back land champions, looking to cement their dynasty with a 3rd championship win in a row. If they do that, Zero is the unprecedented best in-game leader in Apex and Dark Zero in dynasty.
creating a record.
ダークゼロやばくないこれ。やばい 3v3 だ。いや 3v3。今 3v3 だね。
It comes down to a game of arenas on a unique new map called the Tree. Mandy, Yuki,
やばい熱すぎる今の。
and the level designers at Respawn.
マンディのポジション強すぎる。おんな神アークじゃん。
To make the quick rotation. Yeah, they give the slight high ground, but that's fine. They get beamed by Yuki with a charge rifle in his hand. Deadly combination right now, and I like the off angles that we're seeing from Alliance. Mandy also holding on to the high ground.
That's right. Dark Zero decides to take low ground here. They play the wide right angle. The zone's pretty central, but look at the high ground is the advantage for Mandy. He's gonna beam. The PK shot connects, but he gets melted. He's gonna be out of the fight temporarily. This is the chance for Dark Zero to heal up or neutralize.
ダークゼロホライゾンないですか？
Hockey's gonna follow up with some good damage. Gets the second knock. They get a third. Hockey's.
Oh my Alliance. Oh my.
Look at Yuki's pop up. Look at him hype up the crowd. Everybody goes crazy. Everybody stands up in the crowd.
Oh my god. いや
The brotherhood of this squad. Pierre has not gotten nearly enough recognition as the new coach of this team. The impact he has made has been profound. Former member of Flavor of the Month, Virtus Pro Pierre, a champion of the summer circuit with that squad, Taylor and Knopf back then, competing against Hockey's now, coaching him. There he is behind him. And what a celebration, what a win from left to right. Andy, Hockey's, and Yuki.
Absolutely love the emotion from this team.
Doon ka mag-give up ng ego mo
The
lang.
entire weekend, you saw the confidence, and they are bringing everything to the table right now. Alliance taking that second game. In that first game, they did drop in 10th. They only got 1 KP. So this is huge here for them to get that confidence, to build up that gap.
Yeah, they're undoubtedly going to take first place from that, right? 10 plus a massive high kill game. Great job overall from Alliance. That's what they needed here in this game, too, to get themselves the lead, get closer to match point, itching closer and closer to that 50-point threshold to unlock match points. Go ahead and throw it to the desk to break it down.
Fallout Vicky Kitty, thank you so much for the hype. Copperbox Arena, make some noise for the game so far. It has been a fun one indeed. Match point off to a scintillating start, if I do say so myself. Rain Day, Monsoon, Tiff, and Gino on the desk.
やっぱり確かにねみんなアライアンスは3人キーマンアライアンスだけですか？
Yeah, it's not often you get to see two
キーマンのチーム
battle it out in the end, especially like two teams.
EF も
But
3人
we
キ
saw
ーマン
the
です
zone
か？
kind of shift towards the south. It was interesting to see it pull a tree instead of launch site there. I think one thing to definitely note and think about was the fight of
Good
Blue's
guy,
energy
team
on
out
the
team
building
ありますか？
getting picked off early. Unfortunately,
Fun,
but there is
go,
something to be said about the duo buff, right? Guild still having the RE45, and unfortunately E36 couldn't make it clean enough, so they got swept.
Fun go
by Dark Zero.
E30.
And then it turned into a 3v3.
Alliance.
Of course,
DF?
Alliance definitely had the upper ground closer
DF キーマン
toward
です
the
か？
end zone.
す
And
げえ
Dark Zero
な。
trying to find their way around the left and the right side to see if they can get any advantageous picks or
みんな
damage.
の
But, you know, Alliance come out on top. It was definitely close there, but we saw some incredible shots from Hakas.
Tiff, you saw the hype that Yuki had, the hype that Alliance had, the hype the building had here when that win went off. What do you think that means for Alliance's chances here? We know it's going to mean a lot of points, but can this be their day?
I mean, this is showing that they already have what it takes to get that rotation and take that isolated 3v3 at the end. But you just have to position
日
yourself
本
well
の
enough
ツイッター
throughout
トレ
the
ンド
game,
ギリ
withstand
ッ
the
ペ
other
感じ感じ
19 insane teams in the lobby to make that happen. And they're doing just that. Then you talk about the clutch factor, right? We know Yuki's got it. We've seen him go that 1v1 against Hal. Everyone loved it. The internet loved it. But also Mandy has the ability to stand cold as well. We even saw him celebrate a little in Breakout Pathfinder yesterday. So he's been doing really well picking up that horizon and adjusting to that as well.
Dark Zero's been phenomenal, Genome. You've seen them so much, probably more than anyone else, even outside of the clan, in terms of the way they structure their fights, and they like to swing wide and take that space and force you in. This time it was Alliance doing it back to them. Just an unfortunate spot for Dark Zero to be in.
Yeah, it was. You saw after Dark Zero cleaned up on the inside here in the building, by the time they pulled out there, Alliance had already taken those vantage points on several sides of them. and they just really had all the sidelines they needed to win that fight. I mean,
いや
as
こ
soon as
れ
I saw that,
マジ
honestly,
最悪
as
だ
much as I love the boys, I was like,
エクソ
it's
かわい
kind
そ
of
う
over before it started there. Yeah, I
ど
love you.
ドロ
But it
ド
was-
さ
it
ん
was
ド
an
さん
interesting, yeah, really
うわ
start to
ド
the
さん
fight.
重
And
要
start to the
い
entire
き足
game, though,
ア
as
ク
well.
足
You saw like the sort of reversal of
ファナティック
traffic
強
to everyone
いい時
funneling
期
into
強すぎる
launch side through the chokes there. You know, and those chokes we were talking about it with Monsoon in the green room. You know, they're so important to fight over. But once the zone swung back, and this is the second time in a row we've seen it, this crazy World's Edge pulls. All of a sudden they've just got to retread all the ground they just went over, and that changes everything completely. Because the Lions, they wouldn't have thought they were in the best position. But
いやでも
once
NRG
it swung back to
2v3
tree, all them.
And you know that high ground
強
too,
いね
being able to play on this rock was so crucial for Mandy because he just had sight. He was able to get the damage off and then just creep back.
NA っ
so that no one else
て
could fire
本
on
当
him and
に
get
感
that
じ
shield
感
battery
じや
and come
感
back
じ
to the
感じ
fight.
やして
And
く
you
れや
mentioned it, Tiff. Yuki, the passion on his face right there, encouraging the crowd to get going. And you could tell they feel
何
that this is their moment. Alliance, they have been denied of a playoff win. They have been denied of so many championship wins, so many LAN wins. When people thought they were a favorite, it does feel like something is different this time around, Tiff.
I mean, something is definitely different. They have so much to fight for. They want to hoist that trophy up, and they have so much support all around them here in the stadium, back at home, just everything that they are fighting for. They want to prove that they're best. And Hackis up there, the IGL of that team, really knows how to utilize their abilities and position, even bringing in the sub, right, of Mandy, position him to be the best of his self and what he can bring to elevate Hackis and Yuki.
And what a nice situation.
何
to
が
be
起こっ
able
てる
to
今
lose a young star who's maybe taking over the league in effect and not be able to be here, and then to have Mandy sub in such experience and LAN experience. I mean, that's maybe the best sub Alliance could have hoped for.
Oh, absolutely. Mandy has been a dominating player from the start. And honestly, I'm really pleased to see him back on stage, having fun, being himself, and winning. So
いや確かにそうダークゼロも NA だダークゼロとか
and one of the more winningest
NRG とか
Mandy going to content creation.
もう一
Wouldn't it be ironic if
と
as a sub of
は
Alliance he actually wins
NA
his
ですか
first LAN?
And it's so
もう一個
strange
NA で
that
すか
Apex has this history now of these super subs, right?
Right.
Like how have we got so many amazing players that are just ready and
じゃ
available
あ
to play when LAN rolls around? I mean, you know, JMW winning in
ガードと
Sweden,
か
Rambo almost going all the way over in Rally, and now we've got Mandy potentially looking to, you
e
know,
スポ
make
ー
it
ツアリ
3
ーナ
out
と
of
か
3.
I would love the story. It's a great one. Alliance, though, are going to be the ones to have to make us tell it by winning again. They still have a few points before their match point, though. Let's watch back that final circle that got us here.
あ ALGS
with them
と
most likely
Exit だ
on top
ね
of the leaderboard. Stats
その
and
後
scores coming up just after this. But look at that. Dark Zero not in a great position. You had mentioned it, Monsoon. Walk us through this final fight.
yeah, it's kind of difficult for Dark Zero to approach this 3v3. There's not a lot of time left. Obviously, the building that they were in is on
Yes,
low ground Alliance.
yes,
Having the center zone or the
Did it say
end
that?
zone closer towards them, they have the verticality difference. And while it is difficult to shoot down, shooting up's definitely a
なんで
little bit
知らねえ
easier
よ
for sure. But we see here Mandy almost
みんな
falling, but being able to
最
pop
近
a bat
Apex
while Yuki
レジェンド
tries to
全
trade
然見てな
aggression
い
here, getting some damage is not a lot. But Hawkes on the left side, really opening it up for them, doing a lot of damage, flying back. And unfortunately for DZ, it's just not going to be enough. Hawk is making a lot of value.
And actually, the EVA 8, which I do not prefer, I think a lot of people kind of prefer the Peacekeeper right now. The EVA 8, the reason he got that final finish, because he needed that couple of shots in a row quickly before the Valk was able to get around the corner and get another
カナダ
back
に
off.
2
That
月
was
の
kind of a perfect storm for them, but also
2
the
日
tag team, the energy that they were able to have. Manny gets low,
ま
and then
で
all of a sudden
カ
Yuki
ナダ
comes
に
in,
戻
and
れ
Hockey
ます
shows up.
And you're also seeing the difference between the comps there, right? I mean, sure, they had high ground to start with, but the Horizon, that gave them the opportunity to be able to get up on the rock, where you see Dark Zero taking the longest path around because they know they have to get up there to try and challenge Alliance, and that's the only way they can get there, by using their feet.
Yeah, that is one of those things that when
は
you get to a team
これ
that,
は
and
彼
we've seen this
女
before,
のせいじゃない
certain teams kind of end
なん
up in that
か
final
昔
circle in
に
this tournament, in this day, like
と
more often than not. So you're fighting kind of similar comps. If you have an
極
issue
め
with
た
comps that
時
are
に
continually able to get high ground over you, you're gonna have to figure out very quickly
ALGS
how you're gonna
の
play that. Whether it's
プ
pushing
ロ
the
シ
pace
ーン
before they have
全
a
然
chance
見て
to,
ない
or whether it's finding a way to react to somebody
視野
that's
の
possibly gonna have an advantage every time you go against
なん
them.
か
Yeah, I mean, you just think, especially on World's Edge. Now, granted,
プロをやってないなんかプロをやってないから見えない
Hey, maybe, but the horizon, right? You can utilize the grab lift, you said, for the rock as well, but especially on World's Edge when you're in and around thermal station, if zones tend to end there and out by climatizer, and you're already on the ground, you don't have a horizon in your comp. Maybe you're playing a valveless comp, which we've seen throughout the year. You are stuck. Like, you are just like, all right, look, I guess I better get my rock climbing gear on because I'm going up. But no, and that zone starts to close. That is not how you want to go down here.
Philippines.
It pays off well.
Let's take a look at the standings. We do have the results for match 2. It is Alliance with a 22-point win, 12 replacement points. And if you're a fan watching at home, just add that 12 if they're first, and however many kills they've got great UI. Philippines. Kind of get to this before sometimes.
もしフィリピンのパスポート弱くないならフィリピンに住んでいます。
Gotta talk to them in a decent game by NRG. Not a great one, but decent 5 points. Let's get to page 2 and run through these. Space Station
俺のコメント見えないんか。
bottom 10 to have 6 kills. Fnatic as well.
見えない。
Very, very good signs for those teams. And a team, TSM, we've been talking about Ascent, who would be talking about Esports Arena, who's in our top 5, really not showing up after this. As we take a look at the series results, you'll see a little reaction to this Genome Alliance on top now.
Yeah, I mean, we had the bottom 2 from the last game, from the first game. Sorry, top 2 from the first game, bottom 2 from the last game.
それだからさ、カナダになんかカナダのテストをパスしたらそろそろカナダ人になります。
So hotly contested and still not many teams being able to separate themselves from the pack. Only Alliance.
All right, I'm going to tell you exactly why I picked Alliance to win this whole thing. And it's down to the fact that in this bracket, they were able to get their win on World's Edge. So talking about the map rotation, they got enough points on World's Edge. They just need 18 on 2 maps of Stormpoint, and then we're going right back to World's Edge, where they already have the ability to get a win. So that's why I picked Alliance. I broke it all down by the maps, and I think they can do it again.
So it's a statistical guarantee, essentially. You're trying to say the data has driven you to this
I didn't do any math.
Oh, no math. Okay.
No math associated with that, just the fact that they won.
Yeah, me neither. All right, it's time to get into game
日本の
3.
パ
Let's
ス
see
ポ
if
ー
Alliance can
ト
continue on their streak. We've got 2 casters
みんな
ready to kick
日
it off.
本
Let's get
日
into
本
it.
人じゃないなら
About to begin
日
here
本の
live.
パスポートを
Thank you so much, Rain Day, and
もらいません。
everyone in the arena. Make some
無理
noise
で
as
す。
we get ready for game
まあ
number
無理
3.
じゃないんだけ
And
ど
EU currently on top of the leaderboards by a margin. Fallout alongside Vicky Kitty, and I hate to say it, but I told you so with the Alliance prediction.
Okay, hold on. I know Alliance has been popping off. I love watching Yuki also find his stride. We saw him popping off throughout the entirety of the weekend. The rest of the Alliance squad, Hockey's coming in clutch. Now we move on to Stormpoint, though, Fallout. Right. We got to talk about the consistency between some of these teams, moving between World's Edge and Stormpoint, since it's not going to be like the usual. We got 2 maps
みん
on
な
World's Edge,
日
2
本
maps
人
on
になれ
Stormpoint,
る
vice versa
の
before switching.
方
That's
は
right. Talk to me a little bit, Vicky. What are some teams that tend to thrive on Stormpoint? The obvious one is Xset dropping Cascade Falls and Center Map, right?
Yeah, so right now, I believe we have 4 teams actually in total that have 2 wins on Stormpoint throughout the course of the weekend, throughout playoffs right now. We have Dark Zero, Ascent, GO, and Exit. The other teams that haven't found a win on here, obviously it's just been 1 win so far. So we've been finding more of that success, that consistency on World's Edge. Now, could it be just the comfort pick for some of these teams since they have a lot more time on World's Edge? That's the question, or is it the compositions that we've been seeing some of these teams rock when it comes to Edge comps?
That's one of the best kind of macro storylines of the competition is you have to perform on both. Some teams are better than others on certain maps. Will Cascade Broken Moon or other maps potentially be added to the rotation? We'll find out. I love the fact that we have 2 maps at least for now, compared to the old days of 6 games of World's Edge. But here we
ランドマーク
go.
ファイトはあります
Flying
か
across World's Edge, a very even drop line for these teams. As we jump in to the last and final game, the Antenna Hot Zone is going to come through. That's going to be for Enter Force 36, the squad from APAC North.
Seeing where our teams are going to get settled.
まあみんな今の彼女ってさ俺に10人の彼女できるよ 10人
We have amazing loot, and now we see exactly where the circle is going to be taking us. RKN, we see no time to spend that beacon too.
Yeah, that's right. So a couple things to help everyone understand here. Obviously, throughout the weekend, we've seen a lot of early aggression, a lot of contests. These teams truly did not want to give up their drop spot. But now, it's 20 teams. It's a grand final lobby. These all teams have a handshake agreement to say where you're dropping. No early contests. No one's going to leave it to a 50-50. So as a result, you won't see any early game fights. So instead, let's talk a little bit about what we can see in terms of rotations. Couple things. Here's where the zone's going. Well, very central, slightly west. This is the exit sweet spot zone. They have the replicator. Expect them to craft up. Immediately rotate. Rambo RKN and Keon, well, a team that likes to early rotate as well, and a great IGL and zone predictor. He's got the algorithms figured out so incredibly well in RKN. Expect them to early rotate. Look how fast they've left Jurassic Park. They ain't gonna farm no prowlers.
Absolutely love it here too. I like how you highlighted the guard. This is one of the teams right alongside EXO that have the most wins in this lobby throughout the course of the league.
Guard Owen Guard
で
ですか？それって何？
Point, unlike EXO, who found all their wins on World's Edge. So with this quick rotation, wondering where they're going to be rotating around by this south side of that rock. They're going to be posted up right behind
ガードも
and you already know Ascend's going to settle down with the Watson fences.
ちょっと待って。
Scan that beacon for free.
やばいやばい。ファン。やめた方がいいです。
But look at this, the guard, just like last first game at least.
見せて
I think that was the gravity cannon. Yes, it was. Oh my God! Finally, it comes down to a skirmish. Arcan last alive. Sungjun down to 10 HP. Arcan can clutch this. No, he's gonna get taken out. The guard is eliminated by Fun 123. Former AD Raccoon Squad. Does Ascend decide to join the fun? Pun intended.
They lose out on Grampe here though, and this is Ascend
Pun
to be able to try to take advantage. They saw it right in front of their eyes, but understanding that the third party is immediately try to restabilize. Grampe is going to be able to get inside the safety of this building, and currently with Fun walking away with that early KP, it's insane that we were just talking about the guard, how they wanted to settle into their position, but the gravity cannon, that yeet cannon, allowing Fun to cut off the rotation.
ファンってさ、嘘でしょ。Oh my god!
Use the ratting to success. Oh my goodness. Fun 123, a quick 5 KP. They take out 2 teams from the lobby.
Let's not forget that they landed brother. That's how they're going to use the gravity cannon to get all the way over here.
これはファンの場所だ。
Already starting the game with the first circle just closing in with 6 KP.
Yung sa lugar na to eh na.
In a grand final, being nervous, saying let's just craft up, let's take our time.
Fun Owen してます。
Maybe they did their homework. I would assume they did their homework.
Fun Owen してますみんな。
And caught them tripping and slipping. Quick KP, quick kills. I mean, I love what I'm seeing out of Fun. This is just insane from the former AD Raccoon, great team from Korea.
Cutting them off right here. Like it's traffic. And you have to talk about also, you know, this is the squad that likes to run the Valkyrie, the Purple, the Seer. They also had the Beacon, so they were able to get that immediately too. As we see TSM rocking the double purple, Verho still with the blue. They're getting shot at. They're on the high ground right now. They also have the Beacon right in front of them, but they have to see which of the squads that are playing low ground. And I wanted to try to shoot at them from behind.
Hindi pa naman lasing.
Only 4 APAC North teams qualified of the 10.
Yeah.
3 out of 4
Euriece Owen ユリス応援してこと漢字すぐ死んでそうだねみんななんかさガードいや
Love how you highlight that, you know, just breaking down all the regions
そうだねみんな
made it into the finals, and it has 8 teams
なんかさ
out of 10 in this finals.
RKN とランボのチームのチーミング時にファイナル出ないランボと RKN 応援してないファイナル出るファイナルで応援してますもう死んだ何やこれ
Our good friend Genome likes to say
ガード嫌いガード応援してない今
And guess who's on top? TSM, who says we are the mechanical greats. Imperial Hal gets some initial damage, and TSM is going to reset here. And this is so scary because this could easily be third party, especially for TSM on high ground.
Wondering if the other squads in the area also seeing the Seer ult
みんな応援するのチーム早く死んでいるお TSM うわえ
Rep's gonna get knocked. 2v2. Look who comes through! And then eliminates one. Can he get the second? Last number alive.
Let's go into a quick TSM listening while they try to clean up this fight.
おーパッドになったねお前ハル TSM! TSM!
Go boys. Hold presence on roof. I'm popping. There's nobody.
Points na to, diba?
Nobody can kill us on H! Yes sir, baby.
26 na yung alliance.
Good job. Ultic South, take this, Jordan. Pump this shit right now. I gotta wait. Yeah, let me know when I
Ah.
Pump the Ultic South first, just in case you get thirded.
あちょっと待ってやばいやばい TSM 応援してない
32.
32. So 18 points na lang. Tapos, kapag nanalo ulit sila.
Listen in with TSM right there. If we can pull up the map side by side and show you TSM play, right? It's a smart play because it's such a third-partyable building. But take a look, no one's nearby. So nice shot from TSM clearing that fight.
Mina,誰が応援してますか?
Because teams are so focused on early rotates in these very stacked lobbies. You got to rotate early to get positioning. If you don't, you're going to be left with no home and no place to play. TSM opting for a hard edge playstyle here, despite not having a replicator to craft at the wall. They're going to go down to Cascade Falls likely and craft here soon. We got to be careful for Singularity and NRG nearby.
Yeah, NRG going to be rotating away from checkpoint, their usual POI.
じゃあ、俺が誰、
out there for them to
ど
also
こ
use.
に応援してま
Talked
す
about
か?
it earlier, but
俺
it's that sniper 4x8 scope that is available, as well as the purple sniper mag to work with, and the Moby. The Moby is in the weekly rotation. It does change out later today, but it's nice to know for some of these teams that like to take their time to rotate into the circle, boost up their evil shields with the replicator. We see the where the circle's going to be taken as Fnatic get the crack.
Oh, I like this end game. Interesting fight to say the least. One quick note on the map before we let it go. Fun. Take a look at Fun right now. They're still in the same exact location on the opposite side of that heat cannon. They're going to be ready to gatekeep this next zone. So they're just holding that same positioning is Fun. And I guarantee a fight will likely ensue as teams are going to rotate through. Right now on board with Fnatic. Getting some long-range beams, just leveling up their Evo shield at this point. This is the squad. EXO and Singularity with a 3v3 here in Jurassic Park. Big fight here, and whoever wins this fight, well, guess what? You got to fight the final boss in Fun 1, 2, 3 right after, potentially.
Especially after leaving this choke point. That's why I really love the positioning that Fun is holding. They're just looking to gatekeep all these other squads that are going to be rotating from this eastern side of the map. Singularity, finding some demons with the Havoc currently right now. Trying to funnel him into moving towards the left. Going to be able to now move over to the side, but they see the charge rifle coming from
EXO もう死んでいるよ。
It's another squad getting mixed up in the fray. It's Space Station.
That's right. SSG drops launchpad, took their time on rotate, probably went through antenna to get some crafting materials. Meanwhile, they're now making their way through. It's a 3-team fight, and guess who the meat of the sandwich is? It's EXO, the team from Thailand. Killapose gets knocked first to the hands of Besk. Long range against support player, likes to get his hands in as many marksman rifles as he can. A nice nade from Zanao gets the second.
What a terrible situation for EXO to be in. They get cleaned up, like you mentioned, Fallout.
ゼニ様マジでイケメンね。
Basically out here, Space Station are going to continue on the domination, continue on the pressure with the charge rifle. Singularity say, okay, you know what? They took care of EXO. We're going to move back. We made a lot of noise, and NRG are on the other side of this cover from TSM.
We got an NRG versus TSM battle. It's a clean 3v3, no risk of third party in sight. This will be a pure fight between the two greatest teams in North American history.
Let's jump into a quick listen in with NRG to see how they're going to be able to play this fight.
There's 2 there and there's 1 on the left. I have 60 on the horizon. Swinging hard left, Valk. He's still on the tree. There's still 2 over here.
18 answer.
Hard left, still swinging left.
Should I like run up this
They
left?
QQ'd me on the right.
This Joe. I'm gonna come up. Maybe one on this guy on the left.
I got both of them. He's on the right over here.
Okay. 40 on him.
お、もうバレちゃった。
Look for this guy, please. This Valk.
Yeah, he's head glitching around. I just got cracked 2. I'm batting. They're gonna move up off this.
I'm gonna bang on.
Use
Bang
this
on
Q. I'm gonna seal on the building.
I'm backing up. I'm backing up the gas. They're running into my bang. They're running into my bang.
They're inside. They're gonna
I'm here, Nate. They're gonna have to be in the building. Stop!
I'm getting charged from the back. I'm batting.
Push to me. Push to my field. Push to my field.
He's canceling my heal. He's canceling my heal. Please look for me. They're gonna peek me. They're gonna peek me. Use your digi. On the roof.
40 on Valk. Stair 90. Keep pushing to me.
I'm on the door.
They're getting thirded. They're getting thirded.
I'm cracked. I'm one shot.
いや
I'm gonna kill the Valk.
Hey, you're alive.
No.
I'm
落ちてるだ。
Guys, the Valk's 20 feet. The Valk's 20 feet.
I have to heal, sweet. I'm ripping a med kit.
He's trying to get an armor swap. He can't kill me.
Alright, we gotta leave this.
Yeah.
おー。
I'm running gas. I'm running to you too. Run to go. Just run your own.
What a fight
Oh
and
my
a view
God.
into a great rivalry.
TSM,
on top this
man.
time as Nathan gets caught, but I love the comms from Nathan. Yeah, he went down. I'm sure he'll call that a mistake. But ultimately, never his fault. He said, look for me, I need help. But then he started pushing a 1v1, I think, against Gilderson. So I think that was a clean, or sorry, Verhulst. I think that was a clean 1v1 between Verhulst and Nathan. Verhulst on top, perhaps? Because it sounded like he had confidence. He said, I got Valk. But of course, we didn't see it from his perspective. So that's just speculation.
It was the situation of TSM forcing Nathan to also drop down in there too, because he was left behind, like you said, the cancel on the heel came out. They tried to push him on the high ground because they knew the rest of NRG had already rotated inside. So he tried to call it out early. Now NRG having to play as not a full squad currently, as TSM are going to be able to come out on top.
And I can't think of any other reason that Nathan decides to challenge
Lagi siyang walang bala.
other than a clean 1v1.
Hindi lang siya naglulot ng matino. Ayun talaga yung
Not sure why Nathan decided to push that fight with such confidence.
He was forced off the high ground.
Lagi siya
He
naubusan.
was holding door, but then he
Right to
ended up
amo.
initiating a fight. So again, we'd love to take a look at his perspective. Of course, watch it back at some point. But nonetheless, shoulda, woulda, coulda. TSM on top in the 3v3 for now, but nice shot by NRG, just kind of
今のアンチどこですか？どこに入った？
TSM maybe wanted to go for the replicator and checkpoint, but we know that NRG take all their time right there
あー、
to
ガ
not
ード
only
ま
use the
た
replicator to boost
信
up
じ
their own
や
evil
ってる。
shields,
そう
but they were caught in the middle of the rotation
20だっ
after
た。
they just left checkpoint 2.
Let's take a look at the map here, because one
ガ
important
ー
note,
ド
look at Alliance. Are they gonna, they're in zone
事
right now.
件
They're going to rotate through the tunnel all the way to checkpoint, which is exactly what TSM did. TSM likely went to checkpoint to craft, ran into NRG, won that fight. They're not aware that Alliance is behind them, though. Meanwhile, NRG and Fnatic, the bottom left of your screen, find themselves in a skirmish with Fnatic gatekeeping deep in zone. This is so interesting. So much zone play right now, Vicky.
Fnatic get the res as NRG were on the back edge. Remember, respawn is inside of the replicator. That's important to note, as Fnatic are going to go for the reset, go for the skyward dive, immediately try to get into the circle. They are getting beamed, though, by a charge rifle in the distance, trying to find a safe place to spot, or rather land here on top of the building.
お、やばいやばい。
Teaming
TSM
here,
vs
yes, with the
Fnatic
zero,
だ。
they get that information.
That's right. Alliance Valkyrie ulted, by the way, so keep that in mind. They're close by. Fnatic, TSM,
いや、
Fnatic
これ
got the
は
res in zone.
これは
So deep, but they know NRG's there as well. This is an interesting fight because both teams are aware of NRG coming from the north, and they have to be extra cautious. Wow. TSM on bottom, Fnatic up top with NRG nearby. And NRG is just going to want to play this from afar and poke damage as opposed to all-in fight.
Nothing to see here as NRG are going to rotate away from the line of sight of this fight. Nostera is going to be able to restabilize with the shield bat. Coming up right on top of
Fnatic to TSM
all the other teams know the location. What's going on here?
NRG is pretty close to this fight, and TSM is the most vulnerable, so expect an NRG potential third party on TSM. TSM needs to back out of the spot. Fnatic's all in. They recognize it. Here comes the push. Oh my goodness, Matsutas! Melts TSM eliminated from the lobby. Oh, boys, for TSM. Nice shot from Fnatic. So well played with NRG now having an opportunity. Third party, UCAF goes down to TSM, so now NRG decides to take it.
This is absolutely huge because NRG recognized the situation, and like you called out Fallout, they wanted to get out of this whole thing so that way they can
いや、で
time
も
the
こ
third
う
party.
し
Now
て
this
起こ
2v2
し
is
た
very
ら
doable here for
エナジ
NRG.
ー信じてる。
Who immediately pops a
いや、
shield
終わ
back.
り。
The res came through for
Energy
Fnatic.
死んだ。
Zone's closing in though. And Sweet and NRG are gatekeeping, but only as a team of two.
ヘビアームない。
Nice
あ、で
damage
も
with the flatline
ファナティ
long
ッ
range.
クこのチーム
Sweet,
デ
one of the
ュオ
kill
だ
leaders up the
知らない
lobby.
から
And the damage is going to come through. Look at
こ
the
の
ball
方
in
い
hand. He's going to
い
push
ない
through.
ね。
Oh my god, it fell.
Oh
Sweet dreams.
All he needs is that last bullet before having to reload at the very end. He doesn't have any more heavy
Oh,
ammo,
no.
but he doesn't need it. He's got the digi threat right through the Bangalore smoke. He's dancing, he's moving, and now it's up to Gil to close it out before third party goes in.
Sweet did enough, but unfortunately the third party was there. Singularity wisely pushes through. So now Singularity is going to come and try and eat the food that was already chewed by Sweet Dreams and NRG. Archin pushing wide left, and then SNG gets to capitalize. All the KP goes to them, with the exception of the 2 KP that NRG probably tried to pick up. But of course,
何が起こってるこっ
Singularity
ち。
profits.
They'll take the leftovers. It's all fine as exit. Also deletes one Lahoo player on the other side. Alliance getting taken out in the lobby. 8 squads left.
What an interesting story point here. A lot more aggressive than the last 2 games on World's Edge. We still have 2 more rings here.
炎上。
And only 8 teams remaining. Xset gets to take a moment to chill. Hit the reset button. Take a look at the leaderboards. Esports Arena still alive. And I have to take a
ダー
moment to
ク
give a
ゼ
shout
ロ
out
の場所
to
さ。
Esports Arena.
アンチどこ
They
で
don't
す
get
か？
enough recognition. Phonyhead, one of the few players left, I think the only player left with a full-time job in cybersecurity while playing Apex professionally, announced recently that he just recently decided to quit his full-time job, pursue Apex full-time, pursue his dream, which is amazing. Oh, and by the way, he's getting married on Monday. Shout out to Phonyheads in the crowd erupts to that one. Shout out to Phonyhead's wife, her future wife, Beyonce. What a great way to celebrate a win in the ALGS with a big old party with all his friends and family.
これは ESA のいや違う SNG の SNG のチャンピオンかな。
Cody, who they were originally going to try and pick up instead of Luda. And now Cody, in his first ever event, 22 years old from Akron, Ohio, also a cybersecurity student full-time.
Also having the opportunity to be on the spotlight right now, to be on this big stage for ESA. You're gonna back up. You can currently see the flatline with that gold extended heavy mag already automatically.
やばいやばい。ESA 後ろと前いるか
They do
ら。
not want to put themselves in a position where they're gonna get sandwiched and Phony falls low.
いやピンチピンチ。
That's right. And right now they're sandwiched between SNG and XSET. One member goes down, it's Phonyhead, they're IGL, they're hard IGL. He does the macro and the micro. It's a lot of pressure for him. Really used to IGL tripods, but now just gets to frag.
Let's jump into a listen with ESA while they get the res on top of Phony.
South, I'm looking south. We're fine, we're fine. We're completely fine, boys. We're fine. If anything, there might be a team down low.
Watch your back.
Yeah,
I want to get space.
Yeah,
I want to get space here. I want to get space here.
Go for it.
There's no one there. There's no one there.
Okay.
Scan.
I'm coming over you. We need to make sure I think you might want to watch our back, Phony, with scan.
Yeah, I'm watching it. You guys are
full team here.
Okay,
I'm looking with you. I need a lot of damage. Crack two.
That's all you guys.
Steer weak.
Look at the watch in that corner. Do you have
nading her. Look for
watch that kid.
いいグレか。
He's got Kraber. That's all you guys.
ダークゼロですかあいつら。
I almost killed him, bro. 110.
They should be getting looked at by another team, but I don't think they are. I think they're still there.
誰かな
I think they're just
これパッド。いや、コーディさ、キーマウだ。
I think they're still there, Luna.
コーディは
If you could get
キ
KP,
ーマ
that'd
ウ
be。great.
I think there's hard fighting at the building.
Is that team full safe on height?
It was 70. Oh no, I got a full. I killed two
ダ
inside.
ークゼロ死んだ。
There's one team here now. It's a Watson Vout team.
That's fine.
One team here too.
Can we start pressuring this team over here? Can we start looking at
Yeah,
this
probably.
team?
Yeah. They were getting shot at from the southwest. We're good. One
Let's
guy
look to
is
pressure
like
this
right.
team. Let's look to pressure this team.
Okay, one guy is on my yellow ping. Okay.
That guy's on a really good head glitch, bro. That guy's on a really good head glitch.
Where's the guy in the? And what are your guys' med count looking like?
I'm pretty sure we should just aim.
Love that look into ESA's culture, which is really Cody flying around making plays, and all three of them contributing to the vibes and the callouts for the squad. What they did not have with Capra. The vibes were down. This time around, well, Cody is certainly delivering for the squad.
I see you getting the Kraber shot in the feed there too. Moist playing off the low ground while Onyx have the high ground currently. They have the natural cover of the smoke grenade too, as Shady is going to be able to restabilize. Just the combo for the storm. Skyward dive coming into the sky. That's going to be ESA trying to find a spot in this very small circle.
That's right. Right below Onyx right now is Moist, the two Apex South teams. The teams that like to rotate and play very placement heavy. Most placement heavy teams in this lobby are in God spot right now with the win condition is Onyx in my eyes. High ground, and they can get some KPA on the gatekeep.
Oh no, ESA sandwich
now the
here.
boy steals it.
Yeah,
ESA
no
capitalize.
They're also playing on that low ground edge, trying to get out of the line of sight of Onyx. They get taken out. ESA out of this lobby in 5th. 4 squads left right now. You got Moist, Onyx, Exet, and Team Singularity.
Can you believe it? One North American rat.
Exit soloだね。
Take a look. He's been here before in Pro League. He's doing it again. Singularity South America has no idea he's there, I don't think. And I don't know if they think they were a Searless team comp. So they won't get
Nocturnal,
one South American team, 2 Apex South teams, 1 NA team left.
Besk is on the zero, but the issue is in this situation, Fallout, is that Nox is playing off an angle where Singularity put themselves out in the open. They put themselves into the line of sight of both Moist and Onyx, so they have to play off the natural cover and walk the little cliffside to their left and the pillboxes.
I think you can get second. Ni ikeru
I'd love to take a battle back to the player point of view
minna.
and see where the zone's going to close in on. Yeah, they see him. They get the intel from
なんかさ、お肉
Down
の
this lobby here in just a moment.
お肉、あー、い
Zone
や
closes. Take a look.
い
Zone's
や
going to close central circle. Look at the top left of your screen where that line is
バレちゃった。
pulling is where the zone's going to close to. It's not always center.
Rolling Thunder coming in, trying to call out.
And he's using it on a solo. I think he's
Yeah.
trying to get
に
the
いけそうみんな。
Why is this
お
It's Singularity.
肉とモイスやれるね。
The
やれる
Rolling
の。
Thunder coming
や
in.
れる
Yep,
ぞ。
trying to get that information too. Puts down the Zero as the Rolling Thunder is going to put in a lot of damage, having to pop that shield back.
Pops the shield back perfectly timed right when the Rolling Thunder hits. Here comes Onyx.
Yeah,
Takes the
違う。
elimination quickly. And now going to push right through. Immediately rotates, tries to take the 3v3 against Singularity. They want to slow play this because Singularity is sandwiched between Moist.
Moist versus Onyx right now. Shady falling low, having to reset right now. I like the way they're playing this patiently, playing off the side of the rock. They're not trying to fully send it because you see the Watson fence is set up here too. Moist is playing that composition with the Crypto, with the Watson and the Valkyrie. Meanwhile, Singularity with the Bangalore Smokes, the Valkyrie and the Seer.
And they got the res on Artin after he got knocked by a sniper from Moist. Artin popping a Phoenix kit back to full. It's a full-blown 3v3 for the final game, fourth circle.
Singularity now trying to find a way to move in, playing with their backs against the circle right now. This is so intense. They have the pillboxes. Who's going to try to fully send it in? It's Singularity versus Onyx.
That's right, Artin going to get some good damage here. Elysium, no shields to his name. Shield broken for the opponents. Crypto Drone's going to get eliminated. And one and the damage is done. Almost gets the knock. Is Artin.
That EMP would have been absolutely huge too here. They may have wanted to hold it for the Seer ult, but Moist now with Watsy taking it off angle. Just covering everything.
Onyx desperately going to Valk Q to the sky.
No, we got knocked.
MT and Waltzy team of two. The two fraggers for the squad, sorry, MT, IGL, and Waltzy the fragger. Elysium gets the knock on Pricey with the PK. He's so talented, but only down to 20 HP. Best is alive with the 2. It's a 2v2v2.
Oh
my god. Pricey is down. Pricey is down.
All playing knockdown shields right now. All three teams cautious. Look how slow this walk-in is, Vicky. We've never seen a finish like this ever. Shady gonna finally push. He's gonna flap. He's gonna get deleted from the lobby. Waltzy and MT just hiding. So well played. Singularity on top. Nice PK shot for 99. Elysium, Chile, vamos!
I have the high ground now. Singularity.
Oh my god, he's blue.
Punching him into the circle. Nice win. Singularity's advantage on the high ground does not come in clutch. It's Moist and their positioning, wrapping around, getting game number 3.
We have to watch that final circle back because it looked like both players died at approximately the split time, I think. As he was punching him into the zone, I think we were watching Singularity's point of view, but it was so hectic, smoke everywhere. What a finish that was. Moist Esports, Moist Critical picks the Team Burger free agent, fan favorite squad up, and they come out with the dub here.
Shout out to Charlie giving his support to the Moist boys, giving them words of encouragement. While he has his watch party, while he watches his boys put in the work. You love to see it.
I still would really advocate for them being the Moist Burgers. I think that would have been great.
バガの人だ。
Branding, all
いや、熱すぎる。
Nice job right there from Moist. The thumbs up, man. Look at the Aussie mustache too, man. Only Australians can pull that off. I don't think there's an American other than Rambo who can pull that off.
I love seeing this emotion here from the players. They're gonna go for a little quick reset. Let's toss it over to the desk, guys. Break it down for us.
Thank you so much, Vicky Kitty. What a day, what a game, and a finish by Moist in South America, and what a desk. We are back here, of course, with Spider Tiff and Gino. We've got a special guest, though, here in TSM Girl. Make some noise for a girl. Girl, how's it feel to be in the building on Championship Sunday?
I got a lot of goosebumps. Like the energy of the crowd's amazing.
And you just recently signed with TSM. It's been an amazing thing. Talk to me just a little bit about what that's been like.
Honestly, it's been awesome. They treated me like family when I got here. TSM sent me out, and they're all wonderful people. So big shout out to TSM.
All right, big shout out to TSM. Girl's going to give some of her thoughts on those games, but let's turn quickly to Tiff, and let's break down that final circle. My goodness, a 2v2v2. We have not seen anything like that in Apex.
I mean, thankfully, the Bangalore smoke kind of helped them. They were just all crawling in, like wanting to prolong their lives as long as possible. Maybe get a little bit closer. You see Singularity grab that PK. They got it prepped and ready. They want to start firing at people, but I know,
TSM にたくさん女の子のプレイヤー入ったね。
It does. I mean, you could see the emotion on MT's face. Not typically, I would say, you know, one of the more emotive people, but, you know, it's here. How could you not get excited about that? The final days typically haven't been as good for Moist, so that is going to be fantastic for their mental and pushing on from here. But man, that final circle, it was like a horror movie. Everyone was like coming out of the smoke, jump scares everywhere.
And it was a great showcase, too. We've got our match results coming up. Moist Esports.
Yeah, girls
shout out to Moist Esports just joining the ALGS with 20. Team Singularity from South America. Any South America fans? Any representation in the building right now? We got a little bit. They're getting 17 points. And I know the chat at home is excited about that.
Okay, 今のポイントは
さ、Esports Arena rounding out the top 5. And of
Yeah,
course, Dog Zero
これは
staying in there. Let's go to page 2
It's so spread
though,
out.
as well. I
Napaka-
want to get your
oh.
comment on this.
33.
TSM girl,
Kaya
obviously
ba?
they just got 4 points there. How do you feel about
Kung
how the
tutuusin nga,
boys
like,
have been
itong
playing
to,
today so far?
kaya pa nila, pwede pa
Honestly,
sila manalo. Like, may
Just a
chance
couple
na rin
small
sila.
mistakes, that's okay. They won game 1, they're going to win the last game. That's all that matters.
That is all that matters. All right, let's head over to the series results as well. And look at it. It is Alliance. And speaking of that, not too bad.
Gado,
for TSM.
いけるぞ、みんな。
Alliance 33 points. Moist Esports after that win,
まだいけるよ。
29 tied for second. Esports Arena as well, 28. Team Singularity, Tiff. All I see right now is it's anybody's game.
It really is. I mean, you have all the teams that came in with those advanced starting points, but even with, you look, NRG in 9th, they came in with 10 points. So throughout the maps that we've seen thus far today,
Gado,
they've only acquired
Kino.
13 points. And I think that's going to be the biggest question. You have the war of being consistent to get up to 50 points, and nothing's really going to matter until we get to that
日本語
threshold.
で
Now, will
説
we
明
see
します。
something crazy like
説明
14 games like regional finals from APAC North, or...
Will we
こ
see
のルール
something
は
crazy like Moist winning the third game and then the
ポラ
fourth
ンドの
game
ルー
and
ル
then
で
the
す。
fifth game? It's happened
はい、それ
before.
です。
And hey, I mean,
ポラン
imagine
ド
you
のルール
come here,
みたい
you've。done that. You've got that echo in your mind. You're
どう
like,
ぞ。
hey, we just did this like a couple of months ago. The last time we played a big competitive
ポランドの
Apex
ルール
match.
同
That's
じ。
what happened. We can do it
はい、そ
again.
れだ
I
け。
love this too because we've seen match point develop.
Okay,
over
okay,
the
okay.
years.
じゃあ
We
じゃあじゃ
saw
あ。
in Poland our first
この
half,
ルールはさ、
11, 12 games. We've had APAC North leading into this, go 14 games online.
少
And then we
な
had
く
North
と
America
も、
go 5 games. Esports Arena. That's why I call
少なくとも
Tony the villain here.
50
So
ポイン
I want to get a
ト
quick take. This is
にな
just gut. Don't worry about it.
た
Genome, I will
なっ
start
た
with you. How
ら
many games we going
少
today?
なくとも50ポイントになったら
9. Okay, okay.
なったら
Tiff?
誰でも
I feel
勝
like
てる
it's
ぞ。
7.
7. All right, girl, I'm going to get your projection here.
8.
9、8。
8.
Split the difference.
9, 7, 8. I got to rearrange you guys.
Yeah.
Wow.
7,
Listen,
8,
it's so
9
great.
sila.
We have so many
あ、9
community
siya na.
members, streamers, pro players in the building. If you are here in
正解
Copperbox,
正解
go
です
find
か
them, go talk to them, take some pictures, and at home, of course, we'll highlight them
Okay,
as we
6点
can.
Okay,
But the match
60
point
点
action continues. Thanks, girl, for being on the desk. It's great to see you. We'll see you a little bit later in the
なん
video.
か
And I know we've got an interview standing by
50
with
ポ
one
イ
of
ン
the best
ト
in the
になっ
business, Glitter
た
Explosion.
ら
That's right, Rain. I'm hanging out in this
なんか誰でも
amazing
50ポイン
crowd
ト
who's
に
been
な
killing
った
it
ら
with their cheering. Cue cheer.
その後チャンピオンに
There we go.
欲しい
I'm hanging out with Jordan, and we got to talk, okay? Because we have a fan
少
here.
なくとも
From what I've
50ポイン
heard,
ト
you've been driving
その
into
後
the
チャンピ
event
オン
every single day from Cambridge. That's dedication.
今日は50ポイント感じ感じ感
80
じ
there, 80 back,
た
and
マッ
making
チ
sure that I
ポ
was
イン
here first.
トそういうこと
Got to the door this morning, 6:30. Brought my girlfriend with me. Ready for the finals. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, I mean, the games have been fantastic so far. You play the game a lot?
A little bit. I mean, work full time, still getting 5,000 hours. Got to do. Got to play. Got to play. Best game.
I mean, that's not too shabby. 5,000 hours. Impressive. Now, obviously, you have to have a favorite team if you're here. So
Huh?
I need to know who you're supporting. this
5,000 ako
DZ. The back to back to back. It's easy.
Apex
They're proven. They play. They're proven.
40,000
Everybody knows Gilbert was cheating.
10,000
He came to
May-
land.
sa
he
origin
showed up,
kasi
he
yung
played
bago sila
well.
mag
And now
may
look,
6,000
they're
na.
here.
Sa
And
mga
not only did they
10,000
win,
na.
but then they moved to NA and dominated in NA as well.
All right, I feel like he needs to be on the desk.
みん
He's
な
also breaking down
Apex
some
やる
analysis
時
for
間
everybody here.
いつぐらい
Sounding good. We heard the casters talk about it a little bit. How many games do you think this is going to go?
I think it might go deep. I think because, you know, realistically, everybody's still getting used to the different play styles. I think everybody's a bit cautious, but I think they're doing well. They're doing well. Everybody's hanging up at the top. The guys are doing really well, but they're just getting contested on the rotations.
どのくらいか
They're
あどの
still,
くらい
everybody's playing strong. Everybody's playing well.
なん
It
か
could be anybody.
Apex の
All
や
right,
る
you
時
heard
間
it here first. We're
ど
going to
の
be
くらい
here
か
for a long time. So hopefully everyone is settled in, comfortable, and cozy because we have so much more
Zero.
action in store.
は
Back to you, Ray.
なんで見るよ
Listen, I never knew I had to.
なんで見てるよ0時間
Jordan, man, I mean, the analysis was on point, you know.
That was great. Look,
Zero.
the only thing Jen Burton is
Zero.
cheating at is being talented, handsome, and
最
amazing
近
at the
いや
game.
全部
I absolutely love it, man. It doesn't get better than that. Of course, like you said, the community is
Sat-
live and well.
saturation.
DZ have a chance to go back to back to back, but another team on top right now is Alliance. Can they do it? Can Yuki really clutch up not just in the
Saturation,
1v1s,
where's the
but in the tournament
saturation?
today and take home that trophy? Well, we had a little bit of time to talk to him, so let's roll that tape while we take a quick break.
That did not change anything.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex
there you go.
Legends
You look
Global
happy right
Series.
now.
What's up, everybody? Fallout here with former model, player for Alliance,
Oh, there
and
you go.
arguably the winner of the best 1v1 in Apex Legends history as of this weekend. It's Yuki. How you doing, man? How you feeling?
Feeling incredible. Thank you very much.
You are, as far as I know, the only former TV star
Yuki,
turned
Yuki,
Apex
Yuki,
Pro
Yuki.
player
Oh my God!
of anyone in the ALGS. Walk through that decision. I mean, how'd you walk away from TV in China and decide to compete professionally in Apex?
Well, I walked away from it because of COVID. Nothing was really going on during COVID, so I decided to come home, see the parents. I've not seen them in a long time. I've always played games at nighttime, so I still play games, even during modeling and TV. And I decided to come back and start university because I have not done that yet. So I wanted to complete that. It's kind of like a mission. It's like a complete level.
You still want to do it? It's still something you're pursuing?
Yeah, I'm currently in the final year of university.
No
so
way! I didn't know you were doing
yeah,
full
so
time.
I'm also a student at the same time.
Wow. Full time.
Full time, yeah, full time.
Wow.
Yeah, I decided to pursue that while studying, and gaming kind of took off while studying. Obviously, after the first year, Apex started blowing up, but I decided to kind of tackle both at the same time.
Amazing, man. I respect that. I don't know how you find the
No,
time.
no, siya
but,
nakalaro.
makes me respect you even more, which I didn't think was possible. You joined the
Sinabi niya sa
Natsuki Stray
Instagram.
Fidel squad, became Natsuki
Shit,
U
hindi-
Fidel
hindi siya mukhang
right
ano.
when they were at high. It was a pinnacle. And before then, you played with Cool
Oo,
Esports.
hindi-
you played
hindi
with
siya
Ashley,
mukhang
and
game.
a few others. What was it like playing with those guys? And obviously the pressure coming in, filling in for Strafey, who left for Navi.
Yeah, so
Taiwanese done
very,
it.
very upset that he can't make it.
He's
because
Taiwanese,
those three
right?
together are a very incredible and strong team. Ganaski and Dell, when I was playing with them, I think both of them built the foundation of who I am today. So they're very important people in
Question.
my life.
Shitsumon.
I think those two
Yukite,
are
Nanin,
the ones who taught me how to play the game, essentially.
Kotae,
I think
Ichinin
those two are
Daya.
also incredible players. Ones I respect to a very high level, and I only wish them success.
Changing topics a little bit, but focusing on Alliance. Our hearts go out to Fed, who couldn't make it.
Yes.
He put so much work and effort in. It's tough that he's not here. But what's it like playing with Mandy again? Different team, Count No Gibraltar this time around. You let him bust out the Pathfinder
Yes,
on game
yes.
6, which is insane. How's it been meshing with him?
I think Mandy's been the absolute best substitute a team could ask for, simply because of his energy as well. He brings so much vibes. It keeps the comms going.
Mandy,
It's not just his
psycho
aim
da
and
ne.
the professional play he does. It's just his synergy, his communication, and his vocal like push for the team is really great. I'm really upset that Effect couldn't make it, sadly. Hopefully we see him for the next split.
Is he that good?
He is.
It's all
he
true.
Is that good. He is.
You think it'll
really
translate to LAN?
It will translate to LAN. Effect is one of the best players I've seen in my career.
Who'd you compare him to? Which controller player? Or who else? Anyone? Gilderson's of EU? I mean, does he have ice in his veins?
It's Effect is here, and everybody else is just like, that's who you should be comparing everybody.
No shot.
We're on the other level.
He's that good?
Effect is one of the best players.
I'm going to hold you to that. If y'all don't dominate
will
this
prove
next line,
himself.
hopefully he gets there, he will.
He will.
That's insane, man. Alliance has consistently been the best team for a long time. They have a history and a dynasty and a reputation to withhold as the only last standing team that's been the greatest team in EMEA consistently for 3 years. What are some of the keys to that consistency?
Mandy the key to the consistency is not about the players, it's more so about the mindset.
Mandy wa yaku.
So, for example, we are very disciplined, determined, and we only strive to be the best. We don't give up, and we push each other to that level. Hakis in particular, with a military background, he's always pushing to the best, and he's very hard to break down. And that's why he never gives up. A lot of players, they give up after some while, you know, and that's why they don't make it. But as long as the people you're around also don't give up and work hard, then you have no choice but to work hard.
So moving on to championship final, how are you feeling about the final day? You guys started a little bit slow, both in group stages and in the winners bracket final. It took you a little while to get going. Is that hurting your confidence at all? How are you guys feeling?
I think we're more than ready going into final day. We're confident. Since the very beginning of this LAN, we've kind of gone uphill, which means we've done better and better and better as the day goes by. So I think we're ready, we're prepared, and we're ready to win.
Love it, man. Yuki, I've had so much respect since the very beginning, our first conversation, hearing your story.
Yeah,
a remarkable story,
buddy,
inspiring to many. Big shout out to you and your success. Much love, buddy. Good luck
Thank you.
in the final day.
この世界は
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back to the main stage, everybody, here at the Copper Box in London, and we are ready to go into game 4. Dan Gaskin alongside myself on set to call the action in this 4th game of the day. We stay on Storm Point, but just want to touch on that interview we just saw with Yuki. Alliance, what a day they've had. What a tournament they've had so far. And they're sat at the top of the leaderboards right now looking pretty.
Yeah, and that's what it is at the moment. It's the race to match point. It's about who can get there first, who can try and solidify that victory, so then you can get in a spot, so then you can win this entire tournament. And of course, your share of $1 million.
And it looks pretty good at the moment for Alliance, as we say. Wonderful thing to see them playing so well, and Yuki being so clutch the entire time that we've seen him on our screens this tournament. So many 1v2s, so many 1v1s, we've seen it all. You're sitting on one of these beautiful things you can see on your screens right now at home. The Herman Miller Gaming Embodied Chair are being used at today's event.
いや、今日何食べたのみんな。カナダの旅行マジ楽しみよね。
Upholstery. Beautiful stuff. Herman Miller is the official chair partner of the ALGS. And I tell you what, they look pretty comfy.
They do look extremely comfy. Actually, I know they are comfy because I have sat on them right. It seems like it is about that time, everybody. So I want to hear everybody in the comment box make some noise and let's get into this one. This is going to be a big game.
Nothing quite gets me going like a Dan Gaskin getting hyped up. Let's see what's going on now as we head into the dropship. As we say, let's talk through the standings very quickly before we see the players and the teams drop into our map number 4. It's going to be Alliance on top, 33 points. But behind that, Dan, it is so tight. Moist and TSM tied up on 29, and just behind them, ESA, Esports Arena, on 28.
And of course, we have to talk about our big teams on Storm Point throughout regular season, throughout this tournament, this weekend. There has been teams that have performed better than others. I'm talking Luminosity Gaming, I'm talking Fun, I'm talking XM, and I'm talking SSG. We've been our best 4 teams on this map. So if anyone realistically should be picking up big points, it's going to be them.
Interesting to see where the zone is pulling as well.
Are you sleepy? いや、眠くない。お酒飲んだらちょっと
Beacon, of course, where the teams are going to be heading, but big games if we look down at the bottom of the table here, Dan, for the likes of Element 6, Ascend, Fnatic, had some really good moments so far, Fnatic, but not maybe quite able to convert when we approach that end game.
Well, the good thing with it being match point, sometimes you are given time to catch up those leaders. Sometimes you do get that opportunity to join them on match point. We've heard what the interviews from the crowd, those few people saying we could be going a long time here, and for good reason. When you look through how many teams have been winning games in this tournament, there is so many teams that can kind of ruin each other's day. When rotations are happening, they can be blocked, they can be gate-kept. We're going to see a lot of changes when we get to match point, but remember, we still have to get there. Alliance are still 17 points away.
They are indeed. We get a little bit of Beacon info now to share with you all at home as well. As in the audience here, and it is Barometer where we're going. We could pull a little bit more apart towards that island. Maybe one of those buildings just to the northern side, or maybe we pull a little bit more.
全然見てないんだけど、0-3-0だ。
They've been quiet today, Dan. Only 9 points on the board so far. So in 18th position.
Well, the Guard, one of our heaviest early rotating teams. They've just been caught on their rotation in a couple of games, but on this occasion, they should be okay with how close they are to where this circle is going. And hopefully they don't get caught out by Fun like they had done previously, because Fun are on the other side of Barometer. So Guard, it should be a comfortable move on it.
Love to see the energy coming from the crowd as well. Shout out to the Element 6 faithful, by the way, in the crowd. They are making some noise out there today, which of course we love to see. But a little bit of scouting being done by RK and the IGL on that crypto drone to see where is free and where the Guard wants to try and locate themselves. And good news for the Guard as well. On this rotation, even though they're not landing at maybe one of the best POIs for loot, they've come out with 2 blues and a purple to play with.
And the Guard would love to be putting themselves on match point as they transfer over to World's Edge, but you know, it's unlikely now here on Storm Point to be able to put a 41-point game together. I mean, it was crazy seeing Luminosity getting that 35-point, but perhaps someone can top that here today. As for Moist, we've just seen them get a victory. They go up to second in our series standings, and they find themselves 21 points away from match point. So it is very much achievable here on Storm Point. It really was.
Picking up the win, you know, teams jousting back and forward, trying to get that initial damage, that initial knock. We saw brave plays being made, but it was Moist who managed to clutch up in those final moments to take home that all-important win. Fun 1-2-3 on our screens right now, and the Digi threat is causing some damage through that smoke. Good break on the shields coming through, and Dark Zero have to Scarper away here.
Scarper they shall.
As they're just going to be holding these places in barometer, as are anyone else that can early rotate. As for the rest of the lobby, it's about now moving out towards the edge. We've got, what, 5 teams that are outside that initial first circle that are going to be arguably the latest rotators of this game. And they'll know full well they are not getting a spot in the barometer. So now you've got to think about maybe picking up some kills on your way, blocking a few rotations here or there, gatekeeping some of the outer areas of this circle.
One thing to highlight when we've got the time, we just heard from Yuki, of course, of Alliance. One thing that's really impressed me today, Dan, is their endgame management. We've seen them winning numerous games throughout the weekend, and that's something we kind of always had a little bit of a question mark for Alliance. Great at accumulating points. Wonderful at hitting match point in certain circumstances, but it's the conversion in those top 3, top 5 situations that sometimes kind of slips through their fingers. It seems like they've tightened that up a little bit here, and it shows on the leaderboards. We've already seen a win, and we also see them sat at the top with 33 points.
And Moist Esports, our winners, are going to be cursed, just as Geo were a little bit earlier. They are going to be the first team to be eliminated. It was Ascend who managed to take them out. Remember, Ascend haven't had the best of starts so far. They're down in 13th position, but they're trying to push their way towards match point as well.
Well, Fun 1, 2, 3. They're going to be set up for quite some time here. This building just outside of the largest structures of Barometer. The charge rifle in the hand is always going to be good to deal damage to those evo shields.
I'll commit to TSM.
Leveled up and feeling healthy towards the end game, which is becoming so vital. A lot of teams like to play zone, great, but you've got to be able to deal damage from the inside looking out down. Otherwise, when we get to the end game and you've got all those teams who have fought their way through Edge, fought their way through the Carnage, fully dressed in red, red Evo shields, all the attachments you can want, loads of grenades and utility. You need to be able to put up a fight.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with Fun 1, 2, 3 in this tournament and today already. I mean, since they had the addition of Karen Poo, they just seem to know how they want to execute some of these fights, and they have been a real nuisance to a lot of teams rotating. Not going to be the same this kind of game because they were one of the first teams to get to Barometer. We are going to see them in the endgame circle. Whether they'll actually be able to convert will be the big question, because that's what's going to make the difference in this tournament today. Are you going to be a team who can get there, then convert into victories, or are you going to be a team who flops?
Not only shout out to Alliance, but shout out to Akas's hairdresser. You see how sharp that was across the top there? Lovely to see. A lot of talent and effort's gone into that this morning, but obviously reflecting the leaderboards like we previously mentioned. We're going to hop over again, this time a little bit more north. We're going over to Antennae, away from Barometer, and there's a lot of fighting going down here. You can see the exhibit down from CA, a little bit of information being gathered, but nobody engaging too much yet.
Yeah, don't want to engage, you don't want to take any unnecessary risks. This is what we're going to see all day long whilst you're trying to see teams just gain those points. Maybe we'll see a little bit more risks later when it comes down to crunch time and there's a few teams on match point and you have to try and either catch them up or stop them, because even though we are in anonymous mode here in Apex Legends, when you won't necessarily know who's been knocked, teams are very good nowadays at knowing who's dropping where, who's going to be rotating, what composition they have, and they can spot them out sometimes like a sore thumb.
Exo Clan, who made that run yesterday to find themselves in this grand final. And Killer Pose is on our screen right now, has been fragging out, but the clutch that we saw yesterday from Dexter, and Zicky's had his moments as well, showing that this isn't just like a one-man band. Every single player on this team has performed when they've had to clutch, and that's why they find themselves in the position they do at the moment. And like I mentioned, a little bit quiet so far today, only the 8 points from our first 3 games, but expect to pop off any time soon. Gambare Otosan on our screens as well. This is the first game of the day, and that's the best way possibly, to settle the nerves as we moved into our grand finals.
And I've been very impressed with a lot of our APAC teams. It's good to see teams like EXO getting into this grand final. I know it was not necessarily as impressive previously when we saw them at Champs, but as long as you are consistently gaining positions, you're consistently getting better and getting closer to those grand finals, then you are going to be more than happy with your progression. But EXO, speaking of, they are going to be able to maybe greet another team who's trying to make a rotate here.
SSG inside of Antenna as well, so it's not just Alliance and EXO who have got to be careful here and they're going to be exchanging fire. It's also going to be SSG in the area who are going to look to pick up the pieces if any should fall their way. Interesting to see this rotate that is actually going on. Is that LG are kind of gatekeeping down on that southeastern side of the circle. So whoever kind of fights their way and wins the battle for Antennae is going to have to be careful, because LG will be waiting just about over the ridge where Alliance are looking to land. So Alliance trying to overtake these 2 teams inside of Antennae. The question is, are they going to be able to stabilize, or have they just put themselves in a bit of a pinch here?
Yeah, it could be a little bit of a pinch, obviously unknowns to them. They wouldn't be sure whether LG were going to be ahead of them or not, but you have to make a move at some point, right? You can't leave it too late for a skyward dive, otherwise you're just going to be so vulnerable in the air.
Well, Alliance They've made the first bit of progress towards where they want to play, but with 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the clock, they've still got some work to do on this rotate. We have a listening available, so let's jump into the comps.
Still. I'm 1-3 by the
Anybody to build the next to us?
No, nobody chose.
I'm gonna give you some
助けてみんな。
You're 1-3 batteries, yeah?
Yeah.
コックなんて言うの日本語で。
There you go.
コック。
Thank you.
フィリピンの。
They're running back.
より。
Alright, do we go over now or what? Nah, let them back.
よりだ。くそー。
I'm just getting across. We can move up. Yeah. Take space. Yeah, just carry the high ground.
日本語下手になったね。
Going in.
やろ。面白いなった。
Back up here. They're taking a car.
I can shoot it. They went all the way around.
Yeah, they're going. Okay, I'm crossing. Yeah.
俺はお前のことが
I'm about to cup 6 med kits or something.
漢字車で漢字されたらから
I'm just holding northwest. Yeah.
車草
You see to shoot that team for me, Yuki.
I am.
Don't have an armor right now.
43 pep on him.
Well, Lions, you heard from the communication what the plan was there. I think they wanted to try and be aggressive onto SSG, who were the team who disappeared in that trident through the storm. Chose to rotate in a little bit of a different way, but then they just decided, you know what, we don't have to rush things here. Let's craft some med kits, we have a replicator available, let's tank a bit of zone damage if we need to, and let's let the other teams make their decisions before we're forced to make ours.
And providing they can win the first engagement they have, which could be against LG, they're not in the worst spot in the world, because the circle is going south of Barometer. It's that kind of beachy, watery area that we've seen quite a few times finish, and it can be very important that you do position yourselves on one of those ridge sides so you can use it as a head glitch, and of course you can stop any teams that might be arriving late. But still, there's a lot of time before you can even try and get into those positions, and you've got to assume someone is there already.
Now we're going to see a little bit of an engagement go down. You can see the team waiting on the other side of this is going to be Fnatic, and Fnatic have started finding a little bit of fire in their bellies over the games that we've seen so far this morning. Like I mentioned, endgame hasn't been perfect, but the 3v3s have started to look good, but there's a couple of charge rifle shots coming in at their back, which they have to be extremely aware of. In these situations now, you might think you have the upper hand, but a charge rifle to the back hits you for 60 damage, and all of a sudden the tables can turn.
And obviously zone to the back of Dreamfire here, as they're the ones who are trying to push.
How did I ruin their date,
Niku? A lot of shields are gone for
How did I ruin their date?
Managing to hit some shots and make sure he can just keep the suppressing fire for his team.
To
capitalize now. Dreamfire.
ちょっと待って。
Zone's still a problem though, and you can see that they don't want to expose themselves as well. And that's the charge rifle from distance that I was talking about. It takes one of them down. Bowling will fall, and it's Fun 1, 2, 3 who are getting involved here. The good thing for Fnatic, they have this trench to play. That's going to deny the line of sight that are coming in from the POI. They won't be too affected by that charge rifle for now.
And what did we say earlier about Fun just being a nuisance, just annoying everyone in this lobby on their rotations? They're getting involved in this fight. They're making it awkward for Dreamfire, but did Dreamfire get the res? If they did, they still have a big chance in this fight.
You see, Fnatic want to push this, understandably so, but look who's just arrived to the party. They're late, but they're dressed and they're ready to go. It's going to be NRG who are now pinching Tao, the last player alive, trying to pick up the KP, but do they know Fnatic are in the area as well? You would imagine they do. 129, that's going to be Dreamfire eliminated as NRG start to cook.
Oh, this could be a big fight. Mustache is going to be very brave. You're going to be careful. Gets absolutely shredded.
Yeah,
NRG say, yeah, we'll take the fight.
Oh, and Sweet's going in. He wants more KP, but Gilderson's going to have to back him up. The charge rifle again is a problem, and Nathan now has to do what Nathan does. He clutches up for NRG. No one else in the vicinity. They will be able to reset.
Yeah, even though Fun were getting involved, Fun are not in any area to try and capitalize on that damage. Of course, they are in a building. They're using charge rifle. NRG survive. And now they can start to plan how they want to get into this very difficult Barometer final circle.
Back to the other side of the zone, though. Back into towards Antennae. Talked about how they were taking their time to craft a few med kits, making sure that if the zone starts to close on them, they can survive. But they've got a couple of teams to deal with first. This is going to be Exo Clan in front of them, trying to peek a little bit of damage. You can see also in the kill feed, we've lost another team. And look at SSG. Dropped is going to go down, and that looks like the end of SSG.
Yeah, we've got a couple of teams making Skyward dive rotation at the moment. One of them is TSM. However, there's still 4 teams on that eastern side by Antenna that you were speaking of, and they're going to all be forced together into that choke. So there's going to be explosion of damage if none of them decide they want to also go for the Valkyrie ultimate.
なんだこのアンチ。
holding down this
は
bridge
いや。
position where we are
同
going to
じ
see this
同
end
じ
game
ア
start
ン
to
チだ。
pull towards is the winners of game number 1, Gabare Otasan. And another win here, and all of a sudden, they might be a real contender to be crowned our champions here at the ALGS Split 1 playoffs. Alliance make their move. They take to the skies to get over that mountainous range that they were kind of trapped between over at Antennae. They found somewhere to play. Now eyes to the sky, and eyes everywhere that they can find them at the moment because they are being focused by so many teams. Except might have a line of sight on them. Alliance need to move. They need to find somewhere to stabilize. But it doesn't look like it's going to be able to happen.
It may be somewhere to play, but it's not somewhere that's safe. And this is why, without Gibraltar in the meta, if you find yourself in a position where several teams can see you, you're gonna get focused. You're gonna get destroyed. As Guard come in to clean up the pieces, Rambo has to be careful and will back off.
Good damage being done. Exo Clan eliminated in the meantime.
Now this one
Also
ends on
gonna see some
the
rolling thunder
bridge.
come in and rolling into. Maybe start a little bit
The
thunder
other bridge,
themselves. It's
not
going to be
the
TSM. They
TSM
find a position here under the bridge. Luminosity and Alliance eliminated in the meantime.
Well, 12 squads remaining. Round 3 will fully close, so everyone has now found their way into the circle, and maybe we'll get a period of just silence across of Storm Point. Xset still doing some damage from a distance. It was Rambo who went down. I think the guard will be hoping they can just pick him back up.
Onyx Esports, Apex South.
ランボ落ちた
Trapped inside a barometer at the moment.
なくしました。
Maybe looking for some KP on this team down on the low ground, but it's NRG who are here and
いや、エナジー何してるのお前ら。
and look at the damage coming from the IGL. My goodness,
Oh my.
NRG destroy Team Singularity.
This is exactly what we saw from NRG at the end of yesterday, just running through teams, so much confidence, no fear in them whatsoever, and great direction. That's what Sweet offers to this team. He knows exactly what he wants to do, how he wants to fight, and when they're going to fight.
Geo have the priority position, but also ESA in a pretty good spot as well down there, just outside of the circle. But they are on the southwest side of it. There might be an opportunity for them to put pressure onto Geo, try and coexist on that bridge, or maybe just take the fight to take that God spot away.
Yeah, as we look at the next circle that is coming in, I mean, most of these teams are around it right now because there is such little areas to play, and they are very vulnerable spots, you can see. So Geo, the one team that are within the next circle,
that's
and
as
then
if
other
they
teams are
don't
very
get
close,
more
like
kills.
EA36 that you were speaking of, ESA, Fun. They are in buildings that technically will still be within that circle, and you can survive for a short amount of time. But if you're thinking bigger picture, if you're thinking about where you're going next, you need to start looking around you. What are other teams doing? Where are they going to be going? What is the best spot that we can get to?
Also, how does the composition assist you in this endgame, right? Bangalore could be really big for crossing the open ground and getting those smokes down. One team who's going to have to make that move is Xset. Let's jump in with Nocturnal and crew to see what the comms are like.
You gotta smoke, you need to smoke for him, you need to smoke for him, you need to smoke for him. No, he's good. Smoking for you, so I'm crossing. How much energy do you have, Sykes? I have 186. Okay. Need some? Drop me to 6. Should we move up to play here? No. We play right. Sure? Yeah. We have all the space in the world, top 11. Okay. Any ulti cells?
なんかマジ多い
I have
ね。
8 bats, I'm 8. I have 4. Drop in here, right here. Bang ulti us.
ガード死んだみんな
Back flash. He died.
あ、ガード死んでいる。
You take my stand on that. I'm holding stand on
いい
it.
よ
I'm
ね、
scanning.
終わり。
I'm nading it.
なくしちゃった。
Swing, stairs up top. Nade is bad. Look, they're gonna swing in the corner here. Swing in the corner here. Above. Are they in there? They're in there actually. They're just dying. Can I smoke this? Should we peek this with Digi? I am. There's no one there. He's like far left. He's far left. He's in the pipe. Solo. Get this fucker killed. He's one. Good. Watch your head. Yep. Like Sykes. Go careful.
やばい。危な。
I'm body blocking. I'm taking for you. On me is really safe on me. Newcastle 20.
TSM まだ生きてる。
If they fight up top, I think No. Okay. There's way too many people over there.
Well, as Xset managed to stabilize and pick up a KP on their way towards that zone, the carnage is happening on the eastern side of the zone. NRG wrapping around as well behind 1, 2, 3. ESA in the vicinity as well. And I tell you what, ESA, they've got some kills, but once again, NRG at the moment, this is just a death for NRG.
It does not matter who is in the path of NRG. It is just constant pressure and constant aggression as they find themselves into the top 8 now.
やば
As all
い
teams, they're going to have to start thinking about, again, the next zone. We're going to the southwest side of the previous circle. Again, it is still Geo as the only team who are within it, setting themselves up for maybe another victory.
今
And we do
13
have
キル
teams
か
who
も
are
しれない
closing in on match point. NRG now find themselves on 39. They're 11 off TSM. They're
Oh
getting
my God.
pushed.
Oh, E36 are flying in, but there's how he gets the trade.
ああどうだったいや起こし
And a
てるか
436 will be entering the
起こしてるか
lobby
な
because TSM come out on
い
top.
やー
There's
もう
so
死
many
んだ
teams overlooking. This still might be
う
the end of the game.
わ
They want to get the res, but I'm not sure they're going to be able to. Use whatever cover you can have and maybe just commit as a 2. Leave reps on his own.
No smokes to play with as well. The Black Hole's going to go down to try and protect their backs. If they can get to this rock, then maybe TSM can take a second to stabilize. For fun, he's in the kill feed. He finished off. Now Sights is going to be in a position where he has to be res. Nocturnal pops the battery and exit under duress.
It's NRG and it's Geo within the zone, making life very difficult for all these teams. But Exit are also doing damage. Horse finally gets taken down.
ちょっと待ってえ何が起こってる
Fun is starting to play with his food a little bit here. So many kills being picked up. Sykes is still down here. The Guardian eliminated while all of this carnage is unfolding. DZ will go down as well. Dark Zero.
いやエナルジーこれはでかい14キルだ
And NRG, they're the two teams we want to watch. Sweet is just keeping on going. Again, it is a train that's being run through. And it's Geo.
17
It's
キル
NRG. It's a 3v3.
And with the momentum that NRG have, is there any way that you can say Geo can do something to stop it? The Newcastle defensive wall will go down. Nathan trying to spray, trying to pray. There's a couple of shield swaps on the floor to play with, but at the moment, it looks like NRG are in a position to deal some damage.
NRG just needs one kill and they'll be on this point, but they want to win this.
Ow!
That's where he takes him down.
NRG will win
Holy
the game.
20キル
And it was nothing short of the NRG death ball. And not only that, ladies and gents, NRG, they hit match point.
First team to have an opportunity to win the Split 1 playoffs. And it will be
50
as we
point
move
何も忘れ
over
ない50
to
ポイント
World's Edge. World's Edge where NRG dominated
えちょっと
the
待って
regular season.
そう
Things are looking
50ポイン
good
ト
for NRG fans right now.
Good fucking shit
Nathan is smiling.
はいこっち
Gilderson's
飲めます
is
読めま
beaming
す
everyone.
Good
NRG
fucking
looked
shit
unstoppable
fucking
in that last
domination
game.
NRG
どう
chants
ぞ
ring
これは
around the copper box
口
as
翻
they
訳だ
rightly should. We saw throughout the last 3
いや
days
50ポイン
NRG
トだ
just gaining momentum day after day, and it seems like they have finally hit their
Pinatay
peak.
na lahat ng tao
Speaking of hitting things down, like I mentioned, match point is active now. NRG
So,
crossed the
match
15
point,
point
match point
threshold.
だ
Rain Day, what do we
いやー
We are back here with the first match point of the day. Make some noise for NRG in the building. They get the job done and clutch it up, which is something that Sweet is very familiar with.
誰ですか
They
今の
call
ゲ
him
ス
the
ト
micro master
別の
of
女の子
IGLing. He does everything to a T, and you can see that when things are going, they're going very, very well, and it's hard to see.
あ I'm excited for you.
My buddy John Lunatic Kefalokos is the one who started that match point chant, but the crowd was just into it. A big, big thank you to all the energy in the copper box. NRG feeding off it. We're going to dissect the game in a second, but I want to give a big thank you to Monsoon, who has been on our desk for the last 2 days. What an incredible player. Find him in the copper box. Take pictures with him. An amazing analyst. We hope to see more of him in the ALGS. But of course, replacing him, our very own
MNK.
I got to talk to you about what we just saw. NRG on match point. There were questions raised time and time again of can they do it? Well, they've certainly made a statement here.
Listen, and that was something that Tiff and I literally were just going back and forth about because we talked about it yesterday. Stormpoint was a weakness for NRG. They struggled on it a little bit. At the end of winners, they really started prioritizing that KP push for those kills because that was going to get them to where they needed to be on the leaderboard to keep them safe. Now here, it got them where they needed to be in terms of match point, and then they can focus on their game when they're stronger on World's Edge.
Tiff, it's pretty phenomenal to watch the growth of NRG this season in terms of being a team that not only has the mechanical skill the ability conversationally from a strategic standpoint, but also the clutch factor and to win games on big stages.
エナジー55ポイン
We all
ト。
know that they are incredibly
今
talented,
2位
sweet,
誰
like
です
plans
か？
5 steps ahead that other people don't even think about. And it's really exciting to see them be able to reenact that. And I mean, we got a chance to talk to him even during the regular split, right? He came on the broadcast. He was talking about it. He's like, look, I need beacons in checkpoint. I had to relearn all of my macro strategies and being able to enact that with the team, rotate
い
properly.
や、
He's
そう
like,
だ
I
ね。
literally relearned
なん
the
か
entire
い
game
つ
this split. We talk
も
about
いつも
everyone
ポーラン
struggling
ド
with identity,
セ
struggling with the
マッチ
legend
ポイント
composition.
があ
A
る
lot
な
of
ら
big names that didn't even
なん
qualify
か
to this stage
19
because they
位
had the same
から
issue in regular split. So now
勝
that
ってる
they've
ぞ。
relearned it, and you're right, we had such a
19
heated discussion about this earlier, and
位
that's why
の
I
チ
went
ーム
Alliance because I
勝っ
thought
て
it
る
was
ぞ
going
ね
to。Storm Point, and she was like, no, I mean NRG, if they can set themselves up and we go to World's Edge, they've got this. So that's exactly, we were like back and forth for at least
ガード
2
ですか？
Yeah, you know, we were working on some power rankings earlier in the season, actually.
みんな
as we
ダー
were
クゼロ
looking at these, but
3
it was
枚
incredible, right? Because
3
NRG,
回
they, as you said,
オ
they
フ
had
ラ
a
イ
little
ン
bit
大
of a
会
rough start to
い
the
けるぞ。
season. And Dia, who was doing the
Mina.
power rankings, was like, he was putting them first every week, right? Copping so much flack for it, but he just had this unshakable
セクレ
faith
タリ
in them.
ア
And
18 部
you can
隊
see why, because they have
18
that
部
same
隊
unshakable faith in themselves, and that's paid off here. You can see exactly how good they are. 17 kills. Actually, that was even before the end game. We haven't got the final updated stats on that, but it's going to be a ridiculous number when that does come out. And, you know, if they hadn't have won that final fight, hadn't have got that kill, wouldn't have moved on to match point either.
And that is such a crucial element. So many teams, how many
50
times
ポ
have
イ
we
ン
seen
ト
it?
か
A team gets
勝つ
49 points,
50ポイン
and
ト
then
勝つ
they died the
2
next
位
game
幹事チャ
immediately.
ン
So it's now 2 games that they're not on match point, and then they get the point,
ポ
but
レ
then they can't win that
バ
game. So
ー
then
感じ感
it's
じ
4 games before they have a chance. NRG clean it up right away. They now can win this tournament.
Yeah, because the problem with that is while you're missing those points, other people are making them. So NRG makes a massive push in this game, using their aggression to their advantage to make sure they don't have to worry about that situation. And now, the benefit of being the first team on match point is essentially this next game is free. If they win, it's done. But if they don't, no one else is contesting that win yet. They might after the next game, but they have at least a little bit of cushion.
And I was gonna say that cushion is all that is valuable right there. We need to have that. They have 2 maps that are gonna be on World's Edge for them to be able to take it. And honestly, I know a lot of doubters out there for NRG. We've seen it happen, but I know for a fact that NRG is gonna be putting in the work 3 times as much as a lot of these other teams.
Yeah, look, this particular zone really catered for that massive kill win that they had. You know, barometer zones can play out in a couple of different ways. If it goes a little bit more north, there's a lot of buildings, and you kind of just have to sit tight and play for where it pulls. But this one goes a little bit more south. It's very open, and that causes a little bit of chaos, which NRG so adept at taking advantage of and capitalizing in this way with 20 kills for a total of 32 points in a single game.
What a moment for NRG clapping around the stadium. Even some Dark Zero fans like Jordan, who we interviewed just a moment ago, Glitter, clapping for that type of performance. It is something that has been desperately needed, and a lot of fans have been waiting. They've finally done it. They're on match point.
I love that you bring up a lot of fans that have been waiting because we had a chance to talk to someone who is actually an Apex Predator and so much better than me and just a young and just freshing up and coming. And he said, my favorite team is TSM. And then we go, who do you think is gonna win? And do you know what he told us? Because he's out there in the crowd. He goes, NRG.
Ooh.
So keep that in mind.
Absolutely has to be a sign that they are going to be in the conversation. I don't think anyone doubted they would be up in the moment of 1, 2, 3. It certainly seems like what they've done now, first or second place. It's very, very possible. Let's go to the series results, though. Wow, by a mile, NRG 55 points. What that means is Xset, Dark Zero, and TSM have to have a very good game. Possibly a win to get into match point. Otherwise, NRG will have not 1, but 2 games that they will be able to win. We're going to go to break right now because the hype is real. We got to give these players a second. But we're in London, and things are just heating up on our Championship Sunday. Match point finals, NRG, the only team that can win. Will they do it? We'll find out after this.
5 games.
Herman Miller Gaming is the
Galing,
official
gambare.
chair partner of the
Gambare.
Apex Legends Global Series.
ここから20ここから20チーム点感じするとになるとな。そういうことダメよおい。年末10試合くらい10試合行くぞ。
Abot kaya yun na. Kaya din.
Kaya nila na.
Sure ako.
Ang grabe yung pressure nun kapag ikaw yung unang team talaga.
Mas mahapon pa. Ang bilis naman ng ano, water break.
True.
Bawal mawala sa moment.
Kaya, akala ko ano eh. Akala ko every 3 games yung ano. Break. Akala ko. Pero kanina wala na yun. Mina, break. お前ら俺と女の子の話イチャイチャじゃないよ。お前ら別の女の子はよ話して。普通の話だこれ。
WD Black is the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to London. Welcome to the Copper Box Arena, and welcome to Match Point being active. NRG with a monster performance on the last game of Stormpoint there, put themselves in with an opportunity of, after this game, calling themselves champs.
That's what they've got to do. It seems simple, right? You've just got to win a game of Apex Legends, but not in a lobby like this. It is not going to be comfortable. This is what they're playing for.
Match point format, let's explain it. This game, these tournament can keep going and going and going until somebody hits 50 points, like NRG have just done. Now that they've done that, NRG have one job to do, Dan. It means that they become match point eligible. That means they have to win a game of Apex Legends and they will be crowned champions.
And again, sounds simple, but the rest of the lobby is stopping them from winning this game.
Well, here we go, then, no messing about. NRG have a free hit, and we are straight into the action here for what could well be the final game here in London.
And I tell you what, it is bad news for the rest of the lobby. NRG, throughout regular season, on World's Edge, if they get to top 3, they have a 100% win record. So if NRG play zone, if NRG get there, the stats they're looking good.
Pretty tough zone for them to get to, though. They're going to have to do some work to get into that top 3 for sure, but with the way that they are team fighting at the moment, it would not surprise me to see them involved in that final battle. But as we can see on our map overhead, we're going towards the dome. It's going to be a very, very interesting zone. Maybe focusing the finish towards that truck, which is on the right-hand side of dome, or maybe it's just going to pull a little bit more towards the lava. Maybe we might see a little bit of a funky one towards Lava City.
NRG already in a gunfight as well. EXO are very close to them, down towards Harvester. You can see also the guard in the area. So NRG need to try and bully their way through this rotation, not fear teams. It's very easy, I think, when you're on match point to just think, okay, we need to rotate, we can't take any gunfights. No, NRG need to play with the same confidence that we've seen.
One thing to highlight as well, there is a chasing pack here. The race to get to match point is complete with NRG getting there, but for the rest of the lobby, still very much the case here, Dan. Xset needs 12 points to hit 50, just behind them, Dark Zero, TSM, Alliance. I think if they have a good game here, it doesn't have to be a monster game, they'll win, and they would join NRG.
Yeah, it's very difficult for some of these teams not to just play their game. You look at this and you say, okay, NRG are on match point, how do we stop them? But if suddenly you start thinking about their rotation, you don't focus on your own rotation. You still have to focus on your own game, but just keep it in the back of your mind. Where are NRG coming from? What composition have they been playing? Can we take them out? Do we notice any signs to suggest where they are? And maybe we can keep this tournament still going.
Well, talking about the dome, on a map overhead, I can tell you that LG have already moved from launch site right to the bottom of dome on that south side. You've got Team Singularity, they're there as well. TSM playing outside of the dome, overlooking Lava City, and you can see Ascend actually in Lava City at the moment. And for a team like Ascend, I think that shows how quickly some of these teams are rotating. They love to play as close to what they believe is going to be God spot, but they've already been beaten there.
And that's what can be difficult for teams like NRG, who were a little bit further from drop as well. They are going to be beaten to some of these priority positions, so you either have to take a risk or you have to go for a less prioritized position, which is less likely to result in a victory. It's tough here for NRG.
I mean, look at the guard here, trying to hit some shots, not having the most success there. The alternator is going to spray and pay, but here comes an EMP from Moist Esports. Big shield damage being done, and that is going to force a reset.
It's going to be Moist who won game number 3 against Guard, who had won previously the most games in this tournament, but haven't really found their footing here in this finals lobby, but it can all very quickly turn around with a victory, and they might be able to get closer to match point themselves. As we look at where that circle is going to be, they've got the beacon information. They know it's going to be going southeast down towards the dome area. I think Lava City is going to be the backup plan for a lot of these teams, because you have to assume at this point that most dome places are going to be taken.
NRG と一緒に倒していいですか？
Couple of shots being exchanged.
Energy
and you're going to see Sweet actually get the knock onto a member of EXO-Clan. So Dexter is down, and I tell you what, the way that NRG are team fighting at the moment, every single time I see them engaging, it doesn't surprise me anymore to see that first knock going their way.
As soon as NRG have that knock, as soon as they have enough damage, they do push on their advantage every single time, and that's why they've been such a threat in this lobby. But I do like this position from NRG. They have a beacon to work with, so they can get that info, and then they can rotate late to try and get into what they would think the most winning position could be.
You can see the guard trying to make their rotate as well. The only problem for them a little bit split because of Fnatic and how they're holding this area just outside of Big Mord. A couple of players from the guard, I'm pretty sure, are still stuck down on that low ground, maybe trying to have to think about how they want to move. And Fnatic have recognized this. Arcane split, and the rest of the guard are just trying to escape now. And this is a very strange situation for the guard. Arcane could cross towards the little eggshell outside of Lava City, but with Fnatic firing down, now you can see Keon and Rambo just having to scarper away and try and rejoin their IGL.
That's been the Guards' tournament so far. It's just awkwardly trying to rotate past teams and not necessarily been able to find as much success as they would have done previously. And it looks like Fnatic are, trying to hunt them down a little bit. So the Guard, quite rightly, just trying to get into a position where they can fight back. It's happened once already this tournament where they backed off, they returned fire, and they won the engagement. You just don't want to be taking fights in too many open areas, as I tell you what. Keon just got absolutely
3D に
obliterated for the guard. This is a tough spot to be in. That cross was just one they didn't make without looking left and looking right. Waiting for that green light, they get cut down on the pass. Even though Arcane is still alive, and of course Rambo's still alive, they're so far away from each other, it's difficult to see them getting back together. But for Fnatic, they are on the hunt here.
They really are, and they know there is KP in the area, and they need it. They're down in 15th at the moment. They are nowhere near match point, really, as Rambo, the next one to go down, as they hunt for the last remaining player of the guard to try and get the full wipe. But it's not easy. There's other teams you've got to be thinking about.
ちょっと待った、RKN もうラーバシティ入ったんだけど。
They managed to take out the two stragglers from the guard, and RKN is in Lava City at the moment and kind of just hoping and praying that he can get towards the end game and maybe pull off some sort of miracle. But speaking of Lava Siphon, here's the battle we were talking about. ESA have had a pretty good day so far. They're sat in 7th place on 30 points, so 20 points from this game will put them on match point as well. But they've got some work to do here with this fight that's about to break out.
I'd say any team that's around 30 points have a chance to get to match point in this game. Of course, if they were able to find a victory. Dreamfire on the lower side of this building. They also know there's other teams in the area. You've got to make sure you stick together here.
Dreamfire さ、何が起こってる？
Luda's going to get that first knock.
1ポイントだ。
That gives them the man advantage here. Horizon's going to take to the skies, but it's going to fall down almost as quickly, it would appear. They try and take the roof. But Cody's after him. Cody wants to try and finish off this KP, tries to find the target, but just cannot manage to locate his reticle. But Luda in the meantime gets that knock.
Our esports arena able to capitalize elsewhere. Post skills just gone down. GO in the kill feed. And Ascend, they'll be looking to try and get him back up so they can be a full 3 and they can look to try and make a difference. There's the confirmation onto Roy.
RKN みんな、もし RKN 一人で勝ったら50サブギフトします。100ギフト。RKN のチャンネルで。
ESA will be very close indeed.
Smart decisions actually being made here by NRG as well. They know that it's going to be a situation where there's going to be so many teams stacked up inside the dome. There's playable areas like we know on World's Edge, and they're kind of just biding their time here. They're waiting over at launch site, maybe waiting for that beacon like you mentioned a little bit earlier to see where that zone is going to go, and then pick and choose their fights. Also, they're going to be in a position where maybe they can get a Loba ult down a little bit later. They can steal a lot of loot away when these fights start to break out. So even though they're not engaging too much, they can scrap up the pieces. They can find themselves some utilities, some batteries, some big armors to play with as they enter that final zone.
Yeah, you can see there on the bottom of the screen, NRG by launch site have beacon information. Will know exactly where it's going next. They could be as patient as waiting again for beacon information, and then you head into the zone. And then you hope you can maybe pick a spot that someone's left behind, or there's some death boxes there, so you realize that spot's going to be available as well. There's going to be a lot of decisions to be made by Sweet, but something we've learned throughout regular season. When Sweet has a plan and he puts it into action, it very often ends up in a victory.
Dreamfire eliminated in the
そう、
meantime.
なんかさ、
holding down the
エナジーの
backside
場
of
所
the
ね、
and in a pretty comfortable position to
こ
do so. The
の
guard
アン
have
チ
been
の
eliminated,
エ
so
ンドゲー
unfortunately
ム
for
は
RKN and Courage, that cross that
こっちこっ
really,
ち
really hurt them
ア
as
ライ
they
アンツ
tried
の
to
方
rotate in towards Lava
それゆ
City.
えにアライアンツ倒したらエナジーが勝ってる
But
と
Alliance could be a problem for NRG as they try and move in a little bit later. But inside of launch site as well, we do have E6 and EXO trying to rotate behind NRG. So we'll keep our eyes on that and keep updated on what their story is. But EXO over here by Geyser, this is a tough zone for them to rotate in. All the way from Skyhook.
I'd say any team that is like over the halfway line towards the northern side, it's going to be a circle where you're going to have to do something special to be able to get into the end game. And either that is bullying your way through and winning an engagement or two, or going for the Hail Mary, going for the skyward dive, trying to land, I don't know, on top of the eggshells or something ridiculous. You're going to have to think outside of the box, but that is what Apex Legends is all about, is trying to find a way to do something different to outthink your opponents.
Proper shootout here. It's like a Western. As the bullets fly through, E6 get the better of this, but keep in mind, NRG were on the outside of this fight. They were waiting to see these knocks go down, and if NRG want to get involved, then they will be able to do so. The shield swaps coming in, no knocks, and NRG may now try and engage. Keep your eyes on the kill feed. Yes, indeed, NRG say hello, but they also recognize maybe they didn't get in time.
Well, they know that EXO is also in the area. They didn't finish that fight against EXO a little bit earlier, so they back off, they play this one safe. That's exactly what they have to do.
NRG, the comms are going to be fresh and they need to be concise. They usually are. Let's jump into a listening now with NRG.
Playing safe.
Playing safe.
I'm going to use the
Playing
generator a little bit. I mean, it's not worth it. You gotta kill
you gotta kill it. These guys might run at us though. They're playing like Bloodhound and
yeah, they know we're a little bit team. Alright, I'm 2 bats, 5 cells. Did you look? I can't. No. Can you put it in like right here on this corner? Yes. I cannot watch the front anymore due to storm. That's fine.
Yeah, I'm sitting on the front. It's fine.
Alright.
It actually blows like not bad for us. Not bad.
Yeah, this isn't terrible. Not much in here. Grabbing cellulose.
Like all this is in.
Yeah, that Horizon team's gonna fight for that though. I want to grab a fall line. I don't want my wingman. I'm grabbing one.
ピースしたいんだけど。
Double steer team over there. Purple back.
流してる。流してる。
They're walking out on the platform.
Hold them down there.
Bloodhound 60?
治った。
My hands are literally ice blocks right now.
It's a Bangalore Bloodhound Horizon team.
Oh.
Okay,
I think they have
team
someone
walks up on their
Bloodhound.
north. That'd be huge. That'd be huge. We just
My
walk
hands are literally
right
ice
here. You could
blocks,
charge that.
right?
Yeah, we just walk in and play here. We just walk.
Well, NRG made that decision we saw earlier not to engage in that third party. They dragged
Yeah,
themselves
right.
back down, and you heard from the comms. Remember, this is match point. It's match point. All we need to do here is win.
And they know
So
full
no
well,
comment
as a
どこ
local
から
team,
行
they
った
can be targeted a little bit, but you heard in the
シッコタイ
communications
ムっ
as
てな
well,
んで
they are
なんでシッ
analyzing
コ
the
タイム
composition of every team that runs past them. That gives you the info of who it may be, how the fight may go down. It's all these little things you have to assess. Give that information to Sweet before he then makes his call.
Exet, who are currently sat in second place, they need 11 points from this game in order to put themselves on match point. And now you're seeing with a minute left until that zone starts to close, Nocturno and crew hunting for some KP on the edge of zone.
A lot of these teams rotating from the north are starting to get desperate now, as there's only going to be 50 seconds until Zone 3 closes, and that's why we're seeing gunfights. That's why we're seeing teams get a little bit antsy here, realizing they may only find KP and might not be able to play truly for placement.
Ponyhead's kind of caught out on his own here. Ponyhead's trying to escape. He sees two teammates playing the high ground, trying to kind of get him out of this position. Need to look over and make sure that he's safe. Element 6 will go down in the meantime off screen. But ESA have managed to stabilize. This fight important though, Dan, and it needs to break out. At least Exit need to push Esports Arena back because the zone is closing in 20 seconds.
Elsewhere, by the way, we saw EXO take down E6 that you were speaking on. That means NRG might be able to capitalize, but here they are. They want to get involved. They saw it in the kill feed. And again, NRG just ruthless. They had to just hold this side of the zone. They said if we kill EXO, we own the western side.
Absolutely massive play from NRG, may be able to look over at the fight that's about to break out between ESA and Exit as well, as we see it continuing here just outside of Lava Cypher, but this is not good for either team. The zone is going to chop, the zone is going to hurt, and they need to get this done quickly.
NRG are looking at this one as well from a distance, and it is Sykes who manages to help out. It's Sweet who gets the actual knock though with the charge rifle. Exit are doing well to actually progress across the map here, but NRG should be able to just shut both teams down.
They are just gatekeeping them at the moment, and ESA are going to go down. The question is a Sweet being isolated
on
the edge of zone here. All of Exit are going to drop onto Sweet, and Sweet may be the one to watch it, even though you're seeing the damage being done by NRG. Sweet still in position where he goes to Exit makes the play on NRG.
Exit maybe keeping this tournament alive. Nathan and Gil have all to do, but now there's more teams getting involved. Nathan in the zone. Is there going to be anything from Gil to keep this one going?
Somehow Exit have not come out of this looking too healthy. NRG have held their ground, and Fun is just left on his own.
But Moist, look at Moist on top of the hill here. They may look to get involved. If they even had a whiff that this was NRG, you know full well they'd send it.
Fun left on his own. Fun 1, 2, 3 eliminated. Space Station eliminated as well. Exit tried to make such a big play there. But Sweet somehow managed to survive long enough to give his teammates a chance at survival as well.
He has gone down. Do we go for the banner? Do we try and get Sweet back on his feet at any point in this game? Or are we going to have to try and win this tournament as a 2? It's not going to be an easy rotation through the lobby here. There's going to be at least 3 teams looking at them.
Teams looking down on them. Moist Esports. You've got Fun, who's going to be ahead of them. I'm sure he'd want some revenge as well. Dark Zero are holding down that choke just outside the Vault Tunnel, but all of this action is outside of zone. Inside of the zone is where we find ourselves now. This is deep in the middle of the dome.
This zone is forcing so many fights over towards Dome, and it's just going to get even worse. Fnatic will lose one. It's LG who are going to be attacking them. Fnatic will fall, but now Luminosity, they need to reset. They need some shield swaps because there are other teams in the area.
Ascend very close to them as well. So Luminosity, even though they will get shield swaps, they will be healthy. They have to be aware of Ascend's position just the other side of this building, but it looks like Ascend took damage as well while all of this battle was ensuing, so they won't be pushed. LG will be safe, and with 10 squads remaining now, NRG are still alive.
NRG still alive. Exit also still have one, remember they are 7 points away from match point, so they could very easily cross that threshold. TSM 9 points away. And we've got Dark Zero and Alliance about 12 and 13. So those are our top 5 teams at the moment, and they're all remaining in the game.
Been very English there. I did in the morning. Back into the action then. The dome is obviously where we are going, and I've never seen such a central zone over the top of the POI. Literally every single corner of the dome is involved in where this game is going to end. NRG trying to skirt their way around the outsides though. Trying to avoid all of the carnage and trying to go undetected.
I mean, Sweet has to just sit back now as the IGL and direct the team off screen and hope that the 2 young gentlemen can maybe do the job just as a duo. But there are a lot of teams who have been able to take the inside buildings here at Dome, and those who are on the outside need to make 1 of 2 decisions. Do you try and take one of them?
NRG eliminating right now as TSM now find themselves in a fight. We are going to have another game here in London, and all of a sudden this means so much more to the surrounding teams.
TSM fans explode, not only because TSM are performing well, but because it means we're guaranteed another game. Here comes Verhost, shredding with the R9. Needs some assistance though, as the R30-30 comes out.
Trying to chase down with the 30-30, can't quite connect though, but most importantly, force the team away. EMP gonna go down, TSM trying to hold the space all around them inside this building.
42 points for TSM, they need 8 more. Moist Esports eliminated. The further TSM get into this, the more placement points, the closer they will be to that match point threshold. Boy, I would love to go into the next game with NRG and TSM both on match point as Dark Zero still ratting out.
And it's TSM who forced Dark Zero down to 1. That was the fight that was going on outside of this building. They're going to try and hunt him down as well. Rebs and Verholt have got one job, one mission, and it looks like a mission they're about to complete. Dark Zero will be eliminated, but the kill actually goes to Onyx.
But the placement points are still good. TSM now into the top 5, and they find themselves 5 points away from that match point threshold. This is very much achievable for TSM. Look where that zone's going as well. Reps is within it. They can hold this building.
TSM, pretty sure as I look at it, will have building for the most amount of time, cover for the most amount of time towards this end game as well. Alliance, just Hackis on his own, popping that Phoenix kit, hoping that maybe he can get the points that are required. TSM are getting aggressive here, and Verholst is looking for blood.
TSM did not notice Hackis though. They didn't know he was there. And now they're suddenly only 3 points away.
TSM are frying. TSM are cooking. Let's jump straight into the comms with Team Solo Mid.
Can we take kite? Yes. Can we take kite? Okay, just stay here, stay here. We're barely safe here.
Evan no mic.
I have 160 here. I dropped some. We're not really safe here. I'm getting shot. I'm getting shit on. Chill, chill. Just underneath us. It's a solo. Dead. They have a bow and ultimate height.
Oh my.
Can we get inside the building? Get inside.
早く50ポイント
Get inside the building. Right. Madden. How to bat. How to bat. It's Onyx on the west. You have to kill the team in the building. I think it's NRG in the building, I'm pretty sure. The guy that was on top of the rock is Onyx. Okay. We gotta shoot the team in the building.
Take my Onyx shot, bro.
We shoot the team in the building. We shoot the team in the building, okay?
Yeah.
Get ready.
Yeah, we just hit them.
Look. Can you shoulder pick a check?
Yeah, in the building.
We lose.
Pero mahilig siya magpagupit ng maikli eh.
The team on the west.
They went back a bit.
Watashi wa Evan desu.
Middle is not energy, right?
Yeah. Onyx has the bow and a hemlock. They're on Bangor Valk, okay? Yeah. You kill the other team. Listen, when I'm off cue, we're gonna
みんな
go to their side of the building,
49
okay?
ポイントは一番最悪な
You ready?
いや最悪な気持ちだ49ポイント
Come to me.
Batting. Last bat.
Nakakayakin pag 49 sila natapos nila.
So, if mag-50 sila, pwede
TSM need one
Pero pag
point.
49 lang
1 point to join NRG on match point. The question is, can Howard Verholst get it done?
And you heard the plan. They want to focus the team in the building. They want to ape it, but the team has gone now. So the plan is going to have to change. It's going to have to develop. They either need second place or they need 1 kill. They'll be on match point.
Oh! That's the kill! More damage being done by Imperial How. The CEO puts his team on match point.
Match point achieved, but can they now double it up? It's 2 versus 3. It's Onyx. Here comes the black hole. Here comes the set.
It's our Swarm goes in as well. It's all up to Verholst and Imperial How as a duo. Verholst will fall down, but job done for TSM. Onyx. Here on World's Edge.
And it's a 46 point total for Onyx. They're not quite on match point, but the score is there. TSM join NRG on match point. We have 2 teams now who will be going at it into the next match.
2 gentlemen we learned a lot about throughout this weekend. Fantastic piece of content created by the production team as well, Hal and Sweet. Well, they go head-to-head once again. 2 of the greatest players, the biggest names in all of esports and Apex Legends. Find both of their teams on match point, but a huge congratulations to Onyx Esports. Like you say, doesn't quite push them over the line, but 4 more points, and Onyx will be joining them.
And suddenly now the pressure is going to be on the 2 IGLs that have stories about them every single weekend. It's Hal, it's Sweet. They've got to try and get the job done. It was a tough circle for NRG, it has to be said. They were never really going to get a full shot after teams stopped their rotation. But they have to go again into the next match, and they're going to have to compete against TSM.
Oh, it's almost like a storyline has developed out of nowhere, isn't it? NRG versus TSM, a story as old as time in Apex Legends. But the interesting thing to highlight here, Dan, even with that big performance from TSM where they get over the line, the chasing pack now is so close to 50 points. We'll have to see how the games do develop as we move forward. That's going to be all from the commentary desk, though. TSM jump onto match point.
28 何歳
goodness.
gracious. There's no better use of that term because we have North America staking their claim in London. NA right now on top, NRG and TSM, the only two teams who can win and end the day. Glitter, Tiff, Gino, we must react to this. Obviously, congratulations to Onyx Esports winning that game, but they are not yet at that 50-point threshold. TSM, the team to climb and join NRG there.
It'll definitely help propel them up the leaderboard to a place where they want to be, but right now the fact that we have two of the most dominant teams in a spot where they could just end the tournament for everybody, that's got to have a little added pressure or added to everybody's shoulders.
Oh yeah, now it's like you can't just focus one. Tiff, we actually saw that a little bit. TSM mating.
Bro, when did they die? Oh my god.
That's fine, it's fine. Good shit, good shit.
Oh, so nerve-wracking. I thought they were still alive.
Shit. Yeah, good shit.
Oh my god.
Did you guys know there was a guy on that rock?
No.
No, I didn't until you got shot. You just fucking.
It doesn't matter. Why are you even running in the middle of the silo? We killed everyone on our side. Where else would they be? Like, they'll just stand in the middle.
There's no safe spot.
What do you mean we killed everyone? We killed everyone on our side. You play our side. We weren't getting shot when we first went up.
Ganun siya lagi. Ganun talaga siya. Oy, Haru. 落ち着いて、お前。50ポイントに入ったよ。落ち着いて。
I don't know, Nikki and AC might be an energy.
もう50ポイント入った、お前。
Shout outs to the significant others here, but G-Dome, so much happened in this game.
Break it
down.
Yeah, we had another dome circle. We actually saw one quite similar to this in the winners bracket last match. We just saw Dreamfire, they've been struggling a little bit today. Unfortunately, we got the showdown between Element 6 and E36 to see, you know, almost like the battle for the name there for these guys.
Please give me more of those clips, guys.
Moving on from that, it all started to congregate around Dome. I mean, we see NRG come in for the third party here. At this point, I was a little bit worried, honestly. They were quite late to this third party. Only gave themselves maybe 5 or 10 seconds to start rotating back towards the circle, and that's where things started to go wrong. That's where they got sent on by Exit and started to lose members, and from then it was a little bit of a rough ride to the end circle.
Yeah, and I mean, X said they started to lose out on members as well, but you know who was sitting there lying in wait? It was going to be the boys from Moist Esports. They were just maybe 50 to 70 meters closer to the zone, so even if XSET didn't finish that job, they were still going to be gate kept. But the positioning that TSM handled in that final ring, and you could probably imagine that they realized they were incredibly close to match point, and that pressure of maintaining and needing only to find one, because being on 49 is so uncomfortable.
Yeah, and what I loved about the way that they played the final moments is that that recognition made them take a step back. They made sure they got their bats up, and when they made the final push, all they did was focus on getting those last few points. It wasn't about even going for the win, it was about ensuring the match point, and they did it.
I love the way we see Onyx Esports keeping in tone with what they know. We did well, we didn't do enough. We have a lot of work to do still to get on match point, and then of course win. NRG, TSM join each other at the top, but Onyx Esports come out on top in terms of points. Team Singularity, big shout outs again to South America. They are doing really well. One of our top teams, and whether they win or not, big prize pool for finishing second, third, fourth, or fifth. So that would be massive for those players. Let's check out page 2 though. Gino, your thoughts?
Yeah, Onyx, that's a second big game for these guys, and that's why they're sitting towards the top of the scoreboard there. You know, the circle doesn't always come towards you, right? But they have capitalized when it does. I mean, you know, they were playing from Godrock when we had the zone over near the mill. Fantastic game from them. At the moment, they're landing down near Tree, and so they want to get another zone towards Dome, and they really, once again, make it count.
All right, well, our series results are here. You've been waiting to see the standings. What does this mean? It means 2 teams are on match point. You know them. They're rivals in a way. United in rivalry, I believe NRG said under that tweet. But also definitely united in both trying to hoist this trophy. One will not. One might. at this point. Onic Esports, XSET Alliance, Team Singularity, look at that, 39 points, actually tied with Dark Zero, who, I hate to say this, but I gotta make sure it's not a surprise, okay? It's been a surprise for 2 lands in a row. We talk about another team gets on match point, and then Dark Zero somehow shows up out of nowhere, and I think it's still possible, only 11 points away, so this next game is gonna determine a lot.
Okay, so I'm glad that you said that because I've been looking at all these results, and this is what I'm worried about. So TSM and Energy are both phenomenal on World's Edge. This is their opportunity here to close this out now that they're both on match point.
Yeah.
We saw that Energy was being a little bit aggressive, still getting all that KP.
Yeah.
So they're putting themselves in a good spot, but they need to close it out because once we switch over to Storm Point, that's going to open up the doors for the likes of TSM with that 11-point threshold, which is not that big, and it might slow down NRG and TSM.
Listen, a lot of us know that we don't just get here by accident. Most of us came as well as some people supporting us day in and day out to get here. Our parents, of course, or that parent figure that you might have. It means a lot. We've got Mama and Papa Kashera here. We've got Mama and Papa Jen Burton here. We've got the Verhulst brothers, but we've also got Verhulst's mother, who, guess what? As TSM just jumped into match point, we have an opportunity to look at a chat we did with her yesterday. So let's play a little bit to see the insight on what it's like supporting one of the up-and-coming stars in the ALGS.
My name is Lale Verhulst, and I'm here to watch Evan Verhulst, otherwise known as Big E. Never had, the slightest idea that it would ever turn into something like this. It has been more than I expected. It's been a wonderful surprise. It's surreal. It's really, to hear the crowd chant TSM and to have them scream Evan's name, it's like nothing I've ever experienced before. It's music to my ears to hear that. Choosing to support your son when they get to this level, it was a difficult decision. There were a lot of factors at stake. He left his schooling at the University of Missouri, and that was a lifelong dream I had for him, that he would be educated. But we recognize that this is an unusually exceptional opportunity, and we couldn't not embrace that. And it was what he wanted to do, and we were not going to deny him that opportunity. What I would tell Evan is what he's done has impacted mine and my entire family's lives. It has become so big. It's all that we really exist for at this point. We watch his tournaments day in and day out. He's made my husband and I so extremely proud. His brothers are so proud. It's been just an amazing journey, and we are so grateful and thankful to TSM, to Evan, that he's played Apex, and the whole EA organization. It's been amazing.
Wow. That hits you in the feels right there. Round of applause for Mama Verhulst. I see her up there in the stands. There's emotion when it comes to talking about the ones you love. I know that my parents have supported me throughout this process, throughout my other career, day in and day out. There's nothing like a support that comes from a loved one. Glitter, just such a great piece to show how these people get here and what goes on behind the scenes.
Yeah, I love that it's almost like it's a team effort, making sure that they're building up all of our amazing stars on this stage, and we have so many family members and friends here. It's just great to see.
Beautiful, beautiful opportunities to get to know the community, especially at LAN. But guess what? We have to switch gears because somebody like TSM and NRG could win the championship of our playoffs right now. Let's get in the game and see if they can do it as we head up to our casters, Fallout and Vicky Kitty.
Thank you so much, Raid Day. That is right. TSM hits match point. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for TSM.
今のカスターの T シャツ TSM の下でダークゼロある
It is time for Dark Zero. Make some noise for the Aussies.
What the
heck?
Oh, we got mixed feelings in the crowd. First off, I don't know where you keep getting these jerseys. I don't even have one. You go through skin changes like it's no tomorrow, like you're loading into a new lobby, but I guess that's basically what we're doing out here, Fallout.
That's right. Look, Vicky, at the end of the day, I've been the biggest fan of the key storylines this weekend, and the biggest storyline, in my opinion, yes, NRG, TSM, the best fans because of Imperial Howland Suite, their platform. At the end of the day, the opportunity for Dark Zero to go back-to-back in 8th place with 36 points as a relatively underknown team with Jen Burton, such a large YouTuber, moving across the world, giving up so much is the biggest storyline this weekend. And if DZ can have a big game here and force another game, guess what? We just get some more Apex. Copperbox, how are we feeling about that as we head into game number 5? 6. I got that wrong.
Hey, yeah, game number 6. I mean, the thing is that it's been such insane action, especially that last game on and coming out on top. Moving into our next game, it's still going to be World's Edge. Next game will be Storm Point, and we talk about the transitions between both these maps, the consistency that our teams are going to have. And with TSM and NRG being at match point,
it absolutely does. And look, yeah, a lot of Dark Zero love trying to manifest an opportunity to have another team at match point for some more Apex and for the Aussies to go back to back to back. But you can't deny NRG and TSM. Statistically speaking, this weekend, NRG, #1, most average total points per game, 8.63 points a game, most total average kills. They have been dominating in the statistical category. They have been playing unreal. Sweet Dreams is trying to silence every single critic. And even he acknowledged, it doesn't count until I win on land. Well, look at this opportunity for a player and a remarkable human being, by the way, one of the brightest minds from Kansas City, Missouri. Opportunity to close this one out, but guess what? Right behind them, TSM, second place in total statistics, total points, 8 points per game, and second place in total kills per game. They have both been fragging and frying, and they are putting on a clinic right now for the rest of the lobby.
That's why they're the top 2 teams right now in the overall lobby, sitting down at match point. Onyx could very well just meet them after this game. We're gonna see how that plays out. NRG, Sweet having to rotate all the way.
Yeah, このアンチ。
In their
ちょっと待って。
They're gonna be quick with it though. On World's Edge, we already saw it before. They run the Valk, Watson, and Loba. And on Storm Point, they do change up that variation with a Bang, Valk, and Seal.
That's right. Most important thing right now. You see the map on screen. The quick rotate from Lava Siphon. This is a favorable zone for TSM. They can close this out here if they find God's spot. They correctly predict the zone rotate. Meanwhile, NRG, not a bad zone either. They want to hit that second beacon, but they're going to find the guard on the way, and they don't want to take that fight. Neither does the guard. They want to both rotate early, live to fight another day. So it looks like NRG is going to ignore that beacon and will just take an early rotation with the info that they have, obviously, rather than waiting for the zone to close. So instead, NRG makes the rotate through.
Can we talk about how quick a lot of these teams have already been with it just to get into this next zone? I mean, there is that beacon in the middle of Lava Siphon, like we saw TSM already get that scan, already start their rotate, but Moist playing on the edge, NRG already in the middle of the rotate. Alliance is going to start rotating soon, leaving Thermal, they're going to have that beacon there too. And let's tune into the guard who already get the crack over.
いやでもそうだね、ガードポイント欲しいから。
That's right.
やるしかね。
Pushing through, trying to be the tip of the spear right now. No blue shields for anyone here on the guard. They rotated so incredibly fast.
Yeah, I'm a young one.
Currently living in Atlanta with his wife.
I'm a young one.
And just a remarkable human. Had a chance to
I
think they're relocating back to Florida. Big shout out to RKN. Rambo and Keon. Keon, former D2 basketball player in the United States. He's an athlete, and he's also such a dominant controller player. Going to level up his Evo shield, but the guard decides not to take that fight for now. They're going to continue their rotate as opposed to contesting Moist Esports.
I mean, look at them. They're sitting in 19th overall. They need to get this KP. They haven't had the best game so far, as Moist are going to be quick with the rotation too. Taking a skyward dive, they're going to get the scan here. So many other teams in the middle of their rotate. They also have the beacon, so they already know where the circle's going to be pulling towards the south side, close between that launch site entry area.
キヨンそんなやつね。そう。キヨンのめっちゃ高いからバスケットボールよくやったね。あ、ダークゼロ落ちてる。
EXO playing on the inside though, and Moist are looking at the action, but they're also getting pressured out by another team that's behind them. You can see the missile storm coming in. They put down the gen. They negate some of the damage, and Brycey's trying to get into position.
Dreamfire eliminated. TSM knocks EXO. So TSM keeps Dark Zero alive here. Look at the map. Look how stacked this rotate is. Every team is here. 19 squads left. This is the fastest we've ever seen anyone rotate. Only 4 teams on edge.
They know with the quick race how quick they need to get in here. How gets the knock with the Arc Star? EXO now down 1 member, playing this as a duo. Trying to restabilize, can't heal up, and that's the information from the Seer attack. But with the Digi threat, you're going to be able to see through the smokes.
Right, guess who's there? TSM. And I believe TSM has to be aware that Dark Zero is right below them. Of course, Reps on Seer is going to get him that intel. But DZ enters the fight! DZ is going to win EXO!
DC, you talked about it before, fella. I don't know if this is just you blessing.
Oh, muerter.
The thermite coming in, the beam from TSM.
Oh my god.
Wow. They survived on Slaver's HP, but Moist is there. The rivals from Apex South, the former second best team in Apex South, now taking over the region.
Get that EMP, they get that information, but they have to look to their 6. Remember, they did get contested by another squad right behind them. I believe that
Dark Zero, mata, ikitteru?
Now in the point of view of Moist as they try to take control over this building.
No, Zero got not.
MT digested.
Huge!
Oh my God! Dark Zero eliminated.
Dark Zero get taken out by the Moist Boys. It's getting wet. It's getting sweaty. Huge stick with that Arc Star.
MT is the IGL of this team. Typically not the fragger, not the flashiest player, but right there he was the absolute tip of the spear. It was like a sharp spear from Wakanda is what it looked like right there. Unbelievable from MT. And look, I tried my best, Vic. You give Dark Zero some manifestation. Well, that didn't work at all.
I feel like you curse him.
Don't say that. No.
Gotta say how it is. TSM, though they backed up, because remember, they were participating in that fight from beyond. They're now inside that next building, neighboring Moist. They've taken control of that second floor. You see Verhulst taking some shots with Reps and Hal, making sure that Moist isn't going to try to push in on them. Reps is getting that information.
Yeah, I just want to analytically kind of break down what we saw right there. I mean, Dark Zero was just in such a bad position. I'm surprised they survived that long. They're on low ground. They're able to somehow survive, come in, avoid the TSM third party, and then immediately work back in the house as they recognized TSM was going to back out and take another location. Ultimately, Moist was fortunate rain on their parade as we got Moist right here right now. And actually, it'd be interesting to jump into a listen with Moist Esports. Let's take a listen.
I got one. Where is it? Where is it? Yeah. Got it. I've got no bats, no bats.
NRG と TSM のポジション強いね。まあ、俺のその質問の答えを、僕の答えは、漢字ことで漢字思います。
I got Gen. I can't get it down. I'm putting it this side then.
Yeah, I can't get bacon anyway.
That's fine.
Just a quick little listen into them, pretty much looting at that point because they already hit their rotate. They're just going to be chilling. Both TSM and Moist have great positioning. They're just going to poke each other with some cues here. Moist under some duress, but should be just fine with that Watson.
Love the comms too. Wondering, hey, did you guys splag that purple weevil that was mine? Real quick.
We've all been there in ranks, you know?
There's manners out here in Apex, and Fnatic doesn't care about them. They're chasing after another team right now. Charge Rifle beating down another player, breaking that crypto.
Gory push.
22 points. This is what's so much fun about Match Point. There's always a team or two or three that can completely ruin the opportunity for Match Point squads to win. It was much worse before we had anonymous mode, obviously, in the game. Now that we do, it's hard for these teams to tell who's who, especially with a lot of repeat comps. That kind of very popular TSM comp of Valkyrie and Horizon might give them some disguise.
That brings you back to the very final moments of champs.
It was crazy. I mean, team.
Bass 来た。
A lot harder to do now.
バスに入った。
That way, that was a really, really great change for Match Point.
バス入った。
Obviously, this Match Point format is so unique, so much fun from an entertainment perspective. Provides so many different stories. Who can keep this story alive to go to Chapter 7? Instead, will TSM or NRG close this out in 6?
For the players, it's about stamina here too. Staying consistent. Nathan gets beamed from a distance. Playing underneath tree here. Again, just to remind everybody just tuning in, NRG and TSM are sitting at match point. With NRG running their World's Edge comp currently, they're looking to sit in final circle positioning, but they don't want to stop their momentum. That's what we saw in the last game. They still want to play on top of their game. They still want to rack up the KP. They still want to keep their points.
That's right. Taking a quick scan around some of the other teams.
E6 のレジェンドコスト何ですか?
1, 2, 3. Former AD Raccoon, top 3 team in APAC North. Obli and Karanpu. Picking up Sangjun. Great right for them.
カロンプって誰ですか?
30 points overall, they need 20. As we're taking a quick scan around some of the rest of the teams remaining in this lobby right now. The Guard in 19th, ExoClan in 18th, Space Station in 17th, Element 6 in 16th. That's the bottom of the top. Well, Onyx Esports, we have not talked about them and we need to. The Boogie Boarders signed by Onyx just before this event. In third place with 46, Xset with 43, Alliance with 41, as well as Dark Zero, who's eliminated from this lobby. Team Singularity, representing South America. And now once again, I'll say, Forza Brazil, what a show for the South Americans.
Yeah, I love to see the South American scene rallying behind Singularity, giving them all their energy. I've been seeing it on social media, and I love how you also highlighted Onyx because it's an opportunity to also be sitting at match point, to sit alongside TSM and NRG as we actually take a look at the overhead of Onyx inside of this building. 3 squads in this vicinity.
やめろ。
We'll let the stage set here as we get
おい、
ready for
死
this
神
late
じゃ
game.
ないよ、俺。
Tension so tight, so intense. 17 squads remain. Can you imagine the pressure, the moment? Mandy gonna get tagged up
バ
just
ーカー、ちょっと
tickle
前
of the
に
Seer
イギリ
Q
ス
here
の
as
配信
Alliance
見
can be well
見
positioned
に
for
行
now.
っ
We'll jump on board with
て
them as we take a
コ
look
メン
back
トを
at
し
Harvester.
て
This is our
たよ
edge
ね。
team.
そう
Rotating for thermal
バーカー
station.
は
This
め
is
ちゃ
huge right
昔
now.
の
If they
友
take out
達だ。
Exit, that's one of our match point contending
シ
teams.
ゾ
That
ン
means it's more
3の
likely
友
for
達
our
だ。
two teams to
バー
win
カー
in
は。
NRG and TSM.
Going in here though, they still have one wipe evil shield as Exit have the health advantage. They're trying to gatekeep them, but they're getting shot from behind. They have to look for the third party that they're gonna inevitably meet once they start their rotation.
Right.
Fun with the information though, they send out the Seer. Oh, you can
You
currently see
get-
they're trying to chase down these players who manage to go onto the low ground.
I love that. They're immediately aiming down sights to try and beam Obley, but the head glitch is there. Nice job from Obley using line of sight. He's gonna melt, doesn't get his crack, but they're taking so much storm damage right now, Viggy. They're just gonna reset. They have time. The storm is not ticking for a lot. And Exet will continue to gatekeep, but E36 is there. Fun's peers from APAC North might come save them.
That's the
No, they
third
won't.
party.
They're we're out of here.
That's the third party I was
韓国人
worried
の
about. And they're
韓
actually,
国
I
人
like
の
the spot
友
here
達
from them too. They see the Zero on the other side of Harvester at the very end coming out. They're backing away because instead they could just prioritize rotating into circle just to gatekeep, not just Exit, but Fun on top of it.
That's right. The
チーミン
gatekeeper will become the
チーミングだ
gatekeeper, right? With Exet
チーミングじゃん
right now, still in zone, by the way. E36 going to try and do the same potentially. Xset's going to back out one level further. They know they can't play this too hard because they will be stuck from zone. They know they have to prioritize rotate, but they also know that Fun is breathing on their backs.
And look who's on the high
I
ground
know.
right now.
Horror.
Fnatic made their rotation from the train tunnel. Leaving out of
The
lava siphon. This is huge because they're going to have a
thing
high ground advantage of all the
Wednesday,
action
no.
from the teams rotating away from Harvester.
Yeah, that's a great position. This is always a kind of mid-game god spot, if you will. They're going to get scanned for now, though, and right in front of FNC is E36, who we mentioned previously. This is basically a 4-course meal of APAC North dishes. We got some sushi, we got a couple of different entrees coming. Because we got Fnatic from Japan, we got
いやね
E36
まだ
from
誰
Korea,
も
and then of course Xset, the Americans,
あよかっただ
trying to join in and see if they can be the last team alive.
Fnatic are getting griefed by charge rifles from left to right. I mean, right now they're just trying to make sure where the other teams
え
are. You
ちょっ
can
と待
see
っ
them
て
just
このア
trying
ン
to
チ
aim
っ
down
て
their
どこ
sight.
で
Ooh, get some
すどこいるん
information
か
though. The nades are getting sent down as Alliance. Take care of Shady.
That's huge. One match point contender takes out a member of another with a knock. Fussy, Rocky, team of two. Last two alive. Does Alliance decide to take their numbers here? The Seer ult is there. They're going to run out of it, but they are scanned. Wait for the scan to dissipate. Here comes the push. Alliance trying to step on the gas pedal. They're going to get some damage off the rip. Look at the patience here from Onyx.
そもそもの意味なん
Alliance
ですか
wisely
忘れちゃった
decides to back out. Here's why. You might be wondering, these teams are they nervous? Why are they not taking these fights? No. Alliance, Xset are both on match point, or sorry, close to match point. They know they just have to make late game, and they'll get there with placement points. They don't need the kills. There's no reason to play ultra kill hungry and aggressive. I like these calls coming through from Alliance
オ
and
ニク
Xset.
4ポイント欲しい、ね
I really like how you highlight that because aside from
はい
Onyx,
そうそうそう
Exit
そう
Alliance, Dark Zero, Singularity are also tied for 39
Malapit
points
na
before
eh,
this
no?
game here too. A lot of these teams
Konting-konti na lang.
have to
Kaso ang
change up
hirap
the way
na
that they
nito,
play
duo na
depending
lang
on their
sila.
goal. Currently, Fnatic are also right behind Fun. Exit are going to help take them down as they exit out of this lobby. 16 squads left, and Onyx still playing as a duo. They managed to pick up the banner,
Delivered to
but it's
beacon.
about the
Yung mga
information.
green
You
na
see,
yun, kapag
Rocky just going to be able
nakapunta
to
sila,
get
pwede
that
sila mag-revive.
information. Holding on to that
Sa
tactical,
buhay uli siya.
waiting to see if they have the opportunity to maybe wrap
Right.
around. But look who's on their
Nasa
six.
langit.
Look who gets word of the party that they did not get invited to. It's
Patay
Space
pa
Station,
nga.
making the
Kapag
rotation
lumapit
from
sila
the
dun
south
sa
side of the map.
green na beacon.
Space station nearby.
Yung
I'd
isa
love to
lang.
take a look
Ay,
at the
yung
overhead map
dalawa,
if we
buhay.
can to show you where the
Tapos kapag
zone
may
is
sabit,
pulling. You see it at the top left. We got the next zone intel. And it's Ascend in zone right now. TSM right nearby. They predicted it well. Alliance gonna push through. Oh my goodness, the beams are gonna come through.
Mandy,
SSG
Onyx
joins in and takes
落ちた
out Onyx.
That's what I was worried about. SSG was middle of rotating
Yeah.
away from the launch site. They get involved in the fight.
みんな、
And Ascend,
ちょっと待って、
who
この
was
アン
in that
チ
next circle like we just saw, that usually like to hold the truck with the Watson fences, now may be able to get
これ
involved.
TSM だ。
Oh
Oh my!
Gino getting involved in the fight. Gil gets the first knock.
Another TSM and NRG fight. Raps has to go big. No, he's gonna get taken out. TSM down to 1. NRG down
They
to
griefed each other!
The best 1v1 player, arguably.
They griefed each other!
But Moist is there. Are you kidding me, Guild? What
Oh
you got?
my!
Moist, NRG, Reps is out of there like swimwear here. He gets out the Yeet bracelet. They finish off Sweet.
Oh
they
my
don't get the finish
God.
just yet. NRG are still in.
There's no
They
way.
griefed each
That Gillis
other!
just survived.
なんだそのプッシュエナルジー
I'm out.
Ice in his veins. He's cold. Ice cold. North Carolina represent the teenager who just a year ago broke out into the scene like he kept that team liquid.
まだいるん
He gets swooped up
か
by NRG, and now he has a chance.
ぶち切れそうみんなクリッピー教えてくださいクリッパーみんな TSM のパースペクティブクリップくださいクリップしてください本当に見せてくれ
Right on the outside, Guild is still alive. He's able to restabilize, but can he collect the banners?
本当に見せてくれ I need to see the clip
I can't believe what we have seen so far in this competition.
The Seer ult right in front of Guild. The information from the team on the high ground right now. Look at this. Alliance force outside the buildings. E6 rotating in. Look at this chaos between Space Station and Ascend, while Ascend created an entire fence line around the truck.
That's right. 3-team affair, and this is in zone for the next zone. Ascend, SSG, E6.
むしろ
Here comes the push to the Gibraltar Dome
お
balls.
ガード
Denial.
ガード
Shield, he gets melted. The knock's gonna come through.
ガード
Sorry, Frex is last alive. In 1v2, Frex is.
おま
The Ascend is gonna eliminate him from the lobby.
Space Station out. Ascend now getting involved. Remember, they were right behind him. E6 get taken out. They were running the double big boys, and they're no longer shaking up this lobby as Ascend are gonna go right back to where they were taking cover.
Gildersons is still alive, and the only reason is because Moist is running a Seerless team comp. Moist prioritizes Watson, Crypto, Apex South Special,
ガードいけるぞ
rotate, and play for zone. Moist was the second best team in total average placement points per game behind the Guard, our two earliest rotate, most defensive teams in the game.
Now look at this with Moist playing on the inside, painting the inside of this building with the
Bakit
Watson
tatagal
fences.
ata to, ah?
E36 are on top of the high ground of this building. Ascend aren't going to be moving. They did get involved in another fight previously, but they get the extra cover. Moist still alive here, going to be able to also have so many death boxes at their feet, so that way they can actually reset, change up their weapon loadout if they're low on ammo at the same time too. 7 squads left. Ascend, Moist, Guild, by the way, still alive. E36, Fnatic, GO, and the Guard.
Gildersons did not obviously get banners. No way he could have. He's gonna have to
忍
wrap.
者だ忍者
He's so clutch. Could you imagine a world where Gildersons right now, Vicky, wins a
ガード
1v2 or a 1v3 to win
いける
the
ぞ
tournament for Sweet, getting him his first championship ever, and proving how smart Sweet is for making this roster move happen.
Look, he's already a legend, but that would just put him on the top. Fnatic now, able to move in from the low ground,
Goodbye.
playing from right behind the rock, gets the crack, it's Yuka. They're going to be able to send it down onto the Guard as Rabo's the first one to go down.
Out to toss with a knock, but Yundi is going to third party, just like that. The res needs to come through. FNC needs to go quick. E36 is going to come and run on top of them. Can they get there fast enough is the question. The good beams, wide right angle from on to E. Aimbot. Yundi pushing wide. Oh my god, that was a Seer Q. Nice PK shot from On, gonna connect as well.
It's prioritization so that way they don't have that information. Backing away, trying to dance around
Oh.
the barrage. And
Kami
they're forced
bang
now
ulit
down
ba?
from aimbot. I'm just gonna try to restabilize here too. Hiding behind the gold knockdown shield.
いけ
That's
てる
right,
ぞ
big
いけ
fight
るぞ
right here, big moment. Oh, Yundi getting the shield bat off, he's going to. Can't see a thing
Yeah,
on
it's
screen,
it.
the smokes are
Fnatic,
abundant.
get it
Ascend
off.
though, very well positioned in God spot. Gilderson's still alive.
Gil putting down the black market, getting what he needs here.
Oh.
Behind up Fnatic as they get eliminated.
Oh.
E36 now trying to run away. Gil trying to clean up some KP at the same time. The lone warrior left from NRG.
This is a game of hide and seek. Right now, Gilderson's is
あでも
channeling
あ
his
ソ
inner
ロバレ欲しい
13-year-old
なんソ
playing
ロ
Call of Duty
あ
for
終わ
Halo
りだ
just
Okay,
hiding from the rest of the
nagtatago
lobby. Unbelievable.
わあ終わりだ
Let's tone it back here. With Ascend being a full man squad, GO only up to Juzna, the only one alive. Guild, the only
Ascend
one alive.
勝った
Two rats against a full squad that has the high ground.
Unbelievable. Two teams of one's gonna make it so difficult for Gildersons. Juzna, look at Juzna's positioning.
Bakit pag na
Juzna is
diba
inside the building,
grabe
but has
yun
no
shit
exit without taking quite a bit of storm damage. So you got to think on low ground, Gildersons and Juzna, the crypto.
Yep, that's
ult is gonna
Kushera.
scan
Eh?
out Guild.
Juzna mo
It
roba
is
da
very, very grim right now. Ascend, the Portuguese squad who picks up the new Polish rookie in Lufka. With an opportunity to close this out, they likely will. They have complete control. Vicky, I don't see a world where they lose this game, but hey, crazier things have happened.
Sending out the bracelet through the windowsill into the line of sight of Guild. The 1v1 comes in. Kashira right with the information gets the EMP. They're going to fully send out the Guild.
They got second.
There in that game 6, that final game.
Holy shit.
And La Familia, Ascend stands up. Papa Kashira in the building. He's battled so much with his health. You've seen Kashira get emotional in so many interviews.
Look at Papa Kashira there too.
Amazing.
I love
I'm
it.
getting emotional just taking a look there.
2位すごい
With a
ね
huge game, they will rise the ranks
エナ
into
ジ
the
ーし
top 5. And maybe, just maybe, a lock match point. I didn't see
Okay,
their
okay.
point
春
total,
の
but they might
春の
be
フ
there
リッ
as
プ
well, Vicky. They might be the only EMEA team.
Bro, like, just run to the other building! You know that other team left the building! They left! You saw them run across! God! Like, you can scan it! You keep, I keep telling you he's
just
running-
calm that then, just calm that.
Bro, I literally told you
Calm
10
that.
times. He is running outside! He
I
ran
realize that.
outside, but
I
you
scanned-
kept fucking scanning the building! Why are you scanning the building if he's running outside? Hello? I don't understand. He's either solo, he's
Glitter, Tiff, Gino, take it away.
Hello. Hello.
Ascend. We saw the fans screaming. I saw Mama Papa Kashira up there making some noise. LFG. I'm not gonna say it on broadcast. It's family friendly right here, but you can kind of
レプスかわいそう
sentiment.
レプスのせいだい
Ascend,
つもの
the
いつもレプスのせいだ
heroes, but also the amazing support, the family dynamic, and the story of Kashira and his parents, his father specifically. It is now a possibility they are on match point.
I mean, talk about a comeback too, because we were so
スナイ
focused
プ
on
ならな
energy and TSM seeing
スナイ
what they
プ
could
な
do
ら
on
な
World's Edge
レプ
that
ス
we weren't even really too focused
レプ
on the
ス
teams below. The massive
なんか
performance
余裕がある
and what I love about this
スナイ
now,
プなら
we're back
な
to switching the
レ
maps
プ
over
ス
again. We're going to
余裕があ
Stormpoint.
る
This is a
なんか
massive
スナイ
win
プ
for
に
Ascend
スナイ
because
プの
they're
せい
very
だい
strong on
つ
this
も
map.
Tiff.
I mean, look, this is what we were talking about this morning. Production was like, hey, yo, we need your picks. And I was like, this is where we think it's going to go. We want to see 7 to 8 games. And if that happens, we're going to Stormpoint. So we picked the teams that were going to be better
down.
on Stormpoint, at least historically, right?
よしな
Talk us through
な
this game here.
あのにそれ
Yeah,
も
look,
ない
EXO Clan have been struggling. They've had a couple of early game exits so far. We also saw another bit of Apex South action there with Moist taking out DZ early and hurting their chances of reaching match point. A couple of those teams now sitting up there in the 40s. Onyx, Hero 46 got no points, and as a result, it was only a
スニップダウン
There's nowhere to go. I can't. Bro, like, just run to the other building. You know that other team left the building. They left. You saw them run across. God. Like, you can scan it. You keep. I keep telling you he's
just
running.
calm that then, just calm that.
Bro, I literally told you
Calm
10
that.
times. He is running outside. He
I
ran
realize
outside,
that.
but
I
you
scanned-
kept fucking scanning the building. Why are you scanning the building if he's running outside? Hello? I don't understand. He's either solo. He's
hello
Position. They have the Watson, they can fence it off, and honestly,
Hiding,
I saw
hiding.
Lufka, who was kind of just keeping an eye on that. He was watching the fences, making sure, looking down below. But the fact that GO and Guild, hello Guild, ratting it out in a Seer meta, let's go. The fact that he was able to get to top 3, if he would have clutched that, I don't know what I would have done.
Listen, the smart man knows how to fight. A wise man knows what to say, so he doesn't have to fight. And I think Ascend just kind of watched that one and said, not our time yet, and took the right position. Obviously, Ascend feeling very, very good after that. And heading into what will be, I'm sure, our match results, you can see that 11 kills, 12 placement points, put them in the position for match point almost assuredly. NRG so close, second place, but not enough to close out the tournament. So guess what? We'll go again. Heading to page 2, though. Looking at these teams, yes, TSM are already on match point. Yes, ESA coming very, very close. They started strong. They have kind of fallen back off. But looking at Dark Zero, who are in 8th place right now, and you even look at the fact that XSET is a team on the other side of the things. You take a series of results, you're going to see how close this is starting to get with Game 7 very much approaching.
Yeah.
3 teams on match point, Tiff, and it is 6 other teams 10 points away from being able to join them.
Look, this may just go the distance. I predicted 7. Genome had 9. We might actually be going towards 9 because I have a feeling this next match that we're about to experience, you just have to pick up. I mean, XN, they just need to wipe one team. They can go out south of 18th place, but as long as they win that initial 3v3, they're on match point.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, with NRG that far ahead, 80 points, they are probably locked second in the bag. At least 6 figures about to be transferred into their bank account here.
I mean, you know, for all the success that they have outside of competing as well on stream, we don't even need it that much, but hey, they'll take it, I'm sure. And of course, it will be very rewarding. They don't think they'll be happy with that. The money's one thing, but they want to hoist the trophy.
I'm glad you said that because we've mentioned it a few times over the weekend. There are only 2 teams that can claim the title of the championship here at LAN so far in this game. And NRG has come so close so many times. You don't always want to be the bridesmaid and never the bride.
And to be so close in terms of I have the opportunity, I have the opportunity, I have the opportunity. How does that start to play on your mental? How many times can you go and almost make it happen and then not see it done? This is a crucial game for all the teams on match point, and you know the players have to step up to make it happen. So if you're seeing a player make some incredible plays, if you're noticing that these 3 teams have had a standout start to you, you can vote for our ALGS MVP powered by Monster Energy. Use the hashtag and then the player's name right behind it on Twitter or on Twitch. Let us know who you think is going to be the Monster MVP for today. Also, we always take time to celebrate the common elements of the game that makes Apex so special and so difficult to master but easy to pick up, which is why for our segment here, we're going to take a look at WD Black's What's in Your Back. Today, I want to talk about the Golden Knockdown Shield TIF. It has played a role in not only today, but a big part of Apex games in general.
Yeah, it's been one of the most critically valued items. You can see you revive squad mates with bonus shields and health, but there's a lot of different scenarios that we have gotten to witness it in so far here at the Split 1 playoffs. One of my favorites right here, NRG. This was the circle we were talking about because we thought we were going to get a recreation of it here in this series. The fact is they were able to utilize the bracelet on the Loba, go back and forth and shoot the reses, but one of my favorite moments, Glitter, was when we were casting up there the other day. It was going to be Geo, Gombre. The way they utilized that, it was the most impeccable thing.
Yeah, this is it right here. Newcastle at the moment is passive retrieve the wounded. It gives you 750 damage. That is actually a lot. You need a full team focusing that down to punch through that knockdown shield, and with the ability to move your teammates around while you are reviving them, it makes it incredibly impactful on top of the fact that you get that extra health and shield back when rezzed.
Really smart play there. Dropped the shield, gave it to his teammate at low health, knowing he was going down, so that he could pick him up without having to use a medkit, shield batteries, Glitter. Those are just the intricacies that make pro play so fun.
That's why we're at the level that we are at here, and I'm glad that you caught that while we were casting too, because it was literally a split second. There was barely enough time to drop that shield, and it changed their entire outcome of that game for them.
Well, big shout outs to WD Black. That's been What's in Your Back. What do you have to say? I mean, those watching at home, are you hyped? Are you ready? Those in the crowd, are you guys hyped? Are you ready to see somebody win this thing? You know, this is one of those moments that it just starts to build because now we're having Game 7 approaching. Will we get a win? We've got some predictions, but somebody's going to have to not get given this opportunity. They will have to take it. Coming up next, Game 8 here in London to see if we get a winner or if we go one more time.
Malaysia. Mali nga. Game 7. Mata, 13 試合。13 games yung nakaraan. 13. ちょっと待って、日本のファイナル10。Titan not.いや、暑いすぎるだね。 ちょっと待って、俺のツイートもいい写真だそれいい写真だそれ。
Welcome back, Copperbox Arena, to ALGS Playoff Match Point Finals. Fallout here alongside Vicky Katie. We got one more game. We got a game number 7 with 3 teams at match point. It's Ascend Club representing Portugal and Poland. It's TSM and NRG. Scripted. You would really think it's scripted. That's how good this finals been.
This is crazy. I mean, Ascend is one of the most consistent teams, if not the most consistent team in EMEA, and they are looking to represent, showing some love to the crowd, showing some love to EMEA, the scene that has been able to rally up behind them, the first team from EMEA to make it here on match point.
That's right. Apex Twitter is losing their mind. I saw tweets from Monsoon, Vaxlon, everybody can't believe what we have here. On the far right of your screen is Nathan. The only of 2 players to unlock 1,000 kills in all-time ALGS history this weekend. Huge, huge accomplishment for Nathan as we take a look at Ascend.
Love it here. We get to see the Ascend family on screen. Look at this. Gotta say hello. The Kashera fam absolutely love the support. Very touching story from Kashera, his pops, rallying up behind them. I love feeling the crowd energy here for our players. Talking about us making the transition, though, onto Storm Point. This is incredibly important. Ascend's composition allows them to bunker down like they do. They're very good at predicting where the zones are going to be pulling, and that is always their priority. Now that we're making the transition to Storm Point, as you guys can see right now, game number 7, Ascend, one of the teams alongside Dark Zero, GO, and Exet, to take 2 wins on this map in this entire weekend.
That's an important stat line, Vicky. So once again, Ascend has been dominant on Storm Point. So a really, really important story going into this last and final game. They're dropping uncontested with opportunity to go huge here and win another game because they've been so consistent on this map. Can Ascend do it for EMEA and become a champion, much like they were in the Winter Circuit years ago? Once again, all of Portugal is watching, the entire Portuguese esports community. Right now, the backs of these 2, Kashera and Postkill.
It's so crazy for them to have been able to secure that W on World's Edge speaks volumes, because let's not forget what happened at the very beginning of the day today. When we did start on World's Edge, Ascend ended their run at 15th with no KP. The second game on World's Edge, 18th as a placement, 1 KP. Then when we get the transition into Storm Point where they're strongest, they got 18th with no KP, and then following that, 4th with 8 KP to their name. After getting that dub and 11 KP on World's Edge, they're gonna just carry that momentum now into their best map. I'm so excited. Again, this script writes itself.
Can you imagine our first European LAN championship since Sweden of last year? In about 8 to 10 months, first with a live audience, is what I meant to say. And Ascend comes in as a European team and just steals the tournament win right under the nose of TSM and NRG. Steals the opportunity for first championship. That would be unbelievable as we take a look at the overhead map and show you. Dark Zero dropping in hill. Ascend drops right outside of hill, just southeast. So DZ potentially on a rotation. They like to play early rotate. They don't like to fight, so it's unlikely, but could potentially take out Ascend. I mean, they know Ascend is dropping there. Do you think teams will start getting a little bit more strategic? You know, Dark Zero was doing it yesterday. They were hinting on purpose.
We could see, I mean, remember Fun also with their quick rotation on the gravity cannon to try to cut off the guard when this is a team that also likes to quickly rotate. And as we can see where the circle is going to be taking us, Ascend looting exactly where they're talking about POI, north of Cenote Caves. They're going to be able to get that information, but the one thing that they're missing, they don't have beacon information in that building off to the right of Postkill. Kashera is trying to get into position to maybe try to scan a beacon. If there is a beacon close to the mill, as you can see, Dark Zero is going to be looting that POI.
That's right. Keep in mind, they do run crypto, so they'll have a chance to scan on rotate.
うわー、TSM アンテナだったな。アンテナならな。
Is what we're seeing right now. Lay of the land. Take a look at the circle where it's going to be pulling. It's just going to be over down to Gale Station. LG rotates here. This could be an opportunity for Luminosity in 15th place to try and make a comeback. SSG, favorable zone for them as well.
Let's talk about where this circle could be taking us, Fallout. Let's break it down as we see Luminosity already in Gale Station since they land in Fish Farms and they have the beacon. We've seen the circle plenty of times before, usually landing on one of the buildings of Gale Station. If not the buildings, then to the north of the buildings where there's a lot of open space this, minus that slight little high ground that you see on the choke point between Launchpad and Fish Farms by that rock. So Luminosity now going to be playing by the edge. Ascend in already some trouble. Kashira did manage to get the scan on the beacon close to Dark Zero, and Dark Zero are not going to let them.
This is exactly what we highlighted. Dark Zero likes to be strategic. Fun. Our PvP is one of the best coaches, and Ascend's going to say, no, Jinji, sit down, Dark Zero. I'm the king of the mountain.
The trade for trade, though. Zero getting the knock at the Kashira.
Oh my!
Not in the way that you want in your DMs. Dark Zero is the first squad to get eliminated. Gotta eco it real quick here. Lufka feeling himself when he was literally won.
I'm so curious to get the thoughts of DZ there on why. I mean, did they decide to push and try and grief Ascend to take matters into their own hands? Or did Ascend hide and rat? We didn't really catch the fight early on. And the sigh of relief from their coach. But in my eyes, Dark Zero, you need 9 points. You gotta trust the system, trust the process that other teams will take out Ascend in late game and just rotate, play for placement, much like we saw XF do last game and others.
The thing is here, Follow, is that they heard the drone from Kashira scan the beacon off to the right building of Mill. So they already know where Ascend land. They already know where Ascend is in the standings. The fact that they're at match point allowed Dark Zero to be like, okay, well, you know what, let's just try to different them. And the thing is, Ascend also have amazing shields to work with in terms of blue. Lufka having the gold diva.
Yeah, I respect the confidence, but sometimes confidence isn't the only answer. A little bit too strategic, too thoughtful for DZ. If that was the case, that was intentional. Again, we're interested to get their thoughts. Yeah, you're right. I mean, every team knows where every team lands. They knew that Ascend was dropping there. They played on Storm Point already, and it's well aware. You know, public knowledge. Sven Apex, big shot to Sven. Drops all the map info before, so of course they knew that they were there. They rotated through. They tried catching them off guard, but they got punished. And I disagree with that. If it's game 10 and there's 7 teams on match point, there's a likely chance that the game ends. Then yeah, and you're in 18th place. Then yeah, but if you're right there close to match point, no reason. Don't want to harp on it though by any means. Kudos to Ascend for winning that 3v3. Lufka went huge.
And also wasting no time to make this rotation.
All 3 kills for Lufka, by the way.
Absolutely, no, he went crazy. You saw him go for the slide on the rock. He was able to clean up the rest of Dark Zero, feeling himself, and that's the confidence that we like to see, especially from a team sitting at match point. They're also going to be able to not only quickly rotate with the Trident, but they're the only team underneath the beacon building. The beacon in where this next circle is going to be pulling. We know that the congestion spot has already probably been Gale Station, leaving out of Fish Farms, LG, or lands there. They had the beacon there. They already had that information. It's beautiful here. Onyx is probably going to join in on the fray too. Space Station usually land in Launchpad unless they want to try to gatekeep another team. In that choke point north of Launchpad, they'll also be the team that is going to inevitably meet themselves with the other teams that have the high ground by the choke point leading into Gale Station.
Yeah. Good breakdown, good analysis there as you jump on board to TSM. Just a heads up for everyone in terms of what's in the replicator, in case you weren't aware right now on rotation. Is the purple scope, purple sniper mag. So heavy meta, which is so much sniper play. Hell says nah, I'm good.
I just can't wait for the weekly rotation to also change in a bit. I don't know if it's happening just yet or we're going to get it soon here, but that mobile respawn beacon is in the replicator. What does it mean, though, when the mobile respawn ends up being on the ground? That's what I'm excited for if we keep going through the series here, as Fnatic are also going to start making their rotation on the Trident.
NRG, you saw them doing the armory. On the rotation for checkpoint, ESA in 11th place. They started strong in this tournament. They won a game on Storm Point. Slowed down ever since. TSM is a Valkyrie. This could be a crucial one. Where will they place?
They were really close. I mean, they got second, but they got 8KP to their name right there, too, as TSM with the Skyward Diver coming in from the north side.
That's right. You know, Verholst and his Valkyries over the years have been improving. Hal, of course, very critical of those Valkyries, but Verholst right now navigating the skies very clearly. The captain, the pilot of this team right now. Verholst going to slow play this rotate. We're out of bounds. Rotate through, and it looks like it's clean. TSM, safe rotation into the next zone. That's big.
I like this. They love this building. When they make these rotates to these southern zones, especially when Antenna's in that next circle, they love this. But looking at the fight from Ascend, they get beamed by a charge rifle, but they get the knock immediately with the Havoc.
Yeah, and Ascend used to keep in mind, they used to run Newcastle and Watson, all pro league, right? We know how comfortable they are with that team comp. That means they also know how to beam that team. Lufka is playing so unreal. He's brand new to this roster. They're playing unbelievable. Let's jump into a listen-in with Ascend.
You're alone, Lufka. It's fine, it's fine. Yeah, you ignore them? Yeah. No, she's moving down. Can we loot a bit?
Yeah, you can. Oh my god!
Nice job, Lufka. Did you got 2 kills or what? We got 2 kills.
I killed only one.
We got 2 kills.
I'm swapping weapons.
You killed I'm getting destroyed by another team. Yeah, on height. Accelerate on their post. Okay, I'm gonna take it. Dropping a bot. Nice job. I'm gonna take the beacon. We have 3 teams close. I don't know if there's another team in Chief Hall, boys. I don't think so though. The Hulk is on the top, on the roof. You have to go closer and push her. Yeah. Again.
アセンド応援しないか。
And there you hear from Kushera, IGL, this team
何わろ
navigating the
な
team
ん
so
で
well.
ハゲ
That's why they're
コ
so
メントし
good.
た
Continuously
そういう
slept on
それだか
from a
ら
global perspective.
笑
Everyone
って
talks
よ
about TSM. Everyone
笑っ
talks
て
about
る
NRG. But Ascend came into this tournament
My.
as a favorite. And if you ignored that, if you denied that, then you're insane. They've been playing so good in a very stacked and a region with a lot of depth in EMEA for a long time. They won the Winter Circuit playoffs with VJ a while ago. And since picking up Lufka, they've been great.
I love the way that Kushera talks to Luca.
Yeah, no,
Too.
it's
It's
like-
like he's pulling him back like Pokemon, just returning to his Pokeball out here. It's actually insane. And NRG, as we tune in,
神の
we're getting
話
to
やめ
earlier,
よ
and they're going to be able to hang out by the gate, try to see which of the squads want to rotate outside of Jurassic Park as ESA are going to be
う
sharing
また
some of this
神の
low ground
話
with
してる
Fnatic.
Yeah, same way you keep me in
話
check
して
sometimes. I get a little wild
さ
with
っ
this
きの
guy. Big things got me,
さ
you
っ
know?
きの神話いつですか
A lot of love for my girl Vicky. Thanks so much, everybody in chat, for all the energy, everyone in the crowd, for all the energy and support throughout the weekend. Gosh, this
どう
has
いう
been
意味
so
また
entertaining, so much fun to watch. The growth of Apex as a pure form of entertainment in esports is unbelievable. Fnatic here from Japan, a global affair. Can APAC North represent right now the best chance? Well, it's Ganbarea Tucson from Korea in 10th.
Where we going? Where we going? Nowhere. I had to juke you real quick. Got to keep you in check. And they were like, oh no, wait.
I'm the driver.
Miscommunication real quick
Oh.
out here. As Fnatic is like, okay, we made it exactly crossing the open field into the line of sight of where we originally saw Ascend. Fnatic is doing this because they want to get the beacon that's right on top of this building. They got the Bangalore smokes to allow Yuka or Matutasha, as Matutasha is going to take the high ground, to get that next set of information.
You know, we've all been there and ranked with our friend. Hey, yo, get out of the front seat. I'm driving. You know, we've all been there and ranked, kind of goofy.
あファナティックの IGL 誰ですか
I would never let you drive a Trident.
あ松
You know how good of a driver I am of a Trident? Just wait. I navigate the seas, the lands very, very well with the Trident on hand. Jumping on over to Phonyhead and ESA. 18 squads left. Once again, a stacked endgame circle. Phonyhead currently in a great position here on edge. Not in the next zone, but certainly well positioned with Fnatic on sites.
ユカですか
Gio also getting a knock in the feed here as ESA are holding onto this high ground. This is fantastic for ESA because they saw the opportunity to come right back up here. They're going to be able to also pressure out the team that we just saw. Fnatic just rotate on top of those buildings. And with the beacon being right there and ESA not having a crypto, they don't really have the free opportunity to get that beacon scan. They may get pressured out by the squads to the right, but if they're busy fighting another team, then they want to try to take advantage of this opportunity.
ESA knows how to fight, likes to fight. Cody on controller. Luda, the Canadian, representing Canada. Sentinels ain't here. Here comes the push, Phonyhead. The IGL protects as he turns, he's gonna be, but Phony goes down. Yuka goes down as well. Meltstera gonna melt. And just like that, it's all up to Cody. I believe the last alive. No, he's knocked, he's dead.
He's gone. He's out of here. ESA now. Fnatic going to be able to come out on top. They're going to be able to get the shields up on top of that too. And it's only up to Luda from ESA, who survived with 1 HP from the outside of the Cyril.
By the hair on his chin, will Luda escape? But ESA tries to
By the
not
hair
able
of
to do
his
so. And you know,
chin
Vex
chin.
Gaming tried something interesting. They tried
Is that
playing
gonna
Catalyst for that reason, to be able to push buildings with confidence, take over doors. It didn't work for Vex, obviously. They didn't make it past the elimination bracket round 1. As we now have Phonyhead going to get taken out. And it's all up to Luda last alive. We can take a look at the overhead map, though, and show you exactly how things are going to end. Ganbarea Tucson, the top APAC North team taken out. Fnatic trying to take that spot. But let's look at the overhead map, or the side-by-side map, if we can. Take a look. Ascend is in the next zone, and they're deep south, with the potential to get a Trident, which we've seen teams do before. Use the Trident deep in the waters while everyone else fights, and it's no man's land between them. Play that way is the interesting thing. Luda finally gets taken out here with an easy little pick from Yuka. Nice shots, though.
What was great is that it just looked like the whole lobby wanted to light him up. Nobody is safe out here. He tried to take to the skies. It was basically out here for everybody to shoot at. Team Singularity now just trying to get away. Creeper Barrage being called in by them. But this is the other team coming in. It's NRG now getting involved right here. Remember, this is where we also saw TSM originally rotating. Probably still within the vicinity after they took that skyward dive.
NRG また
Finishing up some of the
NRG
members
か
of Singularity here before NRG trying to call off to reposition if they want to disengage.
And I love how Energy's playing this. Shout out to Sweet. He's probably saying, let's just keep playing our game. Don't change anything up. Don't get nervous. He's been here before, and a lot of people have criticized him. Does he show up on land? Does he get nervous? Can he IGL to top tier? Yes, he can. And he's showing why right now, leading his team with such great success and such decisiveness is sweet. They're still playing for kills. They got a few there. TSM's going to join in. They're playing aggressive, and they're trying to maintain that lead. 82 points right now above Ascend with 59. Keep in mind, that's another micro storyline here. Is yeah, match point's important, but you got to rack up points if you want second place, which is a big chunk of the $1 million prize pool.
That's exactly what Ray was saying here too. You want to be able to pocket some of that money out here, even if you don't
頑張れお
manage to
父
win
さん、日
game
本
after
人じゃないの
match point.
そう、日
NRG
本人じ
are
ゃない。頑
leading
張れ
the
お父
way
さん、中
with
国、
huge
韓
points
国人
currently
です。
as it's DF on the other side inside of these buildings.
Quick update. X at 2 points for match point. Alliance 5. And they're both still alive. As we got Alliance and TSM nearby, if we can get the side-by-side big map on screen, actually, hold that thought. Might be a fight here. We'll pull that up in a second. But Alliance and TSM are neck and neck, close to each other. The Bangalore also going to come through from Sweet. He's going to tag for shields, gets the stun. And that Bangalore stun is so grueling, but they're not able to follow up.
See that player on the high ground taking the gravity lift right now as NRG are trying to find an engagement.
Let's jump into a listing with NRG and hear exactly how Sweet making the calls.
75. I have to bat. Watch out, grenades. Watch out, Guild.
130 on Bloodhound. They're inside. Okay. They're inside. I'm smoking the doors.
Yeah.
Broke the ult. Can we get angles from the far side?
Yeah, I'm trying.
I'm gonna get swung here. They're shooting up.
I hit
Help Guild.
I'm batting on the door.
Are they on roof?
Yeah, they're all on roof. I'm needing it.
30 on one.
I'm med getting.
80 on left.
Oh.
Kill them all.
I will once I med kit. I'm 1 HP. I need a bat.
Falling on me.
Oh no!
Guild, you gotta do something.
Blood out front.
Oh yes!
Bangalore's low.
1v1.
He's so one, man.
You gotta just keep chasing. Why can't I talk?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
The clutchest 1v1 player at Apex shows it. Obviously his opponent was weak, but that was 1v2. He got the first knock and flake. Sweet said, Guild, you gotta do something. And Guild said, aye, baby.
So much happening as how was the last one for TSM? He gets eliminated as fights are breaking out everywhere. You also heard the calls from NRG. Guild, take to the skies, go. The circle's closing in. You have to find somewhere where you can go and hang out on the edge. But so many other teams were so quick with the rotate. Now it's only up to Guild alone to survive once again. Alliance, they see him though. He's forced to hold forward because of the circle, but they lose out on Yuki.
Oh! Oh my!
Clean up another one.
Haringが来た.
To eliminate NRG.
That's right. I sounded like Mario there with that screen. Please forgive me. But Alliance Hockey's with the headshot to close it out.
いや、Alliance
Alliance
50
now
ポイントに
an
入っ
opportunity
た。
at 47 points to get to match point, Vicky. We have one team left, and it's Ascend.
7試合じゃないです。
I previewed it earlier, but they have the potential to use the South Pole in their rotate to win.
Fnatic trying to push around the side of Ascent. They put down the Seer ult right now to get the information as the Rolling Thunder gets called in. Kashira maybe trying to find an opportunity to unleash the EMP to negate that Seer ult right now. Now they're going to be able to have the advantage. They have the advantage.
Oh my god, this is giving him back shots.
They get 2 knocked from Fnatic.
Post kill and Kashira, the duo. That's it. They take out Fnatic. Ascend is earning this. Ascend is playing out of their minds. They took out Dark Zero. They took out Fnatic, but here comes Xset.
Oh, and Xset, they're already weak. Thanks to the Zero right here too. Xset are going to be able to move in.
The most grueling Bangalore ult, perhaps
oh
ever.
My
Ascend
god.
We're going to another game.
Ay, sayang.
Absolutely huge as Xset are at 51 points Fallout. They take care of Ascend, and that allows them to elevate to match point.
誰がいる今のチーム。
So many people have disregarded him as an IGL over the last 3 years. Finally, over the last year, he earned his respect. But no one considers him the best. It's all Sweet Dreams. It's all Imperial Hal. Nocturnal has been performing for so long. He has an opportunity here.
このゲームにガード絶対見えません。
While we take a look at Alliance right now, while they try to plan their next move, they're not in the next circle. Let's jump into a listening with Alliance.
Bro, you. Fire. Devako did. You guys gotta run it. I'm dead to zone. Yeah, I'm dead to zone. Find a spot to play, Mandy.
It's all you, probably.
何もなかった。何もなかったか。
You wrap the low ground, Andy. Wrap the low ground. I'm coming. I'm still ulting for you. Thank you. Getting bottom, Andy. On me. I'm needing stairs. Alright. Getting bottom, need tackle.
Oh, you hate to see it. The miscommunication between Mandy and Hockey's right there. As Hockey's wanted him to come bottom, they could have just basically turtled up and survived and eaten placement points and gotten to 50. But instead, Alliance Hockey's had to do it by himself as everyone else was fighting outside.
Hockey's still alive, but they're only 2 points away from being able to also be at match point. Space Station in a lot of trouble. So
Oh
now,
my
trying to slide
Zenny-sama.
through. He gets the crack right now.
Does Hockey's know that SSG is so damaged right now? Hockey's is out. Is he eliminated? I think so. Here comes the push.
Zenny-sama.
1, 2, 3.
Zenny-sama.
SSG out. Fun. The Koreans. They feast.
Hockey's couldn't fully send in that moment because he knew that Fun was already inside the building after putting down that seer. Oh, he had that information. Now playing on the lower end of the building. 6 squads left currently. Fun. Still alive.
What?
Mandy's
Are you
still
kidding
alive.
me?
Mandy is still alive.
Mandy.
He crawled out of the building. He gets res by Hockey's. And Hockey's with the clutch res. They need one more kill to be sitting at match point.
Hockey's and Mandy need 1 kill. Are you kidding me? Hockey's fun to win a rest.
Ah, demo. Ah.
Down, they go down. They can't get it.
E6
taking their
みん
position.
なガードまだ生きてるか？
It's so close, Fallout. There's so many other teams on that border. It is actually insane in this game 7.
Alliance 49, Moist Esports 49. That is unbelievable. But we still have a few more teams.
マジで
1, 2, 3. If they can get all these kills here,
マ
can
ジで
maybe
ガー
get
ド
to
ど
match
こ？
point. Okay, they need quite a few.
X sets right now looking to solidify their momentum after already hitting match point currently. It's only up to Sykes. That player is 1. He gets the knock. It's Fun over on the low ground. It was 1 here, 2. Fun get eliminated. 4 squads left. ExoClan, E6, the guard, and Sykes getting the res.
The guard needs the 17th place with 26. Family in the audience. Rambo,
上か。
and Keon, the brand new picker on this team from Utah. The monster, the beast, the basketball player, the guard on high. Look at their positioning, Vicky. This is the most arcane thing I've ever seen.
This is our house out here. The guard are going to be able to hold on to this high ground, hold on to the rock.
どこだこれ？
They've created the
な
fence
んだ
line,
この場所？
and they have the height to look at these 2 squads rotate in. The only problem here is Fallout.
Oh,
In less than 45 seconds, that circle is going to close in behind them. They're going to have to move forward.
Let's jump into a listen with the guard. This is going to be insane. Let's jump in with Arcan.
They don't know that. They might not. Just go AFK. Go AFK. Did I look down and shoot, you think, or no?
New gen behind us.
Fighting under us, maybe?
We can't drop. Val's in the open. They're gonna focus each other on the far side. Everyone's gonna die except for us. This team's looking. We have to drop. Drop. Kill under me. I died. Kill, dead. Play on me. I'm bringing knock.
Yeah.
Wow. They're all going to die. But instead, the guard gets down. Nice shots from Keon. He gets eliminated. The guard's going to be out.
Currently, E6 are finally finding their momentum here too as the guard get finished up. Exit
Exit,
now fully
mother.
sending in that E6 doesn't have the health advantage. Exit playing up the rough, but they lose out on sight.
That's right, Fun. Playing wide right. So incredibly talented. Can he clutch up?
Oh, he gets the finish though. The hit bar connected, but it's up to Nocturnal to clutch up for him. And they win game number 7.
Element 6 led by Kane Sweeney, the Frenchman. The lone French player in these finals clutches up when it matters. And skyrockets to 8th place with 43 points. They stay alive and the fans react. The British team, Slayers and Amphi in his debut.
But so many teams, Fallout, are literally right there. 1 point away as the crowd goes crazy for E6. 43 points in total for E6. It may not be match point, but this is exactly what E6 needed to wake up. They had a really rough start, but now they are rolling around, changing the momentum.
Slayers, the gentle giant's been a staple on this roster since the beginning, since the 69 IQ days with his good teammate and friend Smegito. He's been competing. They picked up K-Swinney, and they elevated as a team. This man right here, the Kraber monster from yesterday, has been making plays and does not get enough respect as a top IGL in the world, let alone in EMEA, but that's going to be it for us. K-Swinney, Element 6 on top. Rain Day, back to you.
All right, EMEA having their moment. There's just a few representing them here in this match point finals. But guess what? It is Element 6 showing up big yet again in a clutch situation. And I'm sure they're excited to see it. The fans, electric behind us. Welcome back to the desk. Rain Day.
みんなちょっと待って、なんかさ、このステージウムちょっと狭くない？
Talk about Element 6 right now having their moment.
I mean, they kind of really snuck that one in there at the end. We were watching that push, and Xset was wrapping around them, looking so strong. We need to see what happened from their side of things because that was a phenomenal save to close that one out.
And you know, Xset had done a great push. I thought actually they were in the driver's seat there. But Element 6 rotation to get the high ground proved really valuable in that fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely all about perspective, right? We saw that when we initially watched the 1v1 with Yuki and Hal. We saw Hal's POV, but Yuki was in control the whole time. So you got to think about that. When we run it back from Element 6 POV, it'll tell a completely different story. But I am not surprised that they just came out on top here. Because let me just roll back the clock. ALGS Split 1 Pro League, match day number 1. Guess who comes out on top with the first match win of this year? It's Element 6. They had Slayers on Lifeline, and it was the coolest thing I had ever seen. And I reached out to K-Swinney, and I was like, yo, dude, like, tell me how you're feeling, right? They brought on Amphi. He's like, yo, Amphi is so good, right? They put him on a Valk for a little bit. They taught him all the rotations, and they were like, I'm so excited to work with Amphi this year and to see the team chemistry start paying off. We know the fans are happy. I enjoy it so much.
And they picked their spot in the crowd so well. They're like directly in front of where the Element 6 team is, right? So exactly, that energy from the crowd is just going directly into that team.
All right. Game number 7 was crazy. We're going to another one, but Gino, talk us through what happened to these match point teams here.
Yeah, so I was keeping my eyes squarely on the 3 teams on match point, Ascend, NRG, and TSM. Ascend, they started out with a contest against Dark Zero. They won it, a bit of an early scare, but then they found a really good spot at the bottom of the zone. And as you see later on, unfortunately, they just got sent by Xset right at the wrong moment. They won that extra fight against Fnatic, but unfortunately a Valkyrie just came in at the wrong time. Didn't quite have time to get the reset. NRG and TSM, they had slightly longer rotates coming up from checkpoint, from the wall, so they couldn't quite get into the zone. They were coming through antenna. Won a fight here, I think it was against, Dreamfire, but then unfortunately, as they continued into the zone, just couldn't quite make it, and that's definitely the story of some of these zones, right? It's just impossible to crack in once those teams have solidified their positions.
Yeah, then you come to this moment with TSM, how last standing throws out the black hole, hits the fence, it bounces back here. It's like, I don't even know if he would have been able to get it over if that would have saved them. Then you start focusing on Ascend and Alliance as they go to take their position on the other side of Shipfall. The moment we started seeing it pull more towards Gale Station, more towards Shipfall, I'm like, yo, Ascend can win this. They have won these, and Glitter was like, my stomach dropped. And we ran out here, and I was like, I need to see the reactions live, bro, because I thought they were going to take it.
Right.
There was just too much chaos for Ascend to handle. I mean, the zone might have been in their favor. The map is literally in their favor. This is something that could have completely gone their way, but no one was about to let that happen. Xset, the guard, also phenomenal positioning up here. They were able to capitalize on EXO pushing out a little bit earlier than them, trying to wrap around that rock, but as soon as they started taking those shots, they knew they drew too much attention onto themselves, and that's when they started taking damage in return. They go down, opening up the door for Xset to continue their push, but it is E6. E6 wanted it more.
They really did, and you can maybe say that Kion bit off a little more. They could
Minna,
show that attention, dropping him early.
Oh my god.
Two as the guard.
Wait, no way.
There's a point to the side of like buildings, yeah, so much safer. You just get pinched there.
Oh my god, man. How are they not getting shots running in? What the fuck is everybody in the building doing?
I think Energy just died though.
Why is nobody shooting them on the rotates?
Nate and Sweet both died. I think Gil might still be ratting again.
They're all, every building's just staring at this fence right now. Not shooting them.
Energy's dead.
Till now.
I see an enemy.
今酔ってるよ。
Game, but they get those 5. I think that's a strong move. We already know they have a chance to win, so they're not looking for any more points. SA, Singularity, not doing it. Esports Arena as well, not doing it. But let's react to our series results and see if anyone else has joined Match Point. They have. It is Xset now, one of our 4 teams who, if they win, can take home the title.
Which is scary because it's just another heavy hitter. 2 more teams blow them on 49, so right at that match point eligible spot as well. But we talked about this before we started Stormpoint. New Energy and TSM might struggle on this map a little bit. They both had a really rough game, and it's going to continue opening up the doors for those other teams if they happen to do that again.
And Gino?
And at 49 points, right? Every single kill is mattering. And in the early game, you're seeing that it's easy to get kills in that the teams rotating in are just getting obliterated by everyone who's found their spot in the zone. But they are hotly contested between those teams who have already made it in there.
It is a little bit scary if you are more of an aggressive style team. You're seeing these teams that are playing zone slower. You're seeing Ascend be in the mix. You're seeing Element 6, although that maybe not the same style as the guard who we expect to be in that zone, who may be a bit quiet today so far. I think now as the time goes on, the game starts to shift. It becomes a little bit more of a chess match versus a boxing match. And we're not doing chess boxing here. I mean, that's a fun idea for the ALGS, but not this time around. We don't have enough time or budget for that. I do want to let you know, though, Tiff, you kind of had talked to us about that final circle, breaking that down. We have that on display. Let us know what you saw here in terms of how this whole fight played out.
Well, so unfortunately, I didn't really get to see it from Element 6's POV. We kind of checked in with the guard who's up on this rock, but the fact is they're able to swing behind. We mentioned it, EXO had rotated out from underneath the guard so early that was allowing them to get shot in the back, but they had to jump down. And the moment they kind of send it on them, Slayer's just swinging back and forth, the way they're just approaching this from different angles, like they just kind of swarmed, bro. It was like hunters like swarming their prey like lions.
I think one of the big factors in that fight was...
Yeah, there it is.
Was the fact that they didn't lose much health, right? So they won the fight, and it was, they'd taken a fair bit of damage, but luckily the instant shield swaps just pretty much brought all of that back. So it was a very quick reset for Element 6 to kind of even things up there.
We are getting to a point where now there's almost too many teams that are on match point to try to single any one of them out. If that is a strategy, not all teams employ that, but some do try to say, hey, that's E6, or that's Ascend, that's TSM, take them out. We know, we're recognizing their legends. It's kind of too much now. I actually think we've hit that threshold. Any more teams, certainly. 2 teams are on 49 points. Several other teams are in the 40s, only 10 points away. Guess what? We are going to see if Game 8 ends it all, or if we go again. It's match. I love it. And to take us through it, it's Onset and Gaskin for the call.
We go again, everybody. We go again here in London, match point. It's obviously what we're looking for now. So many teams starting to cross that 50-point threshold. We've got 4 there at the moment, Dan. The question is, will we end it right here, right now? Or maybe we'll just keep this thing rolling.
I have a feeling that we're going to end at World's Edge. We're still on Stormpoint. We have 3 of our 4 teams on Matchpoint who I would consider World's Edge teams, right? Their percentage wins throughout regular season is not that great for Stormpoint. Bar one, TSM statistics are far superior than all of the other 3 teams when it comes to Stormpoint victories. So, if anyone's going to do it, I kind of have an inkling towards TSM, but there's just something about this lobby on set that makes me think we're going to keep going.
I get that feeling as well, but what a banger game it was from Xset in that previous game as well. A huge amount of points that pushed them over that threshold. But one of the teams, of course, who is on match point, we just saw them for a moment there, Ascend, the European powerhouse, forcing their way past 50 points. And now we have to find out if it's going to end here, if it's going to end now, or if we're going to keep this thing rolling. Copper Box here in London. Let's get this thing going as we head into our next match.
We want to see as much matches as possible. We want as much action on our screens as possible. But of course, we have 4 teams who want to end it here. They want to end it now. NRG, Ascend, Xset, TSM all have the opportunity to hoist that trophy above their heads at the end of today. And it could be very soon. However, if you do not complete it,
on this map, we suddenly move over to World's Edge, where of course it is going to be a very, very different game.
Well, let's see how this zone pulls. Let's see where we're going to be going, and
アンチ
let's
ど
see
こ
where the
か
teams
な
are going to
上
be
か
having
な
to rotate to.
上いる
Once
か
again,
ら
no surprise,
上
teams
上いるな
comfortable
ら
on their drops, but I mean, I've got to just mention Alliance. How close were they in that previous game to securing that one extra point they needed, but they just fall short there.
Not just Alliance as well. Moist only 1 point away. Onek only 3 points away. We have 4 or 5 teams who very much could be on match point after this game as well if we don't see one of our 4 win this game. So if you are one of those 4, you have to take this opportunity. But remember, this is XZ's first attempt at it. Everyone else has had at least 1 game to try and win it so far. As we see our circle information, we're going up to Stormcatcher, Thunderwatch area. Teams like Singularity, Onyx, EXO, they are in the perfect area.
Very, very likely to be a Thunderwatch end here. We have seen it finish right at the northern tip, and for Alliance, who only need 1 point, you would imagine, just with the fact that they're dropping at such a priority position over a Lightning Rod, with the height that they'll be able to have with the priority to the zone, surely they will be joining us on match point. 1 KP is all they need.
So what's going to be interesting here is NRG are going to have to rotate essentially through Exet or behind and shadow Exet, 2 of our match point teams. TSM, depending on which area they try and rotate through, if they go north, they will avoid those other 2, but they very easily could end up going south and matching Exet and NRG as well. We could have 3 of our match point teams all arriving through the command center chunk.
Have to wonder if there's going to be a choice of a slower rotate for either of those teams, or any 3 of those teams, as you say, to try and avoid those fights that go down, to try and stop being cut down at the pass. And one team to keep your eye on for sure is going to be Exet. They're already on their journey, but it looks like we've already got a little bit of a fight breaking out, and it's E6 on our screens.
E6 versus E36 keeps happening. It's the battle of the E's, and E6 obviously had that incredible game just previously, popping off as they did yesterday. And they just seem to come out of the woodworks when you least expect it, this squad.
Yeah, if you like the fuse on E6, all of a sudden, before you know it, they start to catch fire, and we saw it in that previous game. A lot of support here in London for Element 6 as well, and I've got to say, I'm a big K-Swinney fan. I love the passion that he brings to his game. He absolutely went wild yesterday with that play, and you can also see how much it means to him. Every time he's leading his troops into a victory or into a big position when they put up points, the smile on his face is infectious.
Yeah, and doing it for the rest of EMEA, of course, our Element 6, as well as Ascend, who are performing very well at the moment. But you got to remember at the start of the tournament, and even the start of today, E6 were memeing a little bit. We saw Revthane coming into the equation. They've been running all sorts of compositions based off what Twitch chat was saying at one point, but they are a realistic team that could be winning this event. They're only 7 points away from match point. No one is guaranteed to be winning this game here and now. There is still going to be chances for them.
TSM making their rotation. It's going to be the Skyward Dive into one of these sides of the building. You have to wonder if that team on the roof is going to be a problem. They should be able to drop inside without taking too much damage, and TSM complete their rotation. This is a huge moment in this lobby. Hitting that Valkyrie redeploy, getting up into the sky. Onyx are close, and we're trying to hold down as much space here in Stormcatcher as they possibly could. The problem is, with 3 people dropping out of the sky from TSM, they had to give that side up, which means that TSM now have somewhere to play from.
Yeah, Thunderwatch is becoming very busy indeed, and Alliance are going to be sitting at the very tip of the top of the mountain to be able to watch down on all the peasants that arrived late. But what's good about that TSM rotation is they overtook Exet, their biggest worry, their biggest threat on their rotation. I thought Exet were going to beat them to the pulp, and they were going to be there first. But you can see now
what's up,
this
Euriece, man?
is going to
Been
be
a long time. Started learning
Hampton is gonna
Japanese
be
as well.
very
So awesome to see you make the move with your
TSM
streaming
have to be
language.
very aware of
Thank you.
not only who's around them, but losing their roof
Good
as
luck,
well.
man.
Playing from this position is very tough to do if you lose your roof, because when you do have to rotate out a little bit later, excuse me, towards where that zone is likely to pull, you have to be so aware of what that team is going to do above you. Who is that team above you? Of course, it's Exet.
Of course it is. It had to be right. They arrived a little bit later, but they said this building also looks a bit juicy. It looks like a good area to hold. We get a good vantage point where we can shoot down below. And also it's a good spot to then move, depending on where this circle is going to be shifted. It's about positioning yourself for all these different factors.
Ascend making a much slower rotation to this zone, though. They are outside of zone for now, making their way over from the western side of Storm Point. NRG currently hold up inside of the wall as well, maybe just doing a little bit of crafting, maybe just making sure that when they do approach things towards the end of this game, they're going to be looting and booting suited and able to take these fights. Well, Moist down on this low ground. They only need the 1 point now.
Only need the 1 point, and they are in a spot of bother. They have been targeted by 2 squads. They are cramming themselves into this little nook and cranny, hoping they can stay alive and maybe go undetected for a short while before they then make their rotation. It's always tough, I feel, when you only need 1 point, and now they're going to try and make their move, try and escape, but Exet, they're being relentless.
Nocturnal just harassing them with his charge rifle. Lots of damage being done. And of course, Exet, the plan here with the long range is just to fend off any teams who try and take the other side of this roof as well. They don't want any LOSs onto them. And having that charge rifle as a secondary weapon here for Nocturnal is going to be vital for them to do so.
Just trying to build up those Evo shields even more. Let those in the vicinity know you are the big boys in the area. You're going to be the ones dealing the damage, and you're the ones you're going to have to avoid when you make your rotation. Crazy that we have 2 of our match point teams in this building, as well as Dark Zero. Remember, they were somewhat favorites coming into this event, being the back-to-back LAN winners, but they still have quite a bit to do when it comes to getting to match point. They are 9 points off. Very much achievable, though, if we don't see any of the guys on match point win.
TSM still trying to just command space, still trying to make their presence known. And Reps has got a lot of work to do here on the scene. The heartbeat sensor is not just good for seeing where one team is, but when you've got multiple stacked up on you, it means you can plan your next move. There's a team above, you know you can't jump on roof. However, if you see a little bit of damage coming in, you hear a few nades going off, maybe by kind of focusing where the positions are, you might have a climb up where they're not looking at you, you can do some damage.
Well, TSM, they can hear a lot of commotion around them, and I'm curious to hear what they have to say. So we'll jump into listening with TSM and see what's going down.
Hey, all far right, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, team right below us, team cannon spot, and that's still the team right above us. Keep looking my left. I don't see anybody. He's sitting behind.
Evan.
Come back. It's a fire east zone. You see this? Yeah, I do. That's not good for us. We need to start bullying Evan. We need to start bullying. Keep bullying the team underneath. Who do you want me to scan for you? Just on roof. I can scan a guy right below you. 40 on here. He's cracked. Leave a charge. He's literally one. He got down. Yeah.
Rambo.
Team's on the roof. Just watching inside. Yes, they're inside the roof. They're on the roof. I wasted my ult. That roof team could easily drop here and kill one of us. I know. That's why I'm standing here. I finished one. 60 on height.
Well, Dark Zero.
He dropped in the door. He went back up. Yeah. I'm checking out underneath. Keep coming that. I don't see them underneath. I'm waiting. I'm 4 or 5. Yes, I do. On scan under. Get ready to peek now? I'm peeking now. Come. 1 second behind you. 84 cracked. Down. Nice. He's fighting knock. Careful on height. He's 1 shot. He's literally 1 shot. He got out. Get back inside. Just the 1 guy left. I'm 5-3 now. Where did he go? 4 or 5. He went down the hill. He went like south.
As we jump out of the listening with TSM, I just want to once again highlight what a great job Reps is doing there. Just relaying information. He's the human UAV here for TSM.
Well, E6 were able to take down another squad, but now they're being pushed. It's Space Station on the other side. They may have lost one, but they should be able to convert here, and they will. E6 eliminated. And that means that E6 did not get enough points to be on match point. Remember, they were close, but they are still now 6 away, whereas Space Station, look, it's a 25-point game they need here, which is still achievable, but at least they can start planning as they're into the top 15.
Space Station should be able to reset here. The res is going to come in. All of this action happening just outside of Thunderwatch, and you've got to wonder how many teams are stacking up right now. It's an opportunity to kind of talk through that, Dan. The only teams who are outside of this zone right now are NRG, interestingly, playing on the north side of the zone. And on the southern side It's Luminosity Gaming. While we see Team Singularity taking a fight, though, it looks like they're trying to swing onto SSG and cause the damage, but at the moment it's looking a little bit shaky, it's looking a little bit ropey, and it looks like SSG might be the way back in.
SSG doing so well in this fight. Two still up, very healthy as well. Just need to make sure they're watching the angles. The shield cell up. It's a 2 versus 1. You just need to play this correctly and hope no one else is in the area to try and third party.
1, 2, 3 might be thinking about having a look at this. They're moving down from the northern side. And if this isn't finished quickly and they can't hit that res and get it off quickly enough, then this is what is going to happen. So they've got to be very, very quick about this. In the kill feed as well, Yuki just got a knock onto NRG's Nathan. Now that has huge implications because if they cannot get him up, then that would be the point for Alliance to move them onto match point.
It was via the charge rifle, so maybe they have a chance, NRG, to get them back up. Also, confirmation, both Moist Esports and Alliance have hit match point. They've gone past 50, and that means they will have the chance to win if we get to a next game.
Well, NRG managed to get Nathan back up as well. So important for them. And this rotate, it's very, very tough for NRG. But I like the idea behind it. They want to approach the zone late. They want all of the carnage to unfold in front of them. And then from the northern side, they want to try and take a little bit of space away from one of the teams who might fall in those fights. Ascend, though, one of our teams also on match point, having to restabilize here. And look at this, Fnatic trying to rain down some thunder, but the importance of that interception pylon cannot be understated. That means grenades, any utility that's thrown their way is going to be eaten up. But look at the line of sight that's still available. Ascend in the mud here.
Ascend just desperately trying to get back up, punching Kashira and Lufka into a position where maybe the revive can happen. They're actually the most eastern team we have out of our match point squads, because we heard TSM's listening. This is going east. We're going to have to move. It's the same for Xset, but Ascend, they've lost their main man. They've lost Kashira, so post-kill, Lufka are going to have to go as a 2 unless they can deliver that banner to the beacon.
Going to be very, very tough to do with how this lobby is playing out at the moment. Dreamfire thinking about going fishing. Can't quite hook them though, unfortunately. A little bit of damage being done by that Sentinel. Well, not enough to really capitalize on, and certainly not enough to drop from this high ground position they find themselves in. Here is the massive play, though. This could be a huge influence on this lobby. If NRG can find somewhere to play, if they can land and reset here, then NRG are involved in this endgame. But look at the shots that are coming in. But NRG are threading the needle here. They want to try and play underneath.
And look where they're going. TSM are here. Xset are here. 3 of our match point teams all in this same building right now.
And you can see how TSM earlier on were prioritizing, trying to take the team down that was underneath. They know this is a dangerous position for any squad to be in. We have 3 other match point teams stood on top of each other right now.
Ascend are not far away, that has to be said, and you can see TSM, they're peaking this. They are threatened by this new arrival into their household. They say we need to be forcing them away, but NRG also getting griefed by Ascend.
NRG trying to reset desperately, but playing underneath here, even though you've got some cover, it's not great geometry to work behind. You've got the pillars, you've got some rock formations, and of course you've got the wall and the roof above you to shield you, but teams rotating in late, like LG, moving uphill, like the guard, they can damage you. There's so many angles you have to be aware of.
I cannot state enough just how impressive a victory would be from any of these match point teams from this position that they find themselves in. It is a very difficult rotation if this pulls east.
Zaina, TSM
You've got
no.
Fun over there. You've got LG already over there.
Ore.
You have to work so hard as now TSM are going to have to take a potential fight in the doorway, but it looks like the other team backs off. Meanwhile,
Yeah, Fnatic kana.
Fnatic who are having an influence now. Fnatic are jumping on them. Gilderson's down as well. It's all up to Nathan. He's got a peacekeeper, but
NRG んだけど。
As maybe
Fnatic
another match
39か。
on the horizon, but still an opportunity for one of these guys, one of these teams to be able to bust out. TSM are still holding a solid position, waiting for that next zone, waiting for that information.
TSM going to peek at the low ground once more, trying to just harass that team underneath. Expend those resources, get those shield cells popped to make sure when a fight breaks out, they're not going to be able to reset comfortably. TSM are playing this to a T at the moment.
Ascend have got Kashira back on his feet.
Huh?
We talk about important moments, we talk about IGLs. Kashira is now back in the fray. Ascend very much still with an opportune moment to win this game. I would argue that they are the furthest east out of these squads, but now Lufka will fall.
Phoenix King going to be popped. Ascend. The amount of teams stacked up is a problem here. Kashira's going to have to slide out of the way of these grenades. Just about manages to do so. Now it all falls up to post-kill. We've already seen Ascend somehow or other managed to get back into a position where they can play this game out to the end, but it's not looking good at the moment for them.
Ascend are usually so good at finding these kind of nooks and crannies where they set up with Watson fences as the circle again does shift east. It is going to shift away from TSM, away from Exet, and Ascend, as long as they can still stay healthy as a 2, it's still very possible because TSM, Exet, and every other team that was in that building we saw earlier are going to have to leave at essentially the same time.
Onic in a great position though. They will be in the one part of the building that stays
Zeni
within
sama.
that zone.
Zeni sama.
So many important fights.
Oh my god.
In around 60 seconds time or so, everyone, like you say, has to leave that building, has to leave the natural cover and engage to see if they can get some space to play from.
Speaking of Onic, they have also crossed the match point threshold. We now have 7 teams on match point if we get to next game. Exet though, they are under fire. They are in a lot of trouble here.
Lockdown shield being used here. Sykes has got that one up to try and keep Nocturnal and Fun alive. Fun's trying to hold the line at the moment while Nocturnal is going to be in position to pop that Barry. Exit come back out.
Oh
say,
my god, he hit
take
it.
you down. Nocturnal with the spray. Does a huge amount of damage.
So much damage. Back into the smoke. Will be able to get a sell-off. He's done enough damage to push the other team back. And now they're going to try and get the res here. Exit, they're still alive, but no!
TSM!
The gravitational lift from the horizon. TSM have been waiting to pounce, and now they want to try and clean up this KP, take the roof, and TSM do exactly that.
TSM had their ears to the wall. More importantly, they had reps on the heartbeat sensor. They were waiting for that moment to be able to full send it to take the top of this building. But in 3 seconds, everyone's got to go. Everyone's got to go east. And remember, Ascend are still there in that zone. As a LG, as a Alliance, there are a lot of teams that can ruin the day here for TSM.
The important thing here for TSM is they've cleared this side. You can see Fnatic down on the low ground. Ascend somehow once again like a phoenix from the ashes have 3 players back on their feet and a wonderful position now with its zone.
So many times in regular season we've seen Ascend win games like this where they get the fences up, where they hold position, where they hold as much area, but now TSM, they're making their move.
This is a ballsy play from TSM. They want to try and take the height. They want to try and force Onic away. They want to claim the building as their own. That's going to take so much damage.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
As well, and all of TSM are still healthy here.
TSM take the height, they take the east side, and they are good for now, and they can ruin everyone else's day from this high ground. Moist Esports eliminated, and suddenly it's 10 squads, but TSM currently on top, but that zone is still...
おい、なんでガードのモニター見せてくれ、お前。お願いします。キャメラにこく。
That means we're left with TSM. We're left with an Ascend, but we've still got 6 other squads who can win this game.
TSM just trying to influence all of these fights, and once again in you have Ascend players going down. Now, the Valkyrie ultimate, the Skyward Dive, has been a flip of the coin sometimes for TSM. On match point, on the biggest stage of them all, will they find somewhere to play? The answer is yes!
They find a spot, and now they're griefing. They want to take the prime position here. They know Northeast is where you've got to go here. Smokes are down, but they've got the
Digi-threats. Perfect to see through those smokes, like you say. Reps picks up one, Verholz picks up another, and TSM...
Oh my god! Oh my god! Quicker!
TSM finish this one as well. They can get all the short shield swaps they want. They can get all of the ammo in the world, and arguably in one of the best positions now. But Ascend are still alive on that northwest side, as we still have 7 squads remain.
The only team in the zone outside of Alliance who are down numbers is TSM. TSM are set up for success, and you made such a great point. Taking that fight, they're going to have armor swaps available. They're going to be able to stay healthy for longer. This game could well be TSM's.
It very well could be an Ascend versus TSM finish, depending on how Ascend rotate. But
oh my god, Fnatic!
They take to the sky. They could be big party poopers onto TSM here. They could very much drop, try and take this northeast side. TSM are going to have to hold their ground.
Alliance eliminated in the meantime. Fnatic, only 2 of them have their feet touch the floor. TSM under duress, House taking damage. The Black Hole's going to go down. He's desperate to get down to his long-time duo in reps and just about manages to do so.
TSM holding on, they're into the top 5. Guard eliminated. Remember, Ascend are still alive. SSG and Dreamfire are fighting, and Dreamfire have gone down. This could be Ascend.
Reps goes in, should be able to get the shield swap as well. 3 squads remaining. One of them is Ascend, 1 Fnatic and 1 TSM.
Yes. こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう行こう
to become the
いい
champions
か
between
行く行く
TSM
行く行く行く
and Descend. Charge rifle shots hit. Who has the utility available though? Rex,
TSM
you
行く
saw the sear.
TSM
He
行
has the
く
exhibit available as well. He can get that down to get the wall hacks out. That's going to give TSM an advantage. But the last thing you want to do here, Dan, is be the first to be knocked.
Have they been tracking the kill feed? Do they know they are going up against another team on match point? Whoever wins here wins this tournament. Post kill, trying to take an angle, trying to get an area where he can put down suppressing fire to allow Kashira and the rest to get out.
Ascend have got to make the play here. Do they have the EMP available? Is that what they're going to use to try and push from? It does not get more intense than this. Match point leaves us with two teams as Kashira makes the play. Kashira for Europe gets the shots in, but no shield break as now the fight goes down.
So important that you get the
行く行く行く行く
London belongs to TSM.
Oh my god.
The stats said it all. Storm Point was TSM's in the regular season. They had an 80% win rate from top threes in regular season, and they've converted here today.
Holy
And what a moment it is
shit.
for that squad. Raven, the new addition, he brought new life into TSM, and they will be champions here in London.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
TSM rise from the ashes.
We're gonna do pull-ups for
Questions
TSM, guys.
asked. Were they done?
Let's pull-ups
Were
for
they
TSM,
dusted?
guys. This is for
The
TSM.
answer is no. Champions
This is for
once
TSM, guys.
again
Oh
in one
my
of the
god.
most intense finishes we've seen in the Apex Legends Global Series. But
TSM.
TSM once again are on top of the pile.
And it all comes from that skyward dive, that big risky play to take the northeast of that circle and force the fight to take the lobby by the scruff of the neck and say, we want to own this game. We want to hit it here. We want to win it now. And you can see what it means to them. Just pure relief, ecstasy, joy on the faces of all three members and the coach of Raven.
Absolutely incredible game as well from TSM. Let's just take ourselves back for a second. It wasn't just that moment. It wasn't just the skyward dive. The way that they managed that game, took the fights when they needed to, Dan, put them in position to win the tournament here in London.
And then we saw Verhulst's mum as well. We saw the interview earlier, able to watch her son on stage. And what a moment it is to see your son achieve such an incredible thing. One of the best tournaments I've seen in terms of competitiveness. It took so long to get these teams on match point. And when we finally arrived, we just couldn't find a winner. But of course, it was going to be TSM.
First place in the Pro League. First place here in London. And win is spelt once again at TSM. What an unbelievable performance. And once again, what a comeback it's been this season for TSM. I mentioned previously doubters, but I think the one thing that's kept them all together is that belief, right? They knew they had the tools. Raven coming in, just giving that extra push, maybe outside of the comfort zone at times, to rekindle that form that we know they've always had.
TSM have been through an incredible amount of changes, whether it be through roster, whether it be through strategy, through composition, but slowly and surely they built their way back up to the full amount of confidence. As again, we can see Verhulst's mum right on the screen there. And I mean, you can come across to London and you can see your boy win it across the pond, and I don't think there gets much better than that.
This is what they call a core memory, I believe, for everyone who's in the arena and a TSM fan, excuse me, but especially for the family members. But I just want to, give a shout out to TSM, but the fans here in London, you have been absolutely incredible during this entire time. It's been an absolute pleasure and a privilege to cast these games down, and when it's all said and done, TSM back on top.
And remember, we may have found our winners, but we still have to find out who comes second, who comes third. Where do we divvy out all this prize money? $1 million was going out to all of these players. And of course, NRG were up there, Ascend were up there. And even though it's going to be heartbreak for some of these players because they came so close, we have plenty more lands coming this year, don't we?
Oh boy, we do indeed. We're going to be back in London a couple of times, but It's all about that now. That's the hard work. That's the sacrifice, the hours of practice, going over VODs, talking about how you want to approach this game. What do we need to do better than other teams to lift the trophy? And you just saw it on there. That's what it's for. That trophy, to be able to lift it above your heads, it means everything to these players.
And leading up to this event, the amount of times I heard, well, TSM have to win this to prove they're the best in the world, to prove they're worthy of all the kind of praise that they get online and throughout the talent recognition as well. And they have done just that. They've proved the doubters wrong, but at the same time, I think for themselves as players to be back on top, that is going to do wonders for them the rest of the season. But they now set the benchmark. This is what and how good you've got to be if you want to win a tournament. People will be doing VOD reviews for weeks to try and see what TSM did differently. How did they achieve this? What were they trying to do in their composition? What were their rotations like? This just...
人生の予定話してます。もうすぐカナダに戻ります。なんか2月の7。さ、ということの後で、毎日、日本語の勉強。明日まあ、明日。そう、明日だ。さ、カナダに戻ったら、毎日、普通のスケジュールに入ってます。彼女は、すいません。さっきのファンたち。彼女は、また、またねめへらねなりず、ちょっと待って、ちげい。いや、メンヘラじゃねえよ。また、遠いです。また、遠い恋愛です。ちげいだよ。なんだこの、なんかさ、痛い？まあ、それは初めてだったら、なんか、バカだね。けど、今、うまくなった。でもさ、いや、なんでだよ、遠いよ、マジで。でも、その話、もうあるよ。それだから。カナダで戻ったら、ジムに戻ります。ビザどうなった？その話、ないです。配信で。じゃあ、みんな。ペックスとバルラントを練習します。じゃあ、みんな。Look at this, Chad. Look at that. ちっさ。デブになった。くそ。デブになった。デブい。Look at this. Where? Ugh. I'm so fat, man. Alright, chat. I will see you guys when I'm back in Canada. 次の配信はカナダの配信です。Bye, Echo.